leg for it, which is amazing. Okay, here we go. We are back, baby. Okay, we're back on stream. This is Let's Grow Live. We are growing the movement for regeneration and public goods. Live 24/7 on Spaces, intermittently on video to grow the movement. Shout out to our partners at Vala. Oh, that reminds me. Friends, you all right now who are watching this video or are on Spaces can now claim a free NFT that actually has some pretty cool utility and will earn you cryptos. So, Vala is actually, they have a point system similar to Zeely. It's a different kind of point system. When you do certain actions, you get points, right? And one of those actions, because we green pilled them, is actually donating to any Gitcoin grant, right? So if you donate to Gitcoin grants, you're getting points for their airdrops. And if you have this NFT because you're a part of this broadcast, you will get a multiplier. Okay? It's a multiplier on the airdrop, which you can also get in a variety of ways. Okay? So if y'all want the airdrop, am I ready? I was being asked. Oh my gosh, am I about to speak on the Rotary Club? Hold on. Is it now? Could have sworn it wasn't. Okay, sorry about that. Bit of a distraction. I might have to broadcast to a Rotary Club meeting, which a Rotaract Club. We're trying to inspire the next generation, which could loop into this, which could be great actually. Okay, now let me just share this linky dink with y'all so that you can get your NFT. It's called an Alpha Pass. Okay, dropping that here. That's the alpha. Bam. Tally it up. Where is it? Here. Yes. All right, it's down the Jumbotron. You fill that out super quick, little couple questions, and you will get your Alpha Pass. Okay, back to the mangroves. We were talking about tree gens. Our vision is a world where anyone can plant trees and earn a living. Why is this important? Let me just confirm real quick. We're rocking everything. What percentage of the rainforest has been cut? I've heard different estimates for this too. Grok knows all. Okay. This is why this is key. Because if you want to cut down trees today, unfortunately, even if you're doing it illegally, which happens on, I was told you can get 5 years in prison when you cut mangroves illegally in Kenya, but it still happens all the time. Why? You got to put food on the table. You're going to do what it takes, right? And so it still happens because you can sell it for charcoal, you can sell it for wood. The market is there, it is readily available. But if you want to plant trees, it's a reach. Sometimes there are carbon projects which sometimes hire NGOs, or sometimes NGOs get donations, and sometimes those donations trickle down to CBOs or people on the ground, but it's not nearly enough, and it's not accessible to the people on the ground, and it could be a lot more optimized. So the Amazon rainforest, for example, about 20% completely gone. The rest, 30% degraded, leaving only 36% intact. Oof, 34% of the original tropical rainforest have been completely cleared, while another 30% have been degraded, leaving only, why is John Lewis calling me? Leaving only 36% of the rainforest intact. A minority of the rainforest is intact. And I think it comes down to basic economics, right? If our economy values the degeneration and destruction of Mother Nature more than it values the regeneration of nature, that's what we're going to see. Basic incentives. However, just carbon markets alone were forecasted to reach 1.6 trillion with a T by 2028. Also, biodiversity is becoming a big market and asset class, right? That is a big thing. And it's becoming more of a big thing. And we plan to make it a big thing. We plan to inject impact into products themselves. Already, thanks to Vala, we have a partnership that's going to be announced very soon, where for app downloads, we're going to be planting trees in the future. There are other products that we're connecting with, physical luxury goods. As they sell these luxury goods, they're going to plant a boatload of trees. We're exploring with VFriends right now as they sell their cards. Hopefully that comes through. They're going to plant trees with everything, right? With every sale. Already, when you travel on a plane, you can offset. You can buy retire carbon credits. We want to connect trees to all these different things in commerce, also automatically. That demand is growing as the economies grow, right? And so that is why this is so important, and that's what TreeGens does. This is how we do it. So we have what's called a proof of tree protocol that's launching very soon. As long as the market is not fearful, on Earth Day, which is only a few weeks and a bit away, we plan to launch this. If the market's not in a state of fear, we're going to time the fear to greed index, so it's a good time to launch. We want to make it sure it's a successful launch, but it's coming very soon. And basically, the way this works is with a smartphone, with just a decent resolution, doesn't have to be that good, camera. You don't need a fancy drone. This is a scalable solution, right? With people on the ground have access to this. They can learn the mangrove methodology, how to plant. We have 9 mangrove experts, almost a century of experience between them. So they learn how to plant, they learn how to film. Very simple couple of videos. Then they film before they plant on their phone within this web application. And by the way, they've got a wallet generated for them just by typing in their email or a Google sign up. Automatically creates this through Third Web. They film before, they film after planting. GPS is captured automatically. Okay. Then the AI that we've trained counts exactly how many trees were planted. And then the DAO does some verification. So everyone who has staked TGN not only earns staking rewards as you normally would, but you additionally earn these ecological credits. So these are tree tokens. We're tokenizing mangrove trees here, right? And those tree tokens, 95% go directly to the tree planters on the ground, which is a huge improvement to most tree planting, realities of the world of how a lot of organizations operate. And then 5% goes to the verifiers themselves. So they have that extra utility just from ticking some boxes, make sure they planted them with the right spacing, they were ripe, they're ready to plant, etc., right? And what this is going to do is this is going to create radical transparency for tree planting. Because anyone who wants to fund trees will see a globe interface with all of these different videos that have been verified by DAO members that have their TGN tokens at stake, by the way. If you maliciously verify, you can also lose some of your TGN, right? So it's a way of holding them accountable and rewarding them. So there's always multiple third-party verifiers. Before and after, GPS captured automatically, AI tree counted. This is miles ahead of what's the status quo, right? And by the way, this is a big deal because there was a study by University of Wisconsin where they looked at the donations that happened before and after they got what's called a gold star or a seal of transparency. It was a type of seal of transparency, right? They have the thing. They got this verification that they are transparent. Guess how much donations went up by, Will Tree? 56%. 56% increase in contributions once they had the seal of transparency. And that's a lot. That's a huge signal that there's an immense amount of funds that are waiting on the sidelines that would love to flow towards the impact if there was complete trust of what they're actually funding, right? And so that is really what we're trying to accomplish here is radical transparency and really rewarding tree planting, right? Remember, 95% of all the tree planting rewards go to the planters on the ground. But how do you make sure that these tree tokens actually have value? Because, of course, they're going to sell them and create that sell pressure. Well, we also are managing that with the buy pressure, right? Remember, we partner with Many Mangoes, a company that's working with Fortune 50 companies. They're B2B experts, right? And so we're going B2B. We're already in touch with Amazon, which is pledged to grow carbon neutral. That's a a lot of sequestration. That's a lot of trees to go carbon neutral, right? We're in touch with a bunch of companies, right, who are going to integrate this into their commerce. So we're balancing it just from that. And this is all decentralized tree planting rewards, right? Now, in parallel to that, and what we're currently fundraising for, is a more centralized carbon project, which will allow us to do something called carbon forwards. This is the thing I am most excited about. Why? Because this is going to enable us to scale regeneration exponentially. You know how AI is scaling exponentially? The more AI you have, the faster it develops, and we're just on this crazy growth curve. Imagine if a similar thing could actually happen for a generation of nature. So the way that we can scale tree planting exponentially is not by planting a tree and waiting for the carbon credit to be issued, which is, by the way, it's just a ton of carbon that's been scientifically proven to be taken out of the atmosphere and stored in the ground with permanence, right? Because if I plant a mangrove tree today, it takes 25 years to sequester about 308 kilograms of carbon. We're going through the ranges there, 2 to 400, but 308 is what we've seen, right? And it happens according to a bell curve. So the first 5 years, there's not actually that much sequestration, and it ramps up from 5, 6, 7, 8 to 10, right? We don't have that kind of time. We need to scale regeneration yesterday. And so what we're trying to do is carbon forwards. And this is a proven model. A bunch of organizations have done this. Shopify is paying for carbon forwards, a lot of them right now, right? For a small discount, they will buy, even sometimes before the trees are planted, but sometimes right after, they do what's called a pre-feasibility study. So they go in there and they check, okay, yes, the trees have been planted. We know it's going to generate approximately this many carbon credits, some buffer for uncertainty. But what we've done is we've formed partnerships with carbon insurance companies, which will actually guarantee, even in a freak forest fire, that it shouldn't happen in the mangroves anyway because it's water everywhere, but in any situation, they will guarantee the carbon credits for these carbon forward investors. So carbon forward investors could look like three different categories. Could be like an actual impact investor that believes the price of carbon is going to go up, as it likely will in the future, because more demand, more companies pledging to be carbon neutral, got to be fulfilled. Those companies are going to scale, right? Amazon's going to keep growing, and they have to maintain offsetting all of those emissions. And then there could also be carbon developers, right? So there are big organizations out there that are in the carbon development, kind of industry. They've been planting trees, selling carbon credits, etc. You do that pre-feasibility study. They're willing to pay it at a discount, of course, because the carbon credits don't exist yet. There's some time value of money, etc. But whatever, they're paying it at a discount. But even at that discount, it is still an order of magnitude more funds than what it costs to plant the trees in the first place. It's about 9 times we forecasted. 9 times more money than what it costs to plant the trees in the first place. And that's even factoring giving 50% to the local community for conservation. And so this means we can multiply the trees. So if you plant 1,000,000 trees today, you do a pre-feasibility study, you sell a carbon forward, now you have enough funds to plant 9 million trees. Our goal is within 6 months. And then if you do another carbon forward deal on that 9 million, now you can plant 81 million trees. And then you do a carbon forward on the 89 million, and you see how this gets exponentially into the insane numbers. 1 million is only 5 carbon forward or 6 carbon forward deals away from over 500 billion trees, which is insane, right? These are exponential numbers. And that's our model to really scale regeneration in a bit of a more centralized way, because carbon credits, with mangroves, you have to partner with government. There's all these different MRV that's involved. It's different to the proof of tree protocol. But what this allows us to do as well, in addition to connecting those tree tokens into commerce to balance the buy and the sell pressure, to build up the demand for these tree tokens, in addition to that, we can have the carbon forward revenue, which, yes, we're reinvesting to scale, but we can also take a portion of that at some point in the medium to long term, and we can back the tree tokens. We could also back our DAO governance token so that people are bullish on that. and backing these tree tokens to make people bullish on tree planting, and ultimately makes it really rewarding. So our goal is to create the most transparent and rewarding tree planting technologies, and to back that with RWAs and AI to scale. See how this AI XP tree character in the house? Well, this is one of many agents. We are gamifying tree planting through these AI. These are actually AI generated characters, right? We've done tons of back and forth to create these characters. But what's cool is not only are they dynamic, there's going to be lights on the mind and heart as they fund and plant trees and semi-soulbound for gamification, etc. But each of them will come alive, so to say, as an agent and be able to post online about the DAO, right? Now, why is that important? Because we're growing a movement. And why is that valuable? Because we have also partnered with block games. You might have, if you've been on crypto Twitter, you probably heard of block games at some point. Hey, what's up, Oleg? So block games took over crypto Twitter for a while. Everyone was posting that they're farming block, and they had these points and a leaderboard, etc., and it led to an airdrop. And they got 2 million uses of their cash tag in like a pretty short period of time, like a month or two. And eventually it got overrun by bots, which had problems. But now they're coming out with V2, and we are the pioneers for the first beta testers of this, the first users for V2. And V2 has all of that bot detection built in, right? So we can actually measure, is it a real person engaging, right? A real person based on their time of the profile that's been existed. Do you have big accounts that follow it? Do you have a blue check mark? Do you have your frequency of posting? All of these different things to tell if this is a real person, such that every day, anytime you want, you could post about what we're trying to do with tree gens. And depending on the real engagement that you get, you will be earning TGN, our governance token. And these AI agents, by the way, are going to be using the latest LLMs. They're going to be, mimicking KOLs. They're going to be educating people and green pilling people in comment sections. And as we go on this exponential growth curve of AI into AGI and ASI, these things are going to get insanely capable, right? And as they do so and they become more influential, so will their engagement, their rewards, ultimately, right? The holders of them will have the rewards. The reason why it says .tgn by AIXB Tree and Jimmy.tgn is because that's actually a wallet address. Timo has developed a system where, just like .eth, you can have .tgn, and so each of these NFTs have their own wallet. They can earn funds directly by promoting the DAO. And so that is the utility of our governance token. And this is also important to not only maintain, value in the attention economy that is crypto sometimes, but also to grow the movement, right? We want to break more world records, get 1 billion trees planted on World Environment Day. All of these things, we need maximum participation. Fortunately, we already have a lot of participation. We've got Ethiopia, the pioneers, the ones that got 34 million people planting trees in a single day, and they got 616 million trees planted in a single day. It's called One Day Initiative, and they keep breaking their own record. They've partnered with TreeGens. They partnered with us because of this proof of tree technology, because Guinness World Records got rid of their record of most trees planted in multiple locations because it was too difficult to measure under their standards. So they can only do a world record of most trees planted in a single location. But frankly, that's insulting to the Ethiopian people if you say only one location where they could maximum plant 2 million trees. They did 600 million plus, right? But with the proof of tree technology, it now becomes scalable and radically transparent such that you can actually verify all those things. So we're going to have tens of millions of people just in one country. But we have 7 countries signed up so far, and we're about to get another 12. So that's what I mean when I say we're growing a movement. But we also need an online movement, not just from the government level of the countries, which is incredibly impactful, but we also need from an influential level, right? That's why we're going after Beast Philanthropy. That's why we're going after, Gary Vee with V Friends. That's why we're going after all the most influential people in the world that can rally the troops, right? Boots on the ground, so that we can make history together. Just like the 4-minute mile, we're going to see what's possible to accomplish. And once we do, it's going to happen a lot more. So that's what we're up to. Stay tuned. T.me/TreeGenFam is our Telegram if you want to get the latest updates. We plant a tree for every single follower. So if you're not following TreeGens, I don't know what you're doing. You got a tree dedication sent out to you. And yeah, if y'all could spare a little bit for Gitcoin, we got into the round but late, so we have to play catch up now. There's a link in our bio. If you could please support us, it would really make a massive impact. We're going in the final stretch now into our launch, and I'm sure we can make it grow a long way. So thank you. We love you. I'm already 3 minutes over time. Who's up next? Will Tenacious? Will TreeGen?
Somebody who has been a no call, no show for the entirety of this effort, so it's an open slot.
Oh, cool. Cool. What's their name? Because I can call them, ping them. I'm happy to keep growing, but yeah, why not?
I believe I invite him to the teacher group. It's Beepo.
Beepo. Yeah, Beepo. I'm gonna.
While you're doing that was awesome, Jimmy. Well done. Love to hear the passion and the energy comes through loud and clear. And like these huge monumental shifts in human behavior do happen. Like if you look at social media, like it was all youth led. Like no teacher said, "Hey guys, this is what we're going to do today." You know, the kids literally brought that new way of doing things to the classroom and the workplace, and the world had to adapt. Like it did not come from the top down. So it is like, and as society gets more educated, as we become more familiar with our place in the world, the reality of the situation with the environment, etc., uh, and now that we can reinvent value and that we can make it economically feasible and sensible to participate in these activities, that's a huge game changer, because in the traditional system, one, it didn't allow that relationship with the environment to flourish in any meaningful way, I would argue. And secondly, is that just because of its extractive nature, nature was seen as something that you could extract wealth from, not benefit from, like through the ecosystem services, etc. So yeah, I'm all on board for trying to create a movement to have this grassroots ground up level just become an attractive, fun, enjoyable, right thing to do, right? That people want to participate in. And yeah, I think it's going to be the next big thing. I think the world has been distracted by a lot of crypto, and the metaverse was a huge flop, and impact mapping, and real world engagement, and quantifying that like legitimately, geographically, scientifically. I think that's going to be the next big thing. I think crypto will benefit from, like, yeah, the world will benefit from everyone being more inclusive, right? And if you look at how education structures have been institutionalized over the last 100 years, a lot of the paradigms that we're dealing with, like these are pre-digital institutions with pre-digital thinking, pre-digital context. So we're approaching the world from an entirely different view, and we're very privileged and fortunate to be at the leading edge of being able to facilitate these things and to give technology new meaning. And it's really inspiring to listen to everybody. And yeah, I would love to hear from the next speaker too. Thanks.
Right on. Thank you, man. And yeah, so true. Starts from the youth, the grassroots. I'm just realizing I was supposed to speak at a thing as well. Let me come right back. Just give me a couple minutes here.
Hey, Jimmy,
Mm-hmm.
check the George GM or TG.
Stewards TG.
Last post in there was from an hour ago, but
Yeah, I saw that. We talked about it live, remember? From
no, I don't think I was
conversation.
tuned into that conversation. So I just want to make sure you saw it.
Oh, okay. Yes, I did. So good stuff. I see we got crickets, we got LFG, we got
You want to go crash?
emotionless. I would love to crash.
Go crash.
Yeah, you got. Wait, so am I about to leave the phone then? And you're gonna
Yep.
keep the browser's good, right? Please don't rug. Please don't rug.
Don't
Okay.
even say it.
Okay. Yeah. No. What is? I don't even know what that is. Okay. Catch you later.
What are you talking about? Well, we'll find out in about 2 minutes if we're still here or we need to set up a new section. Let me see. We have an open hosting slot. You guys still on? Thumbs up, thumbs down. Okay, cool. Refi Pangam. What's happening?
Well, same old, same old. Writing some reports for Green Pill Network about the first quarter and listening to Jimmy how he nailed the verification system. Really respect for this. I'm thinking a lot about the verification system and the cleanup as well. And meanwhile, also talking to the graphic designer so he can jump to the mobile version very quick. That's about it, my busy evening, and the kids slept very late today. Yeah.
Did I understand correctly? You're back in Mother Russia right now?
Yeah, I'm here until 14th of May, catching some cold and seeing mom and the relatives.
Very cool. Very cool.
I don't know if that's very cool, but it's a good
Well,
place
no, I
to
mean
be around.
I was gonna say it's cool to get a change of surroundings every now and then. So
Yeah, we got a little bit in the situation on Pangan because we had to leave the old house and the new house isn't ready yet. We were wasting a lot of time trying to convince the investors to invest in the eco style land with the solar panels and sustainable housing, but it was taking forever. So my husband ended up finishing the construction that was half built in a normal way, like the concrete and stuff. But the room is small. It was supposed to be our office. So we ended up having no space and decided to come here for the vacation of the children. And now he's trying to figure out what to do. Probably we're going to keep the old bamboo that was there as well and fix it a bit for our bedroom for now. But we're really looking for investors to invest in this permaculture farm. And the developer that came on our side, he was really stoked with this whole concept. He did a lot of research on this topic and he started to kind of support this idea 100%, but his investors are not really looking forward. But he's looking among Israeli people that already live there or already came to invest there and leave the place. So I'm thinking when I come back, I'm going to try make some decent grant proposal and maybe try somewhere else as well. Yeah.
All right, that's good to know. So, to the listening audience, I am going to throw out some random microphones. If you receive a microphone, you have been selected to get up here on stage and tell us about what you're working on Web3, what gets you passionate and excited about the future, or just life in general. Refi Pangam, I'm gonna let you get back to your reporting, and we'll see else wants to engage in conversation today. All right, microphones have been sent out, so if you received a microphone, please accept the request. Get up here on stage and engage in the conversation. And let's see what we can get growing on over the next 15 to 17 minutes. First one I saw on stage, so I'm going to flip the mic over to you. Hot potato.
Alright, Jam, let's grow. How you doing?
I am Fanderful, which is a combination of fantastic and wonderful.
Okay, that's awesome. That's cool. So, when I got the mic, you said we should share what we're doing in Web3, and I would say it's been awesome. I've been getting to individuals get onboarded to Web3. I actually do work with Borderless, right? But outside of Borderless, I get to also teach my friends. I could remember when I actually got into the knowing about all of these things late 2021. I think I got in when the crypto market just got bearish, and the only option I had to do then was to teach my friends to just stay that it's cycle, it's going to end. So I actually started in educating them. I had to learn myself. So to better understand was actually, when you get to learn, and the more you get to tell others, I don't know, it's this rush in your brain that you feel like you're understanding better when you get to teach, right? And that was before I got to meet Borderless, and just going with the flow. It's been amazing. And apart from teaching people and getting to meet awesome persons, share ideas, I also get to donate to people. Like, I support initiatives in the ecosystem too. I would say I've sponsored some events that actually looked out to onboard people or get people to know more about Web3 and to participate. So basically, I've been about adoption, and it's been awesome. It's been awesome. And yeah, I've donated to a few projects here in these rounds, and I mean that's my own way of getting to support the ecosystem. I'm looking to. I think last year when I was on this space, Let's Grow space, I got to learn more about regen. it I don't know how to put it, but then most people don't talk about degen. Yeah, I used to trade degen, and it was a lot. I lost more than I could actually gain. Then the quick move of the candle, and then your funds are gone. It's that you're up or down. So it's more when I think getting to pass knowledge to people is also something regenerative, right? So I look forward to just sharing ideas with people, getting to see that people around us are better. They get to enjoy what the blockchain technology is giving us than the part of just dumping and then pumping a particular token. So that's basically what I've been doing. And I'm in the rounds, I'm in the GG23 rounds. So I could just pin my project to the garden. Yeah, I got on the calls. I got to know that it's garden. So yeah, I could actually just post. So the Web3 for university rounds that I'm in is actually giving grounds for impact. And yeah, I've done a lot of, I've tried, I've onboarded because if I would say in the funding focus that we had four funding focus and actually done about three of them. I'm working on the fourth part, which I would say would make me say I got everything to be in that round. Okay, so I'm working on a protocol. So instead, okay, I've been donating, I've been giving out money, I've been teaching people stuff, and right now I know in different communities and the individuals in these communities, I know what they can do. So I'm working on saying, okay, if you are a content creator, you create contents for projects or to actually let people know more about Web3, you can just upload it to this platform. And if you're a community, you could actually just put up your profile up here. So if someone is coming to learn maybe a particular concept or you follow the particular content, the platform, you get to know that, okay, I can join this community and learn more. I can network with this person. So I'm trying to put a common, would I say, make everyone have a common platform where they can have access to a lot of things. So it's going to help the onboarding, the adoption, all of that.
I love
So
your, I mean, I love your emphasis because it sounds like we are playing in the same playground on the edge of adoption. And congratulations on making it into Web3 universities. Uh, Grow ahead and grow on. I thought you were finished, but I just wanted to send that out to you.
no, it's fine. I appreciate, but I just wanted to share the post I have to the garden. Yeah. And yes, I would say I've donated to all the projects in Web3 for university round. I'm looking forward to donate to other projects in other rounds. So yeah, I think that'll be it for now.
Awesome. Cricket coin, by the way, I passed along your project to our cricket enthusiasts within our community, and they are probably doing a deep dive and analyzing your tokenomics on Deck Screener and other such great analytical tools in the space. So stay tuned. I'll bring you further updates as the days move forward. But what do you have to add today, Cricket Coin?
Oh, thank you so much, Will. I really appreciate that. Nice to see you again. I've been coming in and out. But today, I also wanted to hear from you guys. What are the directions I can go into, or if there is any other possibilities, such as the Gitcoin grants and things of that nature, that I can tap into to add more value into this project so that we can also move forward with a lot of things that are on roadmap for us. Yeah, so that's definitely something I would love to hear from some of your expertise or some other expertise in the on the panel, and guide us in the right direction.
Go ahead, Refi. Hang.
I want to, I know, sorry, I want to invite you tomorrow for the public noon Saturdays. That's exactly the purpose of that hour to explain what are the current funding opportunities. I think it's, what time is it? What time is it? I don't know.
That would be noon. No, wait. He changed up the time. That'd be 11 a.m. Eastern.
Awesome, awesome. 11 a.m. Eastern. I'm definitely
But I
like
think,
check.
but but Refi Pangam, I don't know if he said or not, but I believe he's going to host it here tomorrow instead of a separate space, right?
Okay, yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll
So
give Refi a follow as well, and keep the
yeah,
notice on, so that way I'll be
and
able to
Not me,
keep up
yep,
not
with it.
me. Public nouns. But it's
public
gonna be
nouns.
here. Yeah, they're gonna be here.
Oh, okay, cool, 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 awesome, awesome. And then I will also be looking into some of the Gitcoin grants, which has already been on my to-do list. So yeah, like definitely any guidance, any suggestions on how to go about it, things of that nature. I think we have so many alignments towards what they are looking for in terms of educational value, mass adoption of the community, and like the tokenomics and the outreach as well, and the blockchain technology that is going to be utilized in terms of like what we're working on towards the gamification of tokenizing the future gaming events. So yeah, I think we have what it takes, and I'm pretty sure with the right guidance and direction, we will uh, possibly be a right fit for how both parties can benefit from such great ecosystems.
Cool. And public nouns had joined on the speaker panel, but I believe they yeah, they got rugged or something. I believe they're going to give us an update on that. But yeah, okay. I'll take it on good authority that Public Nouns, Public Good Saturdays will be here at 11 Eastern, which is going to be 1500
Well, I'm
UTC.
back. Na, 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 na. Did someone say
Is
public
that
nouns?
accurate? Is that accurate? Public
Whoa,
Good
whoa, what?
Saturdays? Public Good Saturdays
Yeah,
here on Let's Grow Live at
usually.
1500
Yeah, yeah,
UTC.
yeah, 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 yeah. 3 a.m. Sydney time, whatever that is for where you are, is usually when it is. So, by the way, we have D Rock in the building. D Rock is a legend. This is Jimmy behind the P Nouns page. D Rock is a legend in the V Friend space. Make sure you're following D Rock. Okay, it's officially 7:25 in the morning, and I'm about to
Is
go to
that
bed because I'm a
is
crazy
are you
person.
talking about D-Rock Legmaster?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
that's the one. All right, good night, everybody. Catch you later. Ciao for now.
Don't summon him back. Otherwise, he will be back.
Okay. So nobody talk about anything of any projects that he has his hands in and he won't come back. Or I could just remove him. No, I'm just joking. I wouldn't do that. D-Rock, you want to get up here and strike up a conversation for the next 5 minutes? Send you a microphone. We probably share some common friends because I'm sure you know my good friend Peg Moore. D-Rock?
Oh yeah, no, I know she's awesome. Definitely. No, I'm jumping in here. I'm doing my own part for cleaning up the city. I've got about 15 bags of trash I've filled this week, walking around and cleaning up trash in my local city. So, love what you guys are doing with the trees, and yeah, we all got to do our part to take care of Pachamama and keep her clean and beautify her.
Did you load your impact on the open litter map or not?
He may not be aware of the process, so
Yeah, I'm just
Sean, are you
learning.
here?
You just got just learning and catching up, and definitely working on getting a grant, and would like to, yeah, just because my town, I need more hands helping me to clean up all the trash that's out there. It's ridiculous.
over to you, Sean.
Well, my friend, you came to the right place. You're in for a special surprise. So, um, cleaning up, gotta do it. Huge respect, and yes, grant funding. Let's make it happen to get people out in the street, integrated community volunteer effort outside working together. That's what humanity is all about. That is us at our best. Then to communicate your impact with the world, we all have these supercomputers that we call phones. And what we need to do is teach people why and how to use them to communicate that message globally about the real world impact you're making. So, social media version one, we can share information, right? Fantastic. Social media two is geographic. You can say, well, this happened here by me at this time and location. There's the coordinates, there's the timestamp, there's the photographic proof. Here's some data, some tags that I attached to the image, and we can tokenize the production of that information. And what I've built is one of many apps, but we've got a real-time in-world gamified impact mapping open source platform. Um, it it's inspired by OpenStreetMap. That's the most comprehensive map of the world ever made by 10 million volunteers. And when I was introduced to OpenStreetMap, I was inspired by its open values. It's it's highly recognized in the academic literature. It's got a very active research and global community of many users. I went to the conference once, but when I was introduced to OpenStreetMap, I went looking for its real-time integration layer, and it didn't exist. I couldn't believe it. This is about 12, 15 years ago. And yeah, I went on a journey to create its real-time data collection layer. So starting with litter and plastic and cleanup and trash bags and overflowing bins and just that whole plastic pollution ecosystem. We're starting with litter and plastic pollution. We're creating real world, real time tokenized gamification systems to try and unlock humanity's impact mapping purpose and potential. Would love if anyone has any questions, but would love to hear about the challenges that you're faced and if you've got any rounds in Gitcoin.
You just answered so many flipping questions. My goodness, the fact that you said gamifying map, cleaning up litter, I'm oh my gosh, I know why I need to jump into the space today. I'm already downloading that app right now. Like holy crap! I've been off grid for 3.5 years now, and had I known about this app, I would have been using it. But I have probably cleaned up, yeah, so much trash. It's been ridiculous, and just been doing it. Just kind of, I'm an ayahuasca guardian, and every time I come back from it, I'm like compelled to pick up every piece of paper, every piece of plastic I see, and throw it away. So that there's an app for this, oh, I'm in. So you just won me.
That's awesome, dude. And we got litter coin. So as you collect data, you're earning litter coin. That's in review. If anyone wants to review that smart contract, everything we do is open source. And in fact, if you visit our website, openlittermap.com, and you click on the global map and keep it open in the background, you will see real-time live events. So when a user signs up or when an image was uploaded or a team was created, we've got a real-time data feed on the map. And also we've got a Twitter or X bot. If you go OLM_bot, this thing grabs all the data for the last 24 hours and automates the production of impact reporting on Twitter or X. So every day, every week, and every month, this bot will automatically generate impact reports, for which for me as a solo developer, it's pretty handy when you don't have to do anything and the system just takes care of itself. So we're increasingly automating things. We've got like 8,500 users in over 100 countries who have uploaded just about 500,000 photos and added over 750,000 tags to them. Most of that has been manually verified, and we're gathering this data after a big refactor at the moment. But one of the next major milestones is the Open Litter AI, and we're going to create a real-time gamified experience. And that AI, it's non-human, ethical, and we're going to open source. Well, all the code and the images is already open, but we're also going to release the code for the AI and the weights, and hopefully get like some Gitcoin round in the future. And I have AI engineers emailing me all the time trying to get faster access to the data because our API is not documented. There's lots of work to do. But yeah, Refi's got a hand up. So what's going on?
Yeah, I was gonna add, if you also do recycling, there is this recent discovery I found. I think they're based in Brazil. But there is an app. It's I will type in the Jumbotron Resu Live, I think. I'm recently testing it, and you can submit a report of the things that you bring for recycling after your cleanups.
That sounds awesome.
Has anyone got the global map open? I'm just going to upload something and I'm going to show you how it works. So if you can, even on mobile, open in your browser and visit openlettermap.com and then go to the global map. I'm going to upload something and I'm going to show you guys a trick, which I think is a really powerful feature that the internet needs. I don't know if you've done this before, but give me a thumbs up if anyone has the map open.
I will open it right now.
Awesome, we got 1 or 2 thumbs up. Anybody else? Give it another 10 seconds. No, got a thumbs down. That's okay. I'm going to upload a photo and you're going to see a live notification. And what I want you to do is click the notification. And what's going to happen is this is real-time data collection. You're going to zoom to exactly where the location was taken, and you will see the photo where and when it was taken. It's mapped, and you'll also, the URL bar will update, and you get a real-time link that you can share with any link with anyone, and get real-time access to where events happened globally. I think that's super powerful. That's something that I don't know another app that can do it as easily, but yeah, let me upload something.
Oh, this is awesome, man. There's absolutely nothing going on in the area that I'm in. So I'm gonna light that map up like crazy. I gotta be busy this next week for sure.
Yeah, I see the notification. Litter picked up Cork, and Ireland. Yeah.
And the team, we got the Let's Grow DAO team, right? So I'm part of that team, which I'd love you guys to join in. This is something that we can do together. And when you click that notification, it'll zoom to when and where that photo was taken. And as well, now I have a link and I can send that link to anyone. That's a report. I can send that to my city council, or I can communicate it on social media, or I can give it to whoever needs it, right? Maybe there's a contractor who, their job is to clean or spray or power wash or whatever. This is a real-time geographic system where you can use this to communicate anything. So we got crypto funding and we gave it to a team of volunteers led by one of our partners in Malawi, in sub-Saharan Africa, and there was a natural disaster event. It was Cyclone Freddy, huge natural disaster event in the area, and our partner Pike needed funding and for humanitarian relief, like people's homes were destroyed, and we needed to prove that he was spending the money as he set out to be, or that we believed he would. And there was no other system that we knew of that would easily allow Pike to collect impact verification data on donation expenditure. So Pike took photos of his receipts, which he sent us. More money was unlocked through crypto donations. And then Pike brought these resources, food, blankets, clothes, shelter, like repair tools, out to these rural villages, and he was able to show us the houses that were damaged, and show us the people that he was like giving the things that was bought with their crypto donations. And that's tracked on Open Litter Map. If you zoom in Malawi, or if you search the custom tags search for landslide or Cyclone Freddy, or Cardano for climate, you'll see some of the impact that was made there too. Cheers.
This is super clean. I just downloaded the app. No pun intended with the cleanliness, I guess.
Oh, that was good. Thank you. The app as well, it's like everything needs a bit of work. I'm basically one engineer who's only recently been empowered by AI, but the app, it doesn't have a map yet. It doesn't have too many charts. The
That's what I
app
was
is
just
like
about to ask for the map
yeah.
list.
The app is like a data collection tool right now. You just for selecting photos, adding tags, and pressing submit. but most of the interface is web-based for now, but like needs loads of work, and currently working on a major refactor, which is also open source. You can see everything that I'm doing in real time. There's a search bar at the when you're on the global map, openlettermap.com/global. At the top left corner, there's an input field where you can search all the custom tags. So we've pre-identified 150, 200 tags related to litter, be it the smoking category, cigarette butts, coffee category, cups, lids, stirrers, etc. But then to extend our predefined list, you can enter any tag. So you can just type in X or let's grow or cleanup or power wash needed or paint needed or like racist graffiti or whatever, right? You get to tell a real world story about your lived experience and create this time series dialogue of how you're using your device to interact with reality, right? And I think that's really important. Just we spoke a lot about how social media has kind of augmented our knowledge and like information, the landscape is shifting, but being able to ground yourself in just objective truth is really powerful in this world of, I think, mass confusion, and growth as well. But it's always good to talk about the philosophy of it, right? And I think there's so many people doom scrolling all day, glued to their devices. We need to encourage people to use the power of your technology, but rediscover the real world around us and try to get back to the non productization of humanity, right? So social media encouraged us all to just hand over all of our privacy data, our biometric security data, and nobody really asked any questions. And now I think we need to go beyond that. We need to give people more real world experiences that are not so Instagramified and just all about beauty in image. And we need to bring it back to reality, I think. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, my first thought was to create a team where I'm currently located in Austin, Texas. And then I started zooming in and I found somebody picking up on Zilker Park. And now I'm thinking, how do I get in touch with Arthur Schaefer?
Yeah, I could potentially open that conversation, but what you can do as well is you can save your social media profiles in your Open Litter Map account, and if anyone clicks the pop-up, if your social media profiles are active,
Mm,
you can make them appear in the pop-up on the map or in the leaderboards, and that's one way that people can make themselves approachable if you want to be found.
that's awesome. Yeah, but if you'd like to make that connection, I'd love that. I'd like to do an event here um, while I'm here.
Hey,
I'll
thanks so
post
much.
it up.
Where was that location and where in Texas, and what was the user's name?
Yeah, I can send you the exact, but it's Zilker Park,
Do actually,
Austin,
please, if you
Texas.
if you can zoom in on a point, open that point, you're going to get a
Yeah,
link. If you could drop it in the comments, just for
but
the space, and then we'll all be able to see exactly where and when that photo was taken and the impact that was made and the data that was added to it.
sorry about my mic and my computer, guys. What's up? Let's grow. Let's grow live. Let's grow. Growians, let's grow.
And I summoned Cascadia Codex because this is their hosting slot right now. But Sean, I know you're doing an activity exercise, so yeah, let's all learn.
100%. I'm glad I was following my intuition today and hopped in on this space because this is 100%. I was mad at myself I didn't have more plastic bags so they pick up more trash, and here I am actually heading in the right direction. So thank you for making this app, dude. It's fire.
Yeah,
Thank
Draco,
you,
I heard
sir.
I
Appreciate
heard a
that.
little bit of your story, and sorry, um, and it reminded me of when I was in Austin like 20 years ago, and I was smoking weed, and at Peace Park or something, I was walking back, and I was just disgusted with everything, with all the trash on the trail, or not even the trail. So I just wanted to pick up everything.
Yeah, so you can imagine how do we feel living in Thailand where weed is legalized and every vendor gives you the takeaway food in a plastic bag, wrapped in a plastic bag and in another plastic bag. So there you actually start to think like, what's the point of cleaning up? Because while I'm cleaning up right now, there are like 10,000, I don't know how many plastic bags given out in this damn country and in the world as well.
Don't give up. Just pick up one of
I
them.
never give up. I always do this. And even I plan to cleanups while I'm here. April is the month of cleanups in Moscow. So they have official cleanups organized by the mayor on 12th and on 22nd. So I'm going to join these people and do some impact.
No, it's been cold out here the last few days, but the weather's about to warm up, so I'm gonna be I'm gonna be going and buying myself some box of trash bags and hitting it hard. I think I have 10 spots already in my mind that I'm freaking gonna go after that I barely was able to pick up just a little bit of the trash that was there. So I'm excited to start lighting that map up.
That's cool, dude. Some people as well, like it depends what story you want to tell and like how much energy you're going to spend either doing the cleanup or the data collection. And for some people, there's a conflict there. And if you don't want to collect data, what you can do is just at the end, you can get a photo of all your bags at once or a bag at a time or whatever. You can mark if it's picked up or not. If it's not picked up, maybe you need like the city to come and pick it up or whatever. You can mark that it's not picked up. Um, and but if in my opinion, if picking up is all we do, that's all we will ever do. And I think we need the data. We need to collect it because one, we can quantify what brands
100.
are responsible. Coca-Cola, McDonald's, Red Bull. Like now we can actually involve them in this conversation because they make so much money and they've socialized all of their losses. Like it's communities that are impacted by pollution, right? It's
Yes.
taxpayers that are impacted by pollution. So taxpayers, you have to like think about your income tax and whatever taxes you're paying. Like we need to minimize all that. And what these private ocean polluting corps are doing is they make huge profits on their side, but they take very little responsibility for what has been produced once it's sold and the consumer. That's a consumer problem. So the data is important for a brand audit. It's also important just to teach people about the reality of the communities they live because people don't see it anymore. They've become blind. There's trash blindness. And with these maps, it communicates what people can't really see. And it's my theory that, like, if you remember when Google Earth was first released and you could zoom in anywhere in the world for the first time, whereas the first place people went, like, it's their home, it's their neighborhood, it's the streets you see every day. And you could see Niagara Falls, the pyramids, but everyone, I think, went straight to where they live. And it's my belief that if you can map all that litter, and put it in that local context, it takes this faraway message of ocean plastic and climate change and it brings it home into a very relatable context. And that's an important discussion point that I think is very underserved in the world we live in. And it's up to us to try and facilitate that. So that's part of what I'm trying to do. Sound.
No, I like the idea. It's like you definitely have to, because I've done a bunch of trash cleanup, but if people don't actually know what's going on, it doesn't have as much of an impact. But once you kind of get something visual and get it kind of in their face a little bit, that can wake people up. Like I know even me going around cleaning stuff up, like people see that, and my mind's always been I'm like, oh man, if everybody cleaned up 10 pieces of trash while they're walking around, we wouldn't have this problem. But like you said, people have just gotten lackadaisical and kind of don't care anymore.
Yeah, man. And these big fronts for the petrochemical industry, like Keep X, My Country Beautiful, Keep My Country Tidy. Every country's got one of these keep clean organizations, and most of them are pretty much fronts for the pollution industry, to make it seem like something's happening or people are doing the right thing. Um, a lot of the science around litter and plastic pollution has been pushed out of urban environments into coastal and marine. And yeah, that's super important, right? But we need to know where it's coming from. And yeah, there's huge potential for citizen science to uh, open the doors of scientific inclusion to many billions of people, um, and to try and take responsibility to fix the mess that we've unwillingly inherited from delinquent institutions that haven't done the job they've been set out to do to protect the environment and people and public health. So it's up to us to fix that. And we're at this interesting crossroads now. That not only are we as developers supercharged by AI, but now we've got new crypto instruments where we can plug our values into the code and incentivize people to participate in these activities and make it economically rewarding for them as well. So by using our app, you earn Litercoin, and unlike every other crypto, Litercoin will not be listed on any exchange, cannot be traded for any other token. It is a non-tradable, logoless, and exchangeless currency. What we've done is we have a smart contract that accumulates, say, ETH, and it gives every Litercoin value. So let's say there's 100 Litercoin in circulation, and there's $100 worth of ETH in the smart contract. Each Litercoin is worth $1. But you as a user who's earning Litercoin, you cannot exchange the Litercoin for the crypto or ETH that's in the smart contract. So to achieve this, we've introduced a new concept to crypto called merchant tokens. And what we do is we identify zero waste, mom and pop, local community co-op stores, or tour guides or local guides or fucking whoever, right, are the good guys, like who is part of the local community. And what we do is we identify these small businesses and we send them a merchant token. We identify them as part of the solution. And if they hold that merchant token, they can accept Litercoin from you. And only they who have a valid merchant token can send the Litercoin to the smart contract and get the crypto out. So we've sort of tweaked the rules of crypto, and we're trying to create a climate currency that can't be gamed, that can't be faked. Even if people download the app maliciously trying to earn Litercoin, like the worst thing they can do is support the good guys anyway, and like they're giving us data to train the AI. So I see it as an anti-fragile system. Litercoin smart contract is also, it could use a review. If there's any devs out there want to take a look, your feedback would be much appreciated. Thanks.
Definitely send us the link because we have several smart contract developers, and we're we created the Codex token, which uses a similar sort of mechanism for tree planting.
Nice, dude. Can you teach us? Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah. So if you haven't heard, we're Cascadia Carbon. We built this ERC20 token called Codex. It stands for Carbon Offset DEX, Decentralized Exchange. And essentially what it does is it includes previously excluded individuals, you, me, frontline communities, First Nations, young urban environmentalists into the lucrative corporate voluntary carbon market. Not as offset buyers, but as offset sellers. You guys have all probably heard, Coca-Cola, Google, Apple, all the Fortune 500 companies are desperately looking for these high quality carbon offsets. And really, to date, they've been sort of trading these back and forth. It's basically a BS sort of market where they're saying, oh, yeah, like we have 1 million trees off the coast of Madagascar. And you're like, well, no, trees aren't actually there. So we've issued this basically a proof of plant token. So basically, you upload data about your tree that you've planted or one that's in your neighborhood. You take photos of it over time. We create a time series from those photos, and then we disperse a codex token to the NFT holders, which is proportionate to the amount of offsets in kilograms that that tree is sequestering. I know that's probably pretty complicated, but basically you plant a tree, upload photos, and you create we create an NFT for you, and then you get airdropped into your wallet codex tokens every time you upload a new photo or take an action like watering the tree, pruning it, or other things like that.
And how does the token get its value?
So the values, there's several ways you can value carbon offsets. So, or I guess kilograms of stored carbon dioxide. So there's board foot measurements where like literally wood has value. And so trees are living organisms. So as they photosynthesize and remove carbon from the air, they're creating cellulose, lignin, sugars, complex carbohydrates, proteins, glomerulins in the soil. They're doing all that work. And so we're just valuing the living tree. And as it photosynthesizes, it does work. That work can be converted into literally a cubic volume of wood, which obviously has value both at Home Depot and to these corporations. Okay, so someone
And
say
what kind of
something.
yeah, no, I'm listening, dude. Sorry, I'm also coding at the same time, but just a bit of
Yours.
vibe coding on the side. And what kind of traction have you had so far? Have you paying customers or many users? Can you give us some metrics?
Totally. So there are no paying users because the users actually are producing a cryptocurrency. So we're paying our users. And the corporations, we have a patent which allows us to collate up all these kilogram offsets into multi-ton tranches, which we can then sell on the voluntary carbon market, which is a $15 billion a year industry. And if you know anything about climate science, Forbes, Mark Carney, the current Canadian Prime Minister, as well as like 99% of climate scientists are saying we have to expand this marketplace to like 2.3 trillion in the next 15 years.
Oh, sorry, wrong button there. Hate when that happens. Really, 15 trillion in the next few years. That's awesome.
Uh,
Yeah,
two,
there's a
two,
there,
2.3 trillion, but yeah, 15 trillion. I mean, it's got to expand massively because it's currently 15 billion. And if we're not going to cook ourselves and our species and our society and our way of life, we've got to start removing carbon. And the best way that an individual can do that is plant a tree. 20 years ago is the best time, but the second best time is today.
I'm all for planting trees and fully support everyone who wants to do it. I've seen someone that I respect in the forestry community, um, and he said that what we should really do is just find huge patches of land and just not do anything at all, have zero interference, and just let nature run wild and do its own thing. And that could probably be even more impactful in the long run. That planting trees is it's more human meddling, and what we should probably consider is maybe stepping away and just having patches of land. The more, the better. Um, but I agree that there's humans can do good as well. One of the things that is also super important is creating little ponds in your if you've got a backyard, because a lot of creatures need that water resource, and we've turned so much of the world into grass. And I suppose the tree is the same, but I personally I'm in favor of the let nature alone. I like the sound of that. That to me it speaks better to me, but like we can all make an impact in different ways. But I do like the idea of having a pond in the back garden, and hopefully one day if I get my own space, I would love to do that and bring in some tadpoles and. Apparently it takes a few years to kick off, but if you keep contributing to it and letting it alone as well, you can have a pretty biologically supportive ecosystem in your backyard.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, the thing is, we need all hands on deck, right? Like, we definitely need to rewild nature for sure. But I mean, as the fires in LA showed, I mean, if you leave nature alone, we're going to get big mega fires, especially as the temperature keeps increasing. So we're focused primarily on um, individual climate action, but also individual trees. So we're focused on urban areas first, um, primarily because they don't burn. Actually, my former co-founder had 200 acres down in southern Oregon, and the what was it, Badger Creek fire, I believe, in 2020 ripped through and turned. I mean, he had a retreat center, several permaculture gardens, a log cabin home where he's raising his family, and I came down there a year later. It looked like it was like the moon. There was not a single living thing on it. So, I'm all for rewilding nature, but there are, you know, fire is basically the main barrier to that. And I mean, on an individual level too, there's not. I mean, sure, it'd be great to say, yeah, just sit back and let nature rewild itself, but we got a billion cars on the earth, and they're idling 24/7. There's literally 24/7 traffic as the sun travels around the earth. So, we also have to do less in a lot of ways. Less buying of plastic crap online. Less eating of meat, less driving vehicles, less flying. And honestly, no one wants to do that. We're used to this capitalist society where it's no one wants to stop doing anything. Um, so on the other side, if you can keep doing that, but just plant a damn tree
It's
or
one of the
two.
reasons why I'm in favor of accelerating space exploration, because there's just such an abundance of resources in space that we haven't even started to tap into. Like, the Earth is incredibly fragile and finite, and I think if we were to go beyond this planet, there'd be potential for an abundance of materials and resources for everyone. Maybe that's a bit too futuristic and sci-fi, but it certainly makes sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, I for one want to mine that platinum asteroid. You've heard about that, right? It's a $40 trillion asteroid that's floating around out there. But I mean, yeah, you're definitely right with the idea of like externalizing costs. Going back to the Coca-Cola bottle, for example, like where they're making a profit and then they're not disposing of the trash. And that's one way they externalize costs to then create profit. And that works when you're not in a closed system. But the Earth is essentially, the globe is in itself a closed system. So, we're the only thing that is actually truly outside of that system, the only cost you can actually externalize from the Earth is sunlight. And that's why I love solar. And that's why, I because the sunlight's always hitting the Earth. We have a way to turn that into electricity that is truly renewable. Um, yeah. So love to hear anyone else's thoughts on this. Jimmy, are you here? Are you still sleeping, man?
If you call him too much, he might
Yeah,
be awake.
Jimmy is sleeping. Jimmy is sleeping this time of day.
Sweet. Well, hey, I'll probably be back on. I've got to go do some stuff, but awesome meeting you guys. And yeah, I'll jump back on later. And I think I'm going to be doing some cleanup this weekend, and I'll let you know how it goes.
Awesome.
What else do you have on tap for us today, Cascadia Codex?
I mean, we can go wherever you want. We got a moon tree project we're talking about. We want to reach out to Elon to have him offset his SpaceX rockets, because those are putting out a whole ton of carbon dioxide into the terrestrial atmosphere. Um, I'd like to hear who else is here. I mean, I see Open Litter Map, Refi Fangan, some definite OGs in here. Hey, Will.
Yep. Co's here, Soul's here, Cricket Coin is here. We got a lot of people here. We can have a really robust conversation.
I love it. I love it.
So the floor is yours to pick a topic and start leading the conversation.
So what I've really been into recently is figuring out how to grow trees in the moon, which sounds pretty crazy, but there is precedent for it. If you Google NASA moon trees, the first page or two of results is all nasa.gov talking about their moon trees. Check it out. It's okay. So it's a little bit misleading. Their moon trees, there was an astronaut named Stuart Roosa. He was a former U.S. Forest Service smoke jumper, so a wildland firefighter, the guys who rappel out of helicopters. Incidentally, I'm a former wildland firefighter too, so I definitely I've got a couple theories about Stuart, but he was one of the astronauts who went up there with Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong, or Buzz Armstrong, Neil Aldrin. I don't know. Anyway, the guys who went to the moon. It was 1974. Stewart was, hopping on the shuttle, and at the last moment, he, being a forester, being, former wildland firefighter, he was like, "Hey, I'm going to put some tree seeds in my pocket." So in his quote personal kit, he put redwood seeds, sycamore seeds. He didn't take acorns because those would have been too heavy, right? But they actually weigh them, before they go in the space shuttle because they need to calculate the exact amount of fuel they need. And it would have sucked if they couldn't make it back to Earth because he put some acorns in his pocket. But he put a little envelope with a whole bunch of seeds in it, stuck it in his breast pocket, suited up, headed to the moon. And my theory is he left some seeds up there on the lunar surface. Because as a forester, I can't imagine going to another planet or going to a moon and not leaving some seeds there. Wherever I go, I'm always giving out trees, giving out seeds. So I think he left some up there. But he definitely did bring some back to Earth. And he told NASA about it. They spun up this NASA Moon Trees page, and they planted them here on Earth. And for a various number of I guess I can go into the science, but trees are hexaploidal, meaning they have about 6 times larger genome than humans. And because of that, there's a lot of redundancy in their genome, and so that makes them very resistant to space radiation. Once you get outside the Earth's protective atmosphere, there's a lot of radiation. I mean, the astronauts from the ISS, I don't know if you guys saw that, but they came back after 8 months and they looked haggard. And, I think that's really because of that radiation. Also, I've got a theory that that's why you get so tired when you fly, because you're up at 30,000 feet for hours at a time. That's, higher than Mount Everest for hours. So I think that really does affect the human body because you've got to be getting more radiation at that at that altitude. But yeah, so they brought the seeds back, they planted them, because they're hexaploidal, because their trees are amazing and living, they grew just fine. And the first one I saw in the wild was at Oregon State University's campus in Corvallis, Oregon. They've got a redwood there. It's about 50 years old at this point, and it is a full, big ass tree. But it's also a moon tree. The seeds have been in the moon. So at Cascadia Carbon, we're using Codex AI to build on that and to really set a pretty bold vision of returning trees to the moon, but not just returning the seeds to the moon, but actually growing the trees on the lunar surface. It's definitely ambitious. We're definitely going to need support, partnerships. We've reached out to Orbital Dynamics, JP Aerospace. If anyone has an intro to Elon, or Elon, if you're listening to this Twitter Spaces, I'm still calling it Twitter, man. Please reach out. Love to speak with you about this. But yeah, the idea is pretty simple. We put a tree into orbit first. The ISS does have plants growing on it. It doesn't have any perennials as far as I know. But we put a tree in orbit where we're actually working to sort of clone this Japanese wooden cube set that they recently launched. It's literally made of wood. The structural integrity of it, I guess, is provided by like 2x4s essentially. But actually it's clad in wood too, I believe, and it has a gold foil over it because everything in space is super fancy, but it's made of wood. And so it's basically setting up an incubator to orbit with the GoPro in it. So we're streaming live of the tree growing. But that's actually exponentially simpler than growing the tree on the moon for several reasons. And I don't know if anyone's like wanting to hop in or talk about this, or anyone has expertise about this, but growing a tree on the moon is actually more difficult than growing a tree on Mars. Because Mars is essentially, it's the same amount of gravity as the Earth. It's got about the same day length as the Earth. And if Elon successfully nukes Mars and gets the CO2 that's locked at the poles out into the atmosphere, it'll have an atmosphere. So that's pretty easy. The tree will use phototropism. It's basically how trees grow. The roots go on the downside, the sprouts go on the upside. But they need gravity for that to function. And so the moon is like 1/6 of the gravity, 1/16 of the gravity. I don't know. I haven't been there, but it's a very different biome for sure, different ecosystem as it were. But also on the moon, it has no atmosphere. It gets around 700 degrees Celsius during the light periods and minus 700 during the dark periods. And the crazy part about the moon that is really not intuitive is every spot on the moon has 14 days of total sunlight, followed by 14 days of complete darkness. No matter where you are on the moon, with the exception of a couple spots on the South and North Pole called peaks of eternal light. And there's a Wikipedia page about those, if you want to fact check me. But yeah, the goal is to basically put a tree into orbit. Then next step is to get a tree in the moon. The Artemis team at NASA is doing some pretty cool stuff. They're trying to put humans on the moon and have a permanent space colony. Sounds like science fiction, but allegedly it's happening. We'll see. Space Force can get their crap together and do that. I'm all for it. Yeah, so and personally, I think it's a lot less risky to put some trees in a habitat on the moon. Test it out first. If the trees die, then maybe don't send humans up there. I'd much rather have 10 dead trees than 10 dead astronauts. Also, then when the astronauts do get up there, if the trees are living, they have something to breathe. The trees produce oxygen. You can make a symbiotic environment, create a little habitat. And then the tricky part then is moving it from a self-contained lunar habitat to actually growing, for example, bamboo. I think would probably be the first plant we plant in the lunar regolith. Regolith is the soil on the moon dust, whatever you want to call it. And that poses a whole bunch of issues, not to mention, the space is a vacuum, but yeah, the moon dust is actually really toxic. It's got a lot of aluminum, a lot of silica, a lot of heavy metals, I believe, cobalt and stuff, which, people definitely don't like breathing, but, plants are pretty resilient for sure. There's been some experiments here on Earth where they grew garbanzo beans in the lunar regolith that NASA's returned from the moon. And the beans did grow. They were able to survive, but not necessarily thrive. They were pretty chlorotic, which means they were yellow looking, sort of spindly, didn't really look too healthy. So we've got some ideas there too, adding biochar to the lunar regolith as a soil amendment, adding organic matter. That's a great use for the crap the astronauts are pooping out, literally. And so mixing, basically dried poop in, biochar, till you get a soil matrix that can support a plant. Bamboo first. Obviously, the goal is eventually to get perennials up there, get, redwoods, I think would be awesome. They're really resistant, thrive in pretty extreme environments. And so where my CTO in Germany is actually developing this deployable dome, which you can put over a, 5-meter wide crater or so. and that'll hold in basically, and then essentially you flood the crater with carbon dioxide with liquid water. You heat it using solar power, likely, hopefully, batteries. And you create a microclimate in there that can support bamboo. You might need to put some algae bioreactors in there first. Algae can be a lot more hardy than sort of full vascularized plants. But yeah, this is what I'm geeking out on. I've been doing this for the last 9 months and just thinking about it and planning and trying to marshal support and partnerships. But yeah, if anyone knows Elon, man, let me pitch that guy because he needs to offset his damn rockets. He's putting so much carbon in the atmosphere with those fuckers. So yeah, I'd like to hear your guys' thoughts. Is that something you're stoked about? Is this a cool vision for Cascadia? Like, do you like it? Can anyone help? Does anyone know crazy mad scientist who wants to help with this? Please DM me, follow us, reach out. Much love.
That was awesome, dude. Really enjoyed listening to you. It's super ambitious. I have enough trouble with this planet to mind going intergalactic. So really appreciate everything you've just told us there. A lot of information that I had no idea. Yet they astronauts in 1971 did bring seeds up into lunar orbit. I did not know that. That's super interesting. Um, so yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But dude, if we keep grinding at Gitcoin and keep tracking our impact and communicating it, like people are going to take notice, man. Like this is the leading conversation for like sustainability and social enterprise, probably on X, if not in at least our circles. So some awesome people here, and yeah, I can't wait to see more. We would love if you could keep us up to date. And we were talking recently about doing some community vibe growing where we would grow together and help each other communicate our projects, and would love for you to share some of that and integrate it into this new future platform we've been talking about. Cheers.
Yeah, awesome, man. Yeah, I'd love to see you guys smart contracts, and I think the open litter map is actually could be a really cool partnership when we get our OpenGL web map up of our trees, because we're basically trying to build Pokemon Go for climate change. We're starting small with just Tamagotchi for trees, but the goal is to get a full AR game. I want young kids that are 5 or 6 these days to be rolling around with full AR glasses, like doing citizen science on trees.
I've got an interesting one for you if you've got a moment. I've got a second app, and we've got trees mapped on that. If you go to Discoverable, it's a bit of a mouthful. I need to come up with a shorter name, but yeah, discoverable.app. And if you click on Kilkenny, let's hope this still works because I haven't looked on this in a while. You've got a little town there with all of the buildings. Maybe I'll just send you a screenshot. I need to add filters to this thing as well. But I do have a bunch of trees mapped. They're mapped by LiDAR and also by OpenStreetMap volunteers. But there's a company here in Ireland, and they have a low flying aircraft with a powerful LiDAR, light detection and ranging instrument on the back, and they create like hyper resolution millimeter accuracy maps. And they gave us a sample of their LiDAR data for trees and urban environments. And yeah, I've never seen anything like it, dude. It is awesome. It's like leaf canopy mapped at an urban level. It's super cool. Let me try and pull up a screenshot.
Oh, nice. Yeah, dude, I just went to that site. This is freaking badass. So I actually worked as an IELTS secret clearance at the U.S. Forest Service. I was working as a biometrician, inventory forester with the LiDAR group, working also with GNSS, GPS satellite receivers. I was on a working group for them and was a contracting officer's representative. So I definitely familiar with LiDAR. It's a super cool technology. And if you haven't checked out, check out treetracker.ai. I'm not sure if they still exist, but I spoke with them, man, it must have been like 4 years ago. They're from the Netherlands, I think, and they're doing essentially like ground-based LiDAR, and they were making some pretty cool, like essentially maps of individual trees. I love it.
There was also
I think you cut off.
Oh no, yeah. Open Tree Map is another one. I'm gonna have to wrap it up in the next couple of minutes, but it's been super awesome talking with everybody and looking forward to the next grow session, grow night, and thank you all.
Why did everybody leave? Where is everybody? Can you hear me, Kyle? Right, just chilling. Right, all right, all right. We are back. I thought Miss Sandra was gonna be here tonight, but I guess not. Oh yeah, we didn't say. For her to be here on Friday. All right, give me 1 second here. Gonna get a little something going on here. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Hello, hello, hello. Everybody hear me? Everybody hear me? Hmm. Uh, my crypto ventures, flash me an emoji if you can hear me, please. Un momento, por favor. Everyone, 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 everyone. Do, 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 do. And the green grass grows all around, and the green grass grows all around. And the green grass grows all around, green grass grows all around. Okay, cool. So we do have audio. Awesome. Right. Let's see. What are we going to grow with? I think, well, Rodrigo from Messenger, you know what we're going to do? Give me a second here. We are going to entertain you with some audio, but I need to make an adjustment here to my device. So bear with me while I do that. I clip some audio for you guys. All right. Hopefully you guys are having a good LGL GG23 edition. So, oh, there we go. Boom, boom, boom. I just frightened myself. No, I don't think I did. I think we're good. We're still good. You guys can hear me? Myself. Okay. Here we go. And everything is working as designed. That's good news. So let's see what we're going to do here to entertain you guys. Un momento. Make sure. All right. Let me see here too. Check my settings. Oh, there we go. All right. Let's see. I was trying to find something here that I can play for you guys to entertain you. We don't have a rojo schedule right now for this hour. So, and maybe not the next 2 hours. So, let's see what we can get going on here. I'm just looking for something here. I don't want to play anything like very dire. Um, a lot of this when you talk about the state of the climate, it can sound very doom and gloom, and we definitely don't want to do that. So let's go here. You guys hear that? All right, we're just gonna relax a little bit. Listen to a little bit of lo-fi for a little while. Just chill out on a Friday night. All right, you know what? It's Friday. Why should we be chilling out? Now, let's see here. I found something else here. There we go. A little party vibes going. Let's grow. It's Friday night. Right, it's an emoji band. Let's grow. Right. Let's give you an update on the schedule for this evening. Coming up at the top of the hour, we're going to be playing a video in Peninsula Reed. Dallas not here on their behalf. Also, we're going to have Collab Berry, hopefully. Collab Berry should be here in about an hour. After that, we've got a Lucius coming through. Refi Costa Rica will be here. And then Tricky will come on. I don't know if we're going to see Zen Degen or not tonight. Hopefully we do. But if not, Tricky will fill in until we hear from Coy at Green Pill, Brazil. And then we get into our normal programming from there. We're going to have Green Planet Conservation, Yoki Finance, Sylvie, all the usual suspects coming through. And then Snowy. Snowy will be joining us late in the evening, my evening at least, but probably early in the morning for the rest of the world. All right. Good vibes, huh? So I did get a channel sent to me from Wasabi called Meta Media. I don't know if you guys have seen Meta Media or not, and what Meta Media is doing. They are a full stack content studio focused on on-chain economies and societies. We've got a whole playlist here that we can choose from. I'm going to go ahead and pop in their link tree into the comment bubble. So just bear with me here while I do that. So you guys can check out Metamedia. Looks like they got a lot of great, interesting conversations on here that we can explore, like sustainable innovation, digital animism, vested autonomy, localism, FTW, AI plus DAOs equals the future, authorization success, Swiss Crypto Valley, and cypherpunk revolution, just to name a few of the amazing content that they've created or curated. So I'm going to drop this link. Zen DGen, you're here now. Awesome. You made your way back. Flash me an emoji. Thumbs up. Are you going to be here later? Or thumbs down? You got something else going on. Zen DGen. Thumbs up or thumbs down, please. All right, Blockchain Club, Loud Text, thank you for your responses. Zen DGen, thumbs up. You will be here. Okay. Cool. I know there's a normal broadcasting delay. So I'm going to go grow ahead, and place this. Boy, I got to be on my P's and Q's before the grow police show up, right? That's not going to be good. All right. Let's see here. Let's get this growing in the comment bubbles. We got 115 comments, by the way. Pretty good for a session that, well, I got to restart. What was our longest? 36 hours so far this sesh? Hey, Co, are you there? Are you there, Co? Co, can you hear me? Co, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Co? Co, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Co? Maybe not. I'm going to do you a favor, brother. There we go. Or there we go. Now we have a clear stage. So if anybody wants to get up here, anybody wants to talk, or if you guys just want to chill out, listen to music, that's fine. We've got a lot of great programming still yet to come. Remember, Web3 and this journey, it's a marathon that's disguised as a sprint. Where are we sprinting to anyways? Where are we really in a hurry to get to? Well, mass adoption, of course, right? I mean, isn't that what we all want? We want this technology to be adopted like other near technologies have been, you know? Just thinking about the last 40 years. Personal computer, internet, mobile phones, near field communication, AI, just to name a few of the innovations of how humans have embraced technology throughout the last 4 decades. So, I mean, blockchain's at the heart of it all when we're talking about Web3, right? And we want this to become adopted, right? But we need this to mature. We need to give it time to percolate. You need to give it time to develop and mature. And I feel the developers are kind of leading the charge, right? And they're catching up and they're maturing this ecosystem towards a space of simplicity and familiarity, which are the two key components in my mind of why we're going to have mass adoption. Oh, shout out Steve Walsh. What's up? You want to come talk cybersecurity, Steve Walsh? Want to come talk about how everyone can stay safe on Web3? It's an open mic. You're more than welcome to come up. Just tap on that microphone. I'll gravitate you up to the stage and, you know, you can have a good time talking about Web3 security or just general internet security, which is equally as important in my mind. Let me throw out a microphone to you. There we go. There we go, Steve. All right, we got Steve connecting. Beautiful, beautiful. Steve, are you with us?
Yo, it's good.
You know, just hanging out on a Friday night in the quadratic lands of Let's Go Live.
Great. Hope you are having a good Friday. What's happening in the market, man? God damn, everything is drawn in.
Yeah, I don't really pay attention much to the markets. 1 second. Okay,
Yes,
there we
I
go.
am, but there are posts everywhere, so I noticed. I don't like it's been 2 months since I didn't trade because, like, past 2 years, 3 years, I noticed my brain. I don't know, like, even after making money, I'm still anxious and stressed. Imagine you make money and yet you're still super stressed. You wake up middle of the night checking the chart. It's insane.
Sounds like a lot of stress to me. So, what else is going on for Steve? Do you want to talk cybersecurity or Web3 security?
I for the moment, like, I around work, right? I have my own agency. So work, 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 work all the time. But on the end of the day, go to the beach because I live by the beach. Today, like, it was an amazing weather. I was playing football, which you call soccer. Right. So yeah, life at the fullest. Yeah, for cybersecurity wise, I usually give like tips. All spaces for friends, like it's something that will never be abandoned. No matter how tech becomes sophisticated, you always be need to be knowledgeable about the latest updates. The more sophisticated the tech becomes, the vulnerable it is. So guys, if you see all these new technology out there and say, yeah, this is cool, no. The more things you put inside, the less secure it becomes. So in Web3 or crypto, it's not that people are ignorant, no, because even the expert will fall for it if the attacker is consistent. And if you are a target, there is a very high chance you will get hacked or scammed. By target, I mean you have money. But if you don't, you are less likely to be hacked or scammed or drained. But I don't know. Stay. I'm not gonna say the usual word. Stay vigilant and, like, I don't know, suspect everything because that's what anyone would say. But I don't know. Anything that you see, double check it. That's all. Bubble check it, right? And if you see, I don't know, a word, whether it's a link, username, just make it lowercase. So this is like the easiest thing that you can do. Make everything lowercase. Why is that? Because I'll give you an example. Capital I is exactly looking the same as lowercase l. Type that in your keyboard and you're gonna notice. Capital I and lowercase l. Right. So there are so many tips I gave in many spaces, right? And if someone asks, I'm gonna answer and I'm gonna repeat. Wow, guys. The easiest thing that you can do with lowercase to see if this is the so always make it lowercase and you're gonna see a lot of things, right? And I don't know. There are so many things. So I have a bot on Telegram, right, on Discord. Like it's for free. I made it for groups here. They add it to the group, or you can contact the bot individually. It's on the pin code on my account, right? So send the link, and it's gonna give you a report about like the link to where it's taking you. If it's taking you to the same link, data, IP addresses, screenshots can take screenshots for you if it's available, right? So yeah, and I'm gonna develop like a web one, so you can go to, for example, scan.wolfson.dev. Wolfson.dev is my website. So if you go scan dot, I'm gonna develop that. I'm gonna make something for you guys for free. You put a link, and it's gonna give you some quick information. So that's something that I provided for people, right? Just to help them. And I may develop more tools in the future when I have time. So yeah, if you have questions, guys, you can ask, or we can just continue with the chat.
Right on, right on. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We got a few other people that have gravitated to the stage so far, and I want to hear from them real quick. So, the host of the Grimy Talk Radio, want to figure out what that's all about. Rocky to Grimy and Zen Degen are here with us as well on a Friday night. What's up, Grimy?
What's up, man? Appreciate you letting me up, man. I really came in here because I saw Jimmy was here, and I was scrolling through my DMs, and I had got a DM from Jimmy a couple of days ago that I didn't see until now because I always see my DMs late. But apparently he broke the record for the most tree planting, and I was one of the people that he dedicated a tree to, and I was just like, wow, that's like fucking amazing, bro. So like I wanted to come up here because I seen Jimmy was up here, and I just wanted to congratulate him and just say, thank you for including me in that, man. Like that's awesome, man. I
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not
you and
sure.
30,000 other friends of his
Yeah,
are
and
included in
I'm
that
just I'm
equation.
just
Yeah.
assuming that you guys are probably a part of like what was going on here because I'm seeing like the Let's Grow and
hmm
so I assume that you all here have something to do with that as well.
Yeah, we do have something to do. This is called Let's Grow Live, 24/7, 15-day broadcast to support public goods centered around the Gitcoin grants ecosystem. That's what's going on here right now. But it doesn't just have to be about that. We invite in other people in the Web3 scene. Anytime you want to grace us with a song or a rap, feel free to come by. Now, I'm not going to say that um, we're opposed to NSFW content, not necessarily, but we do have a code of conduct, and primarily the code of conduct is just about respect. So, but yeah, Jimmy's sleeping right now. He'll probably be waking up in a few hours. So we'll leave it up to you what you want to do and how you want to participate.
Oh man, I can't believe I missed it. Well, I sent him a DM anyway, so and he can probably run this back and hear it, and I'm sure I'll get the opportunity to speak to him. But yeah, man, definitely appreciate you guys. What you guys are doing is dope, So I definitely I followed y'all, and I'd love to tap into the community. You know what I'm saying? Hang out with y'all and tap into y'all spaces. Um, I host a space myself. I help co-host a couple other spaces as well, and I'm an artist. So yeah, I always got music. I actually did just drop a single last weekend on Solana, my first drop on Solana. So if you guys do want a music break, I can definitely run that for you.
Cool, cool, cool. Appreciate it. Hey, Zen Degen, what's going on tonight? What you got going on in your neck of the woods?
What's growing on? I'm liking your
Yeah.
I'm liking your groovy music.
Oh, did you like that? Should we go
Yeah, I
back to
was
that?
digging on that. I was digging on that groovy music. So when you asked me if I'm going to be around tonight, do you need me to host tonight? Because I wasn't on the schedule.
That would be appreciated. An amazing offer and opportunity.
Okay.
And yeah, we love you for it. So just to give you a
Okay.
rundown on the schedule. We've
Yeah.
got we've got Meso Reef DAO coming up here in about 10 minutes. They sent me a documentary to play in case they can't be here. Then we have
Nice.
Collab Berry after that. Then
Okay.
while I'm traveling, we have
Okay.
Lucius, Refi Costa Rica, and Tricky.
Ooh.
And then we got a gap between Tricky and Koi with Green Pill Brazil. So
Okay. Yeah, I'll do it.
however you want to fill in.
Originally,
All right.
originally, I probably said no for Friday because we were doing mob and stuff, but
Mm-hmm.
um, I don't know. I
Mobbing.
don't
What's
mobbing,
mobbing?
mobbing,
What's
going out
that
and
all
mobbing
about?
on spaces.
You guys mob spaces? What is that? Like a space takeover or something?
No, it's like we go out and as a group, with the mob, and we go and support other spaces and go in and give them bunches of emojis and go and give them comments and likes and stuff like that and just listen. It's like usually like about, we'll go in, somebody in the group gets to be the, carry the torch. And they're the ones when they go in first, and then when they're ready to leave, they'll do the little wave out, and then we all leave and come back to the mob, the hood, and we discuss what we, heard in the space. That's what mobbing is, Will.
Oh, wow, that is so cool. You guys do that as a community?
Yeah, we do. Yeah,
Oh,
we have a lot of fun.
nice.
Yeah, so it's a lot of
Communities,
fun.
communities on spaces spreading good vibes. I love it.
That's what it is. Positivity and good vibes. Supporting all the people grinding out there, in the spaces. So yeah, that's what we do. But I think we've been kind of kicking it in the Telegram a little bit more. We have the Mob Social bot, and we are farming mob over there, and then we're converting those into bolts, and we have the drops, which are basically free airdrops. Then yeah, so you farm your mob by playing the games, the battles, and going out and doing jobs. It's a lot of fun. So in the Telegram. So we've been kind of focused in there right now. So I was like, all right, well maybe we'll pass on mobbing tonight and we'll just hang out in Telegram. But if we are just doing that, I can come up and hold down the fort for an hour later.
Very cool. Very cool.
Word.
All right. Well, we appreciate it. And thank you for giving us some insight into, how your community kind of operates out there in spaces. And, I think we need more positive energy, especially on this platform, especially in X spaces. I don't know about you, but sometimes, man, I get in some conversations and they are just, whoa, very toxic. So,
Yeah, I mean, we laugh because, like we never know what kind of space we're going to go in. Like somebody will pick a space, and we try to go in small spaces where there's only a few people, kind of build them up because there's nothing like, if you've been a space host, there's nothing
oh, yeah.
like when you're trudging along or whatever sometimes and it's not a real big crowd or whatever, and then all of a sudden a whole bunch of people come in at once and they're blowing up the emojis and they're helping your algorithm. It's very exciting, it's like builds the energy up. So it's a lot of fun to do that. But we never know what kind of spaces we're going to go in, and we have so many stories of like, going into like, especially a normie space, it's not a crypto space, and like they think that we're bots and we're not.
Right,
And we
right,
don't
right.
go up and talk or anything. Like we're not trying to make it about us. We're just making it about them and just, building up their space for them. So We've
Sure,
had
sure,
some
sure.
very funny encounters sometimes. And then we have like, now it's like from doing it for so long and going into so many spaces, you have your regular spaces where we go in and they're like, oh my God, there they are. It's like, it's kind of fun. But yeah, so that's what we've been doing. But we've really been building the Telegram up. The game is so much fun. The battles are fun, and farming that mob, and then the mob coin. I guess it's called mob coin. It's mob with a dollar sign. We just call it mob, and then you can convert those into these bolts, and then with those bolts, you can, get free drops. So it's a lot of fun. That's what we do over
Cool.
there. Yeah. So
Awesome. Amazing. Well, thanks for
yeah.
sharing.
Word. Thanks for asking, Will.
Yeah,
Um,
no problem.
do you want me to steward and host tonight?
Oh man, you are a godsend. And now you're offering stewardship on top of the hosting. What?
I'm asking what you expect of me.
Wow. I know. I'm asking, what do you expect of us?
Oh, just a
And
good
let's go
time.
down. Okay,
What do
cool.
I expect?
Yeah.
I expect
I
a good
mean, I mean, what
time.
whatever you're comfortable with, it's appreciated. We're here about, public goods. We're here about supporting one another. We're here about good vibes. We're here about conversation, good music. By the way, I want to ask Grimy real quick. Grimy, do you have anything queued up that'll fill about 3 to 4 minutes of airtime?
Yeah, my latest single is just about that long, actually.
Let's
Okay,
go.
okay.
Let's grow.
Let's grow. Let's grow. So we're going to flip it to you in about a minute. Let me wrap up the conversation with Zen DJ, and then you'll be on stage on cue and take us out for this hour. How's that sound?
Sounds good.
All right,
I'm good.
Zen DJ,
I'm ready.
you're
I
good?
want
You're
to hear it.
ready?
I
You
want
want
to
to hear
hear it.
some music from Grimy?
I do.
Okay, some rap? You want to hear some rap on a Friday
Let,
night?
let's hit it.
Okay, Grimy, the stage is yours, my friend.
All right, cool. Do you mind if I throw it up in the jumbotron for y'all? The link.
Well, wait, let's back up here a minute because you're not familiar with these parts. So I've got to educate you real quick. Okay, so here in these parts, because we're growing a movement, right, of regenerative activity and regenerative finance, we call it the garden. So you may plant it in the garden, sir. That is just fine.
Appreciate it. I will plant it in the garden. That's fire. Okay, let me 2 seconds. Okay, there we go. There we go. So yeah, this is my latest song that I've done. It's not even a week old yet. It'll be a week old tomorrow. So it's still pretty brand new, fresh. My first drop on Solana, and it's called Bounce. So here we go. Hold on, wait. My bad, my computer is tripping. Okay, here we go.
Let's see y'all emoji dance. Emoji dance.
Super, super villain shit. Jules, what up? Let's go. Peeking. Oh yeah, this is the soundtrack. Last year they thought I was finished and then I bounced back. This year I'm on a mission, eager to count stacks. Surrendering to my super villain, I'm glad I found that. I like chilling with women, they got around that. Bounce that, perfect precision and I'ma pound that. Shorty wanna give me the kitten, watch when you pounce that. That pool ready to swim in, I might drown. These boys think I'm a gimmick, I call it clown man. This song sucks, I don't wanna listen because it sounds bad. How bad? If I had a lemon for every lyric that's off beat on me, baby, worth 100,000 cash. These fake three niggas down bad. Me and Thanos bringing the chaos, that mean the bar's back. Or snap. Watch these niggas disappear. Super villains in here, impact like a car crash. Bounce, 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 bounce. All I wanna do is stay
ya. Bounce with me, bounce with me. Have a partner hit the floor. Bounce with me, bounce with me. Some clap, clap, others stomp, but around here we make 'em bounce. We make 'em bounce. Yup. Like little Ron Ron. Got your girl bouncing that ass like little John's on. You don't want no problems with me, better go on, bruh. Every now and then I get scrappy, I put the paws on him. I hit him in his noodle and knock the sauce out him. Knuckle carbonara, that's for thinking Rocky ain't about it. It's on playing, trying to hate on it like they ain't bouncing. I'm the one that turned this shit up. Darius, it is what it is, huh? I might drop a hit every 6 months. Y'all still ain't get to do what I did once. Nope. I roll with AGS, that is gang gang. Still roll dreads, ain't a thing changed. Money ain't a thing that Jermaine say. Tell the DJ go ahead and press play to make y'all bounce, 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 bounce. All I wanna do is see ya bounce with me, bounce with me. Have a partner hit the floor. Bounce with me, bounce with me. Some clap, clap, others stomp, but around here we make 'em bounce. We make 'em bounce. All I wanna do is see ya bounce with me, bounce with me. Have a partner hit the floor. Bounce with me, bounce with me. Some clap, clap, others stomp, but around here we make 'em bounce. We make 'em bounce. Bounce, 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 bounce. All I wanna do is see ya bounce with me, bounce with me. Have a partner hit the floor. Bounce with me, bounce with me. Some clap, clap, others stomp, but around here we make 'em bounce. We make 'em bounce. Bounce, 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 bounce,
All right, I can get down with that beat for sure. Do you know, by the way, since you're in Web3 rap scene, you know Mr. Darius and Cristiano and
Man, of
Nessie?
course I do. So, yeah, man, I actually have songs with two out of three of those guys.
Yeah,
Um,
man, those are my
yeah,
peeps. Those are my
Mr.
homeboys.
Darius, me and Darius have a song that's pretty well known in Web3 that we did 2 years ago. It's called "It Is What It Is."
Nice.
That one is actually still available on Sound XYZ. It's almost sold out. I think there's like 13 left. We did like 100 editions on that one. So I think
Okay.
there's like 13 editions left. But yeah, Darius is my guy. Cristiano, man. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I met all three of them, Mr. Darius, Cristiano, and Nessie Larilla. I met them among a whole other group of Web3 musicians in Miami in 2022, right around the time of Art Basel. So, yeah, good peeps. Good
Oh,
peeps.
okay. Yeah, I wasn't able to make it to Basel. I've been trying to like I was supposed to be there the last 3 years. I've missed it every single time. Hopefully
Yeah.
I can pull up this year. But I met them. I met all of them when they were in New York. I've met Darius, Nessie. I performed at Cristiano's Pepe Punk's event last year
Yeah. Okay.
with both Darius and Nessie. We did the songs that I have with them. So yeah,
Ah,
man. Yeah, I
that's
know the
fine.
guys.
Awesome. You know the crew. I love it. I love it. Small circle. See, that's the beauty about Web3 folks. We're not that much separated from one another. It's not like the real world where there's like 6 degrees of separation from this person or this person. No, it's more like one or two here. So, all right, cool. Well, nice to meet you. Hang out, enjoy the vibes. We're gonna get some documentary stuff going on here that that's what Reef Dow sent to me, so you guys can learn a little bit more about nature, maybe about the Mesoamerican coral reef initiatives that are underway. So we'll see what's up here. I'm just also in the background fixing myself a little breakfast for dinner here before I have to head out for the night. So yeah, we'll be right with you shortly. All right, I just had to check the state of affairs around my surroundings so we can give you guys the best audio experience possible. So, un momento, por favor. Excuse me, pardon me. But let's get a little educated around these parts tonight. What do y'all say? You guys down for that? You guys down to get a little educated? I'm not seeing any emojis from you guys. Okay, there we go. All right, there we go. So this is a, just to kind of give you a little setup here. This is a documentary on the treasure of the Caribbean. I don't know how long this is. This was originally produced by PBS, but this is a full episode called Treasures of the Caribbean. It's going to be almost a full hour, so queued it up. All right, so 1 sec. Got to flip over to the other side. In 2013, the Caribbean Sea gave up an extraordinary secret. It was a vast, pristine coral reef rising up from the Caribbean's deepest waters. It was the discovery of a whole new world. It's just humongous. It's like a medieval fortress, just big and robust. I have never seen any place with the kind of live coral cover, the density of fish. It was so magic. But once discovered, the challenge was how to keep this underwater Eden safe and how to learn from it. I realized we needed to research it, learn more about it, understand it better, but we needed to keep it quiet. And so began an undercover scientific adventure, a dive into a living treasure whose secrets may hold the keys to saving many other reefs in trouble. Okay, that was the preview. You guys down for it? Let's go to the full episode now. In 2013, the Caribbean Sea gave up an extraordinary secret. It was a vast, pristine coral reef rising up from the Caribbean's deepest waters. It was the discovery of a whole new world. It's just humongous. It's like a medieval fortress, just big and robust. I have never seen any place with the kind of live coral cover, the density of fish. It was so magic. But once discovered, the challenge was how to keep this underwater Eden safe and how to learn from it. I realized we needed to research it, learn more about it, understand it better, but we needed to keep it quiet. And so began an undercover scientific adventure, a dive into a living treasure whose secrets may hold the keys to saving many other reefs in trouble.
Fishermen are known for tall tales, but this one is true. It begins in May 2013 when a fisher from Guatemala is pushed into an act of desperation. The big fish he depends on, the groupers, snappers, and jacks, have virtually vanished from waters that once teemed with life. He takes a dangerous gambit and pushes farther and farther into the open ocean. As the sun rises, his engine struggles under the strain. Miles from land, the water is shallow. Just beneath the swell, a massive crown of rock and coral rises up, an uncharted, undiscovered reef. It's a tantalizing treasure, a Caribbean secret that will raise hopes for the survival of coral reefs everywhere. The fisher tells only a handful of people. Anna Giro, Kenny Martin, and Dr. Melanie McField have spent years studying Caribbean corals. Anna is among the first to hear. So this fisherman comes up to me and he told me about some rocks. So I told him, well, take me there. I want to see the rocks that you're telling me. It's just humongous. It's like a medieval fortress. It's like just big and robust. We have pinnacles that come out, deep walls, and then incredible barrel sponges. It's just mesmerizing. This newfound reef is a stunning contrast to many other Caribbean reefs that are in peril. It's like stepping back in time to when all reefs were thriving. There are shallow reefs, vibrant and beautiful, and different kinds of fish. The ecosystem is just so diverse, many types of different communities that compose this incredible system. That was just an incredible experience for me, personally. When Anna told me she found this new reef that's just totally amazing, I believed it, but I wanted to see it. We have benthic habitat maps. It's not there. It's not there. You know, when you look on Google Earth, you know, we saw nothing on our maps. By 2017, the reef's significance is starting to emerge. It's an underwater mountaintop, bigger than Manhattan, crowned with coral and set on the edge of the Cayman Trench, the deepest part of the Caribbean. It became known as the Cayman Crown. It's part of the Mesoamerican reef system, straddling the waters of Belize and Guatemala. News of the coral wonder is quietly shared with fisheries expert Dr. Will Heyman. I was at a meeting and somebody came up to me and told me this incredible story of a place that nobody knew about. There's giant fleets of ships that go through here, supplying the country of Guatemala, the country of Honduras. But when you check it out, you zoom in and you look at it, all the ships are going this way or they're going this way. There's a shallow area right between these two massive shipping routes. And that's the Cayman Crown. It's hiding in plain sight. What I heard was these were some of the healthiest coral reefs in the world. I have never seen any place with the kind of live coral cover, the density of fish. It was so magic. I realized we needed to research it, learn more about it, understand it better, but we needed to keep it quiet. To build the scientific case for protecting the crown, the team works quietly. If news got out, fishers might be tempted to target the reef. So we kept it secret. So research, the explorations, and everything kind of just between a selected group of people. Before we have it like protected, that was, you know, our main goal. But protection will only be possible with the support of local fishers. The team invites Kenny Martin into the circle of trust. We grew up from a fishing family in a coastal community, catching fish on hand lines, and we used to use gill nets. It has caused a negative impact. And I've seen it now that I go out scuba diving. Kenny wants to protect the fish that many people depend on. That means protecting the reef. Without a healthy reef, there will be no fish to catch. A coral reef is a complex web of life, and different animal and plant species have different roles. Deep gullies lead to an extraordinary coral city. The inhabitants are strange and beautiful, and dependent on one another. Parts of the reefscape can feel almost industrial. The chimney of a single sponge can filter 2,500 gallons of water a day. There are nurseries for raising young, and dormitories for the night shift. Everything is interconnected. At fish grooming stations, sprightly cleaners pick off parasites like sea lice. The reef is also home to giant predators, like this 400-pound Goliath grouper. The gutsy little cleaner is not intimidated. There are visitors. A pod of dolphins feeds around the reef. Whale sharks, the biggest fish on the planet, gorge on an abundance of tiny zooplankton and fish eggs. Nurse sharks thrive here too. In a healthy system, predators only take a proportion of their prey. If the balance is right, the number of predators and prey can be impressive. Predators, like jacks, snappers, and groupers, are vital to the health of the reef and a key food for local people. Most prized by fishers is the Nassau grouper. Nassau groupers were once the backbone of the local economy, but now they are critically endangered. Groupers hunt at dawn and dusk. They lie in ambush for small fishes in the reef's darker recesses. The Nassau grouper, like everything here, depends on a healthy, balanced system. The food web that feeds the groupers starts with sunlight and nutrients. Currents sweep in microscopic life that's harvested by fan corals and soft corals. Feather duster worms unfurl to collect the invisible morsels. The next level up are grazers, nibbling algae off coral and sponges. French angelfish enjoy a side of sponge with their algae. Parrotfish tend the coral garden. Porkfish forage for mollusks and worms. Everything from microscopic plant to predator is bound together. Spurred on by the riches, the team has been painstakingly creating an inventory of what lives on the reef and where. It took us a long time to explore all the reefs that we surveyed, like 90 kilometers squared of the reef, doing monitoring of coral reef health and the geomorphology, and the coral cover was incredible, like nothing that I've ever seen before. Anna photographs the coral in strips, building a mosaic of the richer parts of the reef. The photo maps reveal that the crown has the highest live coral cover in the Mesoamerican reef. So we can zoom in right here. Yeah, you zoom in right here, you know, the coral composition and coral cover as well. This is the site with 77% live. Yes, this is the site that we have. And you see it, the huge amount of coral cover. I mean, compared to the rest of the Mesoamerican reef, when we're talking about a 19% coral cover, this is the highest now. This is the highest. What is revealed is a coral reef of global importance. But the team fears that time may be running out. Caribbean waters are warming alarmingly, posing a grave threat to the corals. They place temperature sensors on the crown. We do have bleaching events in the whole Caribbean, the whole world, obviously. That is probably one of the greatest threats in this area. In October, the water is just so hot. You can feel the heat when diving. 1998 was the first global mass bleaching event, and it has gotten worse in the last few years. Tucked within the stony reef are tiny coral polyps. Inside them, algae make sugars. But if it gets too hot, the algae make toxins. Then the polyps eject the algae, and the coral bleaches white. The algae can return, if the water cools soon. Otherwise, the coral often dies. From 2014 to 2017, a bleaching apocalypse killed up to a third of the world's corals. Amazingly, the crown was unscathed. But in October 2019, tragedy strikes the region. The crown takes a direct hit. It was completely bleached. Like all of it, it was just all white. We saw a massive bleaching event. I mean, the corals that we came to know and love, blanketed with snow, it looked like. Then, 4 months later, the team notices something extraordinary. When we go back, in January, the corals get better. February, they get even better. May, the corals are looking fine, they're looking beautiful. We have this beautiful Cayman Crown reef that it has recovered. The corals in this region are resilient. The news reaches coral expert Miles Phillips. He joins the team to investigate the Crown's remarkable recovery. Will Heyman shares his theory. Let me give you the geographic context. So this is the Gulf of Honduras, yeah, and this channel. That's your Cayman Crown. What you got to remember is that this is the Cayman Trench. Here, it's already 1,000, 1,500 meters. And then drops, 7,600 meters deepest point. At its deepest, the trench is over 4 miles down. A 15-pound bowling ball dropped in would take over an hour and a half to hit bottom. Cold currents rising from those depths sweep nutrients up to the ground. This water comes slamming up onto this vertical shelf. So where we were, those jewel reefs, right? Right at the top of the cave. Ah, okay. So that's the source of your upwelling. Exactly. The upwelling flows along folds of rock and coral that act like pipes and channels in a cooling system, easing temperatures and providing nutrients. The other factor that we haven't talked about, we get 4 meters, like 12 feet of rain that falls all within a, in this region, through agricultural lands, through this one bay, through the same little channel. Exactly. So this is forming like a roof, like a shade over this coral reef. Just as the Caribbean water temperature peaks, muddy water washes over the reef. Emerging research suggests that this runoff could shield corals from damaging sunlight. They're getting shade, they're getting fed, and they're getting cooled. So where all the rest of the Caribbean took that bleaching and wrestled coming back, this area is resilient because of those factors. Another factor may be the corals themselves. Miles finds an abundance of slow-growing corals that can withstand warming waters. He also sees a surprising amount of faster-growing corals that proliferate like weeds after bleaching events. Well, what I found was lettuce coral, considered the poster child for these weedy or ruderal species that honestly reproduce so quickly or so effectively that they can quickly repopulate an area. You also have these stress tolerant corals that invest a lot of metabolic energy in surviving things, big brain corals, and there were massive at the Cayman Crown. But what astounds Miles is something he doesn't find. A deadly disease has been sweeping the Caribbean. To Miles's relief, the normally susceptible pillar and brain corals seem untouched here. I saw no sign of stony coral tissue loss disease. Actually, no sign of any disease at all that I could see. These corals must be tens or hundreds of years old, and they look like they've never gone through anything in their lives. They're completely healthy. The crown has been a sanctuary, except its isolation has not protected it from another invader. It's a creature that's become a global menace. Lionfish. They were first seen around Belize in 2008. These predators from the Indo-Pacific are among the most aggressive, invasive species on the planet. Even the regal Nassau grouper is wary of the lionfish's venomous spines. This disturbing discovery shows that the Cayman crown is not totally disconnected from the outside world. The reef has trade routes. Fish use highways reaching out way beyond the reef. The crown, the team realizes, could be part of a network stretching across the Caribbean, with the kind of connections that we are just beginning to understand. But untangling these connections has to be put on hold. Hurricanes and other storms in the Caribbean are becoming more frequent and powerful, most likely due to climate change. The researchers can only hope that the crown's location will protect it as a storm lashes nearby shallow reefs. What we're seeing in areas that are being hit over and over with the intensity of hurricanes is that is one of the main causes of reef decline, and we don't have that down here. It's very minimal. The Cayman Crown's perfectly situated below the main hurricane belt. The crown's exact position is yet another factor that may make it a kind of ark, able to seed other reefs with life. After the storm, the team is back at work, documenting the crown's inhabitants. Hamlets are easily overlooked fish, but seeing the start of their courtship brings renewed hope. They release hundreds of microscopic eggs into the current, which sweeps them away from the crown's hungry mouths. A sea cucumber also adds eggs into the current. A school of blue tags joins the party at a favorite parapet. The females release eggs, the males sperm, and the eggs are fertilized. Currents can carry eggs and larvae hundreds of miles, seeding reefs from Cuba to Honduras. Others linger in gyres around the crown. From a few days old, larval fish can swim, guided by temperature, currents, or maybe even sound. They are heading for the mangroves on a nearby island. It's an in-between world of marine trees that will serve as their nursery. There are gangs of pint-sized predators, like snappers and jacks, learning the ropes. An inch-long barracuda lays low. Here's a baby Cubera snapper, a miniature version of the voracious hunter it will become. Young wrasse go to school, and joining the class are baby butterfly fish. The next stop for many young fish is seagrass meadows. They find more food here, but have less protection than when hiding in the mangrove roots. Young sardines try to avoid run-ins with Spanish mackerel. The abundance of life attracts nurse sharks and sting and eagle rays that scour the shallow beds. The juvenile fish will set out for new reefs when they're old enough. To the researchers, the reefs, the seagrass meadows, and the mangroves make up a trinity of life, each an essential part of a single system. For snappers and groupers, we need to preserve all of it. We need to preserve the mangroves, we need to preserve the seagrass beds, and the coral reefs. The connectivity is really important. Young fish come back to the crown, the hub of the system. Many fill the ranks of grazers or cleaners, ever vigilant for predators also coming of age, like these snappers. The journey to adulthood can last several years, but snappers can live to be 80. Each year, the predators aggregate at breeding grounds on the reef. Finding the location and timing of breeding big fish is like winning the lottery for a fisher. Spawning sites are targeted all across the Caribbean. We've been seeing a lot of fish being caught, and most fish with eggs. We've noticed that every time you go out, you'll find less fish. Kenny and Will are searching the Crown for likely fish breeding sites to protect the spawning when it happens. Both believe that the Crown must have major breeding grounds for Nassau groupers and other species based on the currents and ideal rocky outcrops and spurs. These fish all come together to reproduce at these very specific places and times at elbows. This stage, this promontory stage, so it's kind of like a table corner, right? Dropping off on two sides. Multiple species can gather at a single site. What blows me away about these multi-species aggregation is they all come at slightly different times. They're all queued up with the lunar cycle, with the moon, and with the seasonal cycles. I want to understand and characterize these aggregations. We've got to know what's going on in order to really protect it. Will and Kenny zero in on the most likely outcrops and edges. I can't be there all the time, so we use remote sensing. They place cameras and microphones to collect data during the breeding season. That data is not easy to analyze. It takes time. And time is not on our side. They also call in an expert on grouper spawning aggregations. Dr. Michelle Scherer studies fish acoustics. My main interest is in sound production of the fishes. They live in this environment that is full of sound, but very few people actually have studied that. There's an opportunity there to learn a lot about coral reef ecology just by listening and not so much seeing what's going on. Took a little bit of training to hold your breath and actually listen when you're down there to the sounds and the different pitches and the different rumbles that are underwater. What sounds like a cacophony to us is actually a chorus of communication. Fish can definitely hear. They have ear bones just like we do, or they can actually sense those vibrations in the water. Basically, fishes are communicating. They are emitting signals and receiving signals that let them know what's going on and if they're ready to spawn. The scientists collect an underwater recorder set up months ago. We're recording 24 hours, and there's sounds accompanying all those moments. It sounds spectacular. Just the amount and diversity and the frequencies that we're hearing. And there's other little grunts and beeps and boops that are different organisms that live on the reef. So I think it sounds pretty cool. Different species will have different frequency bands. Toadfish. Toadfish. Oh. Toadfish are the noisy neighbors. Squirrelfish communicate in clicks. Grunts make sound by grinding their teeth. A batfish bleats. Michelle has identified fish calls used to court, defend territory, and warn of danger. Nassau groupers grumpily defend their home. The calls travel long distances. Listening is key to survival. Baby fish need to hear where they're going, and they use the sound to guide their swimming. This helps them then grow up on these reefs As they grow and they need to find where to go to spawn, they can rely on sound to find those pathways to meet up at the spawning aggregation site when it's time. I heard something there different. Did you hear it too? Yeah? Yeah. It's different. Okay, there's something in here that's different. This rich soundscape helps make the case that the Cayman crown must be protected. And in 2020, science wins a big victory. The countries sharing the reef grant the crown conservation status. We've protected this reef now, and Guatemala is fully protected, and Belize it's highly protected. They've stepped up to the plate and protected it. So, that was our ultimate goal: is, hey, we need to protect this, and now it's happened. This helps, but I think we need to now really work on management and enforcement and do all that we can to ensure that this reef does have all the elements that will help it be resilient, and that fish are on the reef and not being taken. And indeed, the conservation win appears short-lived. Michelle is already finding evidence that the crown's future is in jeopardy. It's spawning time, the same season Will herd groupers 2 years ago. Now, Michelle detects a shift. We did not hear as many as we would expect. So I think there may be something going on. In fact, the groupers seem to have almost disappeared from the crown. The news stuns the team. Fishers have realized that this is a gold mine. I'm not an emotional guy, but how do you deal with this? How do we stop it? How do we stop the degradation? Fishers must have been targeting the crown, but it's not the locals. Kenny has been working with them. He's confident they are respecting a fishing ban the government's put in place. The team suspects the raiders are from outside Belize and Guatemala. We've been seeing nets, fishing line, even starting and batting into the reef. I've been seeing anchors that are used to moor their boats when they go fishing. We've been seeing a lot of broken corals, ripped out sponges, and stuff like that. So we know that fishermen are targeting it a lot for commercial species. A sponge is sliced cleanly by a fishing line. Candy and Melanie stitch the pieces together. But the team can only do so much. I would like to see more protection. I would like to see patrol boats out there. I would like to see Belize, Guatemala, and Honduras working together to protect these resources that is very vital to fishermen's livelihood and also for the local people. The current protections, incomplete as they are placing the Guardian. It's dangerous. This is protecting. It's really alarming. We need to think about what to do. We need to bring back our fish. As the team calls for enforcement, Michelle ponders whether groupers can be lured back to the crowd. She takes inspiration from the marine sanctuary of Glover's Reef, 5 hours north by boat. For a few years, I've been collaborating with Miles Phillips, recording the sounds of the groupers at the northeast point of Glover's, specifically listening to the sounds produced by the NASA grouper to be able to detect when they are supposed to spawn. Those recordings suggest that the groupers are starting to gather. These fish have to migrate quite a way from different distances. They need to know they're on the right track. So communication between them as they form little groups and move towards the main aggregation site is really important for them. Nassau groupers are solitary most of the year. Reproduction brings them together. Some will travel hundreds of miles. They arrive in December and January, when Caribbean waters are coolest. They start communicating to each other. They have different signals, different languages, or different words or vowels for the different behaviors that they conduct only when they aggregate to spawn. They also communicate with stylized movements and shifting patterns on their skin. They look cool already. They got their stripes and everything. But when it's getting close to spawning, they're like trying on different outfits. Some turn white, some turn black. More groupers arrive. The chorus swells in volume. Some wait on the sea floor, conserving their energy. They need to synchronize to 1 or 2 nights. Everybody has to have their eggs and their sperm ready for that moment. They are communicating, are we ready to spawn? Do you think we can spawn now? As their numbers grow, they rise from the seafloor each evening, as if rehearsing. As the full moon approaches, the performances become more sophisticated. Where the real fun is in the courtship prior to spawning. Each has their own suite of behaviors and sounds that all come together into this courtship dance. If they are ready, they change into matching costumes. As you get closer to spawning, they all choose this tuxedo, it looks like to me. Black, black, black with a bar over the eye and a white belly. We call it bicolor phase. It's like a vaudeville act. Males fighting over females, making sounds at each other. Males wrestle around the females. The noise builds. But night after night, they hold back. Then one night, the temperature is right. The moonlight is right. Most importantly, there's a critical mass of fish. The chorus reaches a crescendo. Then silence. Spawning has begun. These are the volcanoes of reproduction for the entire region. All of these fish coming all together at these promontories, currents that are upwelling and shooting by there and creating and captured in gyres, some shooting way long distances to seed other places. That is the large scale connectivity throughout this entire wider Caribbean basin. The mating spectacle at Glover's most likely used to take place at the Crown. Could it happen here again, with a helping hand? Michelle hatches a plan to use sound recordings from Glover's to attract groupers to the Crown. If there are fish nearby, whatever's left, can we actually make them recover that spawning aggregation that once was at the jewel? I'm curious. How about we put out loudspeakers and play these sounds and see if we can attract whatever's left of what used to be the aggregation at the jewel? Okay. This would be the first try to attract fish that maybe are still there, but they've lost their cues because there's only a few fish left. So if we play back these sounds and they recognize them, maybe they'll come back to the aggregation site. It's not such a wild idea. In Australia, sound recordings were used to lure baby fish to settle on a recovering reef. Michelle and Kenny test an underwater speaker at the Crown. The first step is to gauge how far the sound travels. If the experiment works, it could jumpstart the recovery of fisheries at the Crown. But recovery will also depend on staunch enforcement of the fishing ban. Groupers can recover. Strict protection of two aggregations in the Cayman Islands tripled their numbers in under a decade.
All right, sorry about that, folks. The World T's got to get on the road, so bear with me here. One moment while we transition. Daniel, good evening. How you doing, Daniel? Are you there? All right. Give me 2 minutes, everybody. We should have Mr. Lucius coming in here shortly, so bear with us a moment.
Good morning. How are you guys? Welcome from China. It's 7:59 59 a.m. It's a little bit cloudy, but overall blue sky. We are getting ready. I'm making a very special dish called bigos. It's sauerkraut, mushrooms, onion, fresh cabbage, pickled cabbage, some tomatoes, lot of black pepper, and a beautiful, slowly cooking for a few hours. Then you can cover in your sleeping bag and put inside so you can save some energy, but the cabbage will get soft and delicious. So you are welcome to give me your address and I will send it immediately with the beautiful white pigeon. Hi guys.
Hey, Maciek, thanks for covering for me, brother. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm okay. How are you doing, brother? How everything? The night was okay.
Oh yeah. I'm getting on the
Yeah.
road. I'm getting on the road for another 12-hour overnight shift.
Oh, oh, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm watching a parking lot of a bunch of vendor trailers. So we have an annual event here in Colorado called the Rocky Mountain Train Show. Uh-oh. Host is having connection issues. Uh-oh. Give me a second. I'll be right back. All right, I hope we don't rug. We shouldn't be having connection issues, but give me a second. We gotta go
You
back
can give
inside
me
and
a
check real quick.
co-host. You can give me a co-host if it helps.
I'll be right back. Okay, looks like we're still good. We're still live, yeah? We're
Yes,
still good,
yes.
Maciek?
I'm here. I'm here. I think everybody here.
I can't hear you.
Hello,
Can you hear me?
hello.
Give me a thumbs up. Okay, cool. Give me a second. My bad. All right, Trinity for the save. Trinity for the save. Woo! Oh man, thank you, Trinity. You guys can hear me, right? Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. All right, thank you, Trinity. Mod check. You're just spinning there, huh? Awesome. Woohoo! All right, give me 1 second here, folks. I got to get my thoughts gathered real quick. All right, let's get Mr. DFSD Club here up on stage. Daniel, are you with me? Daniel Anu of Anu Initiative. I know it's late. You're probably not. So there we go. Moonbeam. Oh man. Let me see here. I gotta peep your profile. You know, we've got a very strict code of conduct around here, Moonbeam, but I trust you. I believe in the faith of humanity. I believe that everyone is good natured, but we just gotta double check here. Okay, we're gonna give you a shot. We're gonna give you a shot. You are still
I like
connecting,
people that
Matt. Hi, you just joined Let's Grow Live Gitcoin Community 24/7 GG23 broadcast. Moonbeam, how are you doing this evening?
I'm doing good. Anything with let's grow, let's go, get going. I like it. I like it. It's catchy. I have it like in my head, in my brain. This is so cool. I hope you're doing good. I follow a lot of the people that are in here. So yeah, this is awesome. Live 24/7. Heck yeah.
Yeah, we do this 15-day sprint around Gitcoin grant season. Approximately once every 3 months, sometimes it's 4 months. We'll be doing 3 installments this year. This is our seventh iteration, but the fourth in its current format. So yeah, welcome to the show. We're focusing and highlighting the conversations around public goods, nonprofits, ecologically friendly initiatives, humanitarian, socio-economic impact initiatives, and the like. So yeah, glad you enjoy it.
Definitely. I like this. I like this community. You've got a lot of people in here. I'm going to send it out to everybody. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure. We love the degens just as much as the next ones, and if we can convert a degen to a regen, well, we've been known to do that before live here on the space. Call it baptism by fire, call it what you want, but yeah, sure. Broadcast it out to your network. More the merrier, as far as I'm concerned. Maciek, you're back.
Yeah, I looked at a live stream, like I could see it, but then I have to be on the computer too. So I'm trying to get it in one.
I got you. No, we have our own broadcast studio set up with about 20 different channel partners that this is being broadcast out to. But we appreciate the offer of streaming, but we do have a protocol and a process for that. So just send a message to the Let's Grow DAO account that you're interested in becoming one of our channel partners, and then yeah, we'll get you set up with our live broadcast studio.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to stream it, like I was trying to watch it, because on my computer I can look like at the live stream, and then here I can be in here. But yeah, I'll definitely get in touch. That'd be fun.
All right, sounds good. Maciek, are you with me? Maciek, come in. Maciek from China.
Hi, GM. Yes, it's loud and clear.
All right, thanks, sir. I missed your weather report. I was in transition. I'm actually en route to my next 12-hour overnight shift, but Jimmy should be coming back here in a couple hours, if nothing else. So.
But is it some festival or what's going on your end?
Oh yeah. I was gonna tell you that before my phone died. silly me. Where's my brain? But my phone's charging now, so we're all good to go. Or good to grow, as we say in this part. Oh yeah, by the way, Moonbeam, I forgot to tell you, we have our own vocabulary here. So basically, any word that has the O sound at the start, you can replace it with grow, especially like GO for go or grow. So yeah, we've got that little thing going on here in this community. So Maciek, back to you. So there's this event in town for the weekend called the Rocky Mountain Train Show, and it's about model trains, and it's across the entire Rocky Mountain region. They invite enthusiasts and vendors from the entire Rocky Mountain region, which spans Colorado, Wyoming, parts of Utah, Idaho, Montana, right? So yeah, for this celebration of model trains. So my specific duties is I'm sitting in a parking lot watching the vendor trailers to make sure nobody breaks into them, vandalizes them, and things of that nature.
I see. But did you see Sheldon already, or he still didn't arrive?
Say again?
Sheldon, you know Sheldon. He loves trains.
Oh!
You know
Well,
who
I
I'm
don't.
talking about.
Yeah, I know you're talking about. I don't interact with the general public per se.
Ah,
Yeah. The show isn't actually until tomorrow during the day when I'm
okay.
going to be sleeping. So yeah, there's no chances of me meeting Sheldon. Sorry to disappoint you.
Oh man, I would love to if you could be a proxy hugger.
It's all
but
good.
uh, but is it some kind of event like music and stuff,
No,
or
model trains. It's model trains.
yeah, but it's like people come to present their own construction, how they build their
Yes,
own trains.
yes,
Okay.
yes. And then it's a vendor fair too, so they're going to be selling like the latest and the greatest in the industry, or they might have like a swap meet where like people who have a train collection, but they
Oh,
want a different type
cool.
of train. Yeah.
I remember when I was in the primary school, I had a friend, and in his home, in his basement, as far as I remember, he had like, I think, 8 square meter or even bigger, like a platform where he and his father build like the mountains, the tunnels, the town. And then I remember it was, I think it was 80s, sometime there. And I remember the name of the this train set was called Tico, I think. It was very, very spectacular, to see that, and imagine how much work, how much detail they it was beautiful. But you are not very much into trains, or as well you are building
I
your own,
used to
or
be.
you,
I
you
used to
you
be
are
when I
just
was a kid. Yeah, I used to be when I was a kid.
okay.
I had my own little train set growing up as a boy, but never really got into it hardcore. What I was more into at that time in my life was slot car. Do you know what slot car racing is?
No.
So slot car racing are these miniature cars that run on this track. You have a little trigger, and the track has electricity running through it, right? And so it's like a racing car track, but you can build your own tracks. You can customize them. You can do like loop the loops if you want. And
Oh,
so,
nice.
yeah. So that's what I was more into than model trains.
Yeah, I now I remember that I think I had similar something like this as well. Yes, yes, black
Yeah,
plastic like platforms which you had to put together, and yes,
yeah.
it
You had
was
to
the
build the truck.
electricity. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, it was fun. It was fun, but somehow, I was a nerd. My father signed me up to primary music school, so every 3 times a week we're going like 25 kilometers by bus to music school. I was playing cello. I was very bad at it. But yeah, in a way, good but bad. But yeah, somehow, yeah. What was I really? What kind of toys? I had a Lego period,
I had
definitely.
Legos. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess Aloysius is not going to be able to make it tonight, but it's all good. So that's fine. We can cover for him until we get Tricky Buddha up here with D5 Space Donkey Club. So what kind of toys did I have as a kid? So I had Legos, yes. I had Lincoln Logs. I had Tinker Tots, which was like a wheel and a rod type building set. I had another construction set that was like where you could build buildings, and it had like plastic girders, but you snap the panels onto it. I don't remember the name of that one. But yeah, those were the kinds of building construction sets outside of the slot cars that I was into as a kid because I really like to tap into my imagination. I like to embrace my curiosity and see what I can build. Nowadays, nowadays kids got it easy with Legos because they don't really have to use much imagination to construct those sets that they sell nowadays.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's like sort of following the instructions. But I think it's only the first time because then when you put it apart, then basic. I mean, at least this is what we are doing. With my daughter or soon with my son. I mean, I found a company because for some time I organized during markets like a pixel art IRL. I found a nice Chinese company which produce quite high quality Duplo size. Very similar, even sound. It's not doesn't feel very cheap and it's quite nice quality and it clicks together. So I bought like I don't know, man, 50 kilo of different colors, two platforms, and then we did, as far as I remember, 16 by 16 or no 8 by 8. 8 by 8 is a standard, I think, of pixel art. And then I made like a carpet on the floor and people could make their pixel art. So it was fun, it was nice. Children love it, man. And then sometimes it was like going very very high. I mean, it's really 50 kilo of Duplo. It's a lot of Duplo.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Another one that I was into that was more art inspired. Are you familiar with Light Bright?
No idea.
So Light Bright was this little so it was this box that had a light bulb in it, and you put a sheet of paper on it, and
Uh-huh.
then you had these colored pegs that you would stick into the sheet of paper to make your artwork with. And of course, they're all labeled like, red, pink, white, blue, green, yellow, orange, and everything like that. And so you stick the pegs into the paper, and then the light in the back of the box would light up the pegs. So it'd be a colorized, lit up image when you were done with it.
Interesting. I have a lots of dinosaurs right now in my house. My 2.5 years old son, it's a big fan. So I'm a Diplodocus. He is obviously T-Rex. My wife is a pterodactyl. My daughter, it's uh, Triceratops. Yes, Triceratops. Sorry, I'm speaking Polish names to you. Yeah, we are chasing dinosaurs everywhere. He's really, really into. He doesn't want to watch any other cartoons. only dinosaur. So I'm trying to be creative, because yeah, it's a challenge. There is not enough out there. Do you know Bleepy? Do you know Bleepy?
Yeah, of course I know Blippy.
Oh,
I have two
really?
grandchildren.
Okay.
Yeah, I have two
Uh,
grandchildren. My grandson loves Blippy.
yeah, me too, man. I think but they
Yeah,
they changed. I think they changed in the main. I don't know. I didn't follow
main
the.
actor.
I think so. I think so. But it's cool,
Yeah,
man.
yeah,
It's really nice and
yeah. He's
positive. It's
uh,
so
you know,
hard.
another one that my granddaughter liked when she was younger. Not too much anymore because she's getting at that precocious age of 7 going on 8. But
Okay.
she used to like Masha and the Bear. You ever seen that?
Yeah, yeah, sure, sure. Of course. I love Masha.
Yeah, Masha and the Bear. That's a good time. And
But
then
I'm a child of wolf and a rabbit. Do you remember that one?
Wolves and Rabbits.
Yeah, it was old school 80s cartoon, where the bad wolf, tried to catch the poor rabbit. It's a yeah, very beautiful story.
Nice. No, no, no. You're good. You're good. You're good. Looks like we've got who just joined the stage?
It's Tricky Buddha from DeFi Space Donkeys.
Hey, hey, hey.
What's
How's it
up?
growing?
It's going good, going good. I just popped in here a little bit early. I'm getting myself a little snack, and I'm about ready to come
Sorry,
over here
I
and
got this.
see what you guys are up to.
Yeah, I'm driving right now. I got this jerk that just tried to cut me off, but
Oh, I heard him.
you heard my horn. Oh, for one
Yeah.
block, one one whole block of access, he has to try and cut me off so he can get to where he needs to go. Okay, these people.
That's hilarious.
Oh.
Hi, Tricky. Hi, good morning.
Hey, GMGM.
How are you, brother? Everything okay? How is going? How is growing?
Yeah, it's going good. It's going good. I didn't get a whole lot of sleep last night. I've just been so busy in all these spaces, but like we got like 3 marathon spaces going on right now. It's so
Wow.
crazy,
Wow.
but it's awesome. It's awesome. And right now I'm sending files to our coffee collab so we can have our bags all branded with DeFi Space Donkeys.
Cool. Cool.
Yeah.
I mean, I I try to. Can you tell me what is this project all about? It's like, could you like
Yeah.
69 seconds?
Yeah, okay. Well, so DeFi Space Donkeys are a way of me tokenizing myself as a personal advisor. So
Mm-hmm.
instead of paying my hourly rate, it's one DeFi Space Donkey per hour or for a consultation. And if you
Mm-hmm.
hold on, so if you get one from me, it comes with an hour consultation and it's a membership to the club, which means that there's like perks when you come to physical events. There's extra giveaways and there are collab opportunities as well, plus affiliate links once we come up with some more new products to be able to get a percentage off of that. And it's kind of like a much more elaborate version of my subscription, right? Like my subscription, if you subscribe to my main account for $1,
I
like
did.
there,
I
yeah,
did.
you get like you can get in on like different airdrops and different prizes from our sponsors. So like like last week we gave away a meta ride, um, and then
Wow.
we've given away probably like about $250-$300 worth of stuff in the time that
Okay.
I've been doing the subscriptions. But I've given away a lot more than I've gotten back because I've got the sponsors that are giving me all kinds of cool stuff. So
Okay.
30 sponsors, 75 subscribers,
Wow.
and yeah, it's moving. So the club's got 370 people in it now, and the floor is 0.04. It is on Polygon, but the price is in ETH. And yeah, I recently had a couple sweeps, so there's actually none listed by the community right now.
Wow.
Everyone who's got a DeFi Space Donkey right now is holding it, diamond handing it, unlisted.
Yeah, I don't know what happened here, but I was happily um, exchanging. I don't have any exchange, and it's probably good because I'm very emotional buyer.
Mm.
So somehow 1 month or even longer, all the exchanges like MoonPay and they reject my payment. Like I said, is a good thing in a way for my economy, but I can't do anything. I can't support Gitcoin rounds. I can do nothing basically. I have some coins in my wallet which I sort of play around with, but even that, to connect, I cannot give. I cannot vouch for anyone. It seems that they are. I don't know. I didn't do enough investigation, but as you know where I am, then it seems that some pages, some services are a little bit deeper in terms of restricting access. So yeah, like I said, maybe the local authorities, they are just taking care of my economy, and preventing me from using my credit card and exchanging into different. But I would love to keep on supporting, and even that I don't understand most of the time the technicality behind, and but definitely, I know you for a while already, and I heard your stories here and there, and I think you are building something, something what you believe, and that's cool that is working. So congratulations, man.
Yeah, thanks. I really wanted to show that you could basically use this as a receipt for anything. I mean, the NFT could be anything. So I immediately like see community takeover of the project. As soon as it launched, my partner bailed. Like the guy, not the partner, but the guy I made the DeFi Space Donkeys for. And he just left me with it. It was just going to be an art project. And when he didn't pay his bills, and I started to like these things, they look cool with the space backgrounds, and I just was thinking, well, how can I use this to like maybe like find my people, like, and that's why I decided to make it a club. And then it just one thing happened after another. I tried to add more utility to it, so it like represents an hour of my time and all that, and completely changed what it was, because it was just going to be like a degen, you know, meme, mega art play, But that was back in 2021 when NFTs were just going crazy. People were selling them for all kinds of ridiculous amounts. There was no rhyme or reason to it. It appeared, so everyone was just trying to make collections, and it was kind of cool. I got to learn a lot, and then the guy bailed, so I got to have the whole collection and do what I want. What's up, Will?
I see Arturo is here. He's probably here representing Refi Costa Rica. Arturo, buenas tardes, buenas noches.
¿Qué pasa, mi gente? ¿Todo bien? ¿Cómo
De
vamos?
nada. All right, tell us all about Refi Costa Rica, por favor.
Yeah. Oh man, so many things are happening. I'm excited about this new leadership. It's it was inactive kind of thing, and there is a group of catalyzers and activators, activists that we were like, yeah, it's like let's use this the commons, right? Here in Costa Rica, activated, and yeah, it's been like a nice trip. We met at this Protopian Convergence, which is happening in Costa Rica in March every year, and we met there a nice tribe, and then we said like, yeah, let's catalyze some nice work here in Costa Rica. Let's regroup. Let's connect. Let's grow. Let's grow. And here we are. We created the proposal, and it's good. I'm happy. Also, we have here Telluric Rex, which is also part of the team, part of the crew, and we are unifying efforts from the organization that we are also collaborating, and kind of thinking on how to coordinate um, the Costa Rican movement towards something more strategic, because I mean right now there's a lot of pressure for the ecosystem here. A lot of people want to live here. There's a lot of bribes also for the government, so they start constructing places that they shouldn't. A lot of real estate pressure. The country is very expensive at the moment, and I think it's the perfect scenario. You know, when the legacy system starts to fail, to really be able to give some alternatives to the community, so that we can team up and do all the good stuff. Yeah, um, we decided to also use this meme of the of Goku and Dragon Ball Z as part of the impact that we want to do and we want to have, because this is very popular in Latin America, the meme. So how can we make this regenerative Goku that is out there, um, protecting nature's rights, and we call it the Saya Riki regeneration movement, because there's a lot of memes around those words here in Costa Rica. So how we can increase public awareness, on how blockchain can serve ecological and social regeneration in a culturally friendly, inspiring way. So we want to organize events and cross pollinate projects. Yeah, basically, we see in the events a lot of traction, and yeah, the refi has been already doing a lot of the work. So the previous generation advanced a lot in a lot of things, and they create the capacity also. And a couple of the team members that are left, which is me and another guy, Randall, and yeah, like incubating. That was part of my process also with Landia. Yeah, I also realized that my project Landia is kind of difficult with local, like the state of things in Costa Rica today, and we have to first increase the capacity of these organizations that we want to serve before we can think even about Web3. So this refi Costa Rica is about that. It's about connecting. It's about also thinking on the midterm, on how to have impact reports coming from digital activators on bioregions, and how we can train people on bioregions, to help those communities to come on board and help them with the technical side of things, with the technology, so we can also um, grow. Yeah, I would love to have also Telluric Rex to come up. Can you request? Yeah, cause this been a nice journey, and I would love to have your perspective if you want to come up here. And yeah, this is
I
like the
just
main
sent
thing.
them.
Yeah,
I just sent Telluric Rex a speaker invite, so they should be able to come up on stage.
amazing. Thank you, Will. Awesome. And yeah, we're here in Costa Rica, 6:40 in the afternoon. The sunset is like at 5:40, 5:50. Um, and it's pretty hot. It's the end of the dry season, so it's pretty touristy at the moment.
Nice. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Hello. Hi everybody. Name's Stefan. What a pleasure to be here. Arturo has introduced me to this community since really yesterday. Today in the morning I've been listening very intently, and I'm loving what I've been hearing, and the initiative and the fire and the earth and the air and the water there's in this space, in this digital territory. Also, I guess this is my first X account, so I'm hanging out as a uh, platform newbie. Um, yeah, what more can I say? We're nerds, but activators, and we've been having fun with developing this Saja Ricky meme, because like it's really about like in some way we're all putting up energy for this huge Hankadama spirit bomb. Uh, to break dams and let the water flow, uh, and regenerate, and grow in a thriving environment, like shift of paradigm, compost the old, use the new tools. um, yeah, we're all young guys, and we met at Protopian. That was a really beautiful moment. It was like meeting other likenesses of ourselves. um, I don't know if you've felt like that with people in your life, but isn't it a beautiful feeling when you meet community and tribe, that helps you just grow? Um, I don't know. We can like speak about what we're trying to do, what we're proposing, the education pieces, the adoption pieces. We can chat about the culture behind it, and how we want to include AI in it, sure, but also like reach out to like other partners in the ecosystem to help us like, you know, build a build out the meme, and do it ourselves, and hold spaces to onboard people into Web3 technologies, see the possibilities in the space. But we were very heavily discussing, or considering, I would say also, how can I, like a scoping period, and like really understanding like the dire necessities of people in Costa Rica in the community, really build those community ties, um, to understand like what the technology can be built to serve. Um, but yeah, we got some ideas. Local partners have like there's this really cool initiative, also ecoins, for example, .echo, which has mapped out recycling sites and like waste recuperation and repair sites, and built a blockchain to reward recycling and repairing your stuff. And you can get there's like sorties and prizes every month, and you can raffle and you can get stuff. And like it's a pretty big community. It's like 80,000 registered users in Costa Rica, and like some 30,000 active users. So there's a lot of movement in the space as well. That's been really interesting to witness. um Tico blockchain happened a couple weeks ago. Well, last weekend, sizable crowd, like 300 people arrived. um a lot of good stuff, not a lot of really good stuff. um could have, but we were there representing the regenerative movement, Sajarikis. uh and this is also, I feel like there's so many of you already here. You're like these super saiyans. They're just busting it out, and you know hopefully like loving life and being silly, uh, while you can, because I think that keeps us going strongly. So yeah, hi from Costa Rica. I'll hand the mic back. you
Yeah,
love
it's
and
cool.
you
What?
yeah,
Yeah,
keep going.
it's cool that you mentioned a couple of things in there. First of all, is how to make this movement accessible, and that we're proposing something that is accessible for the community and to listen to the needs of the community in the regenerative space that is already working, identifying where the energy is flowing, the markets, who are the people catalyzing those projects, what are the stages that they are in and their projects, and to really check what is the technology that they're using, if they're using any technology, and really looking at those on the practice has been very, very nutritious for us. So, and the organizations that we're collaborating here in Costa Rica, whether that might be the University for International Cooperation or Costa Rica Regenerativa or Suelos Vivos, there are several, right? So, by having these coordinate ecosystem that is very mycelium connected. It's something that we believe is very valuable if we are to kind of do this regenerative movement accessible. And it's been a beautiful journey listening to that feedback and also partnering with different organizations. So the idea is precisely that, to offer education programs and scholarships and things like that, so that the people from the bioregions can enhance their capacity, create the capacity in those places, so that they can activate their bioregions and become, an activator in there, meaning that they can also play, the leagues and have better access to tech jobs and stuff like that. So really thought from activist perspective, I think I will say. You can correct me, Stefan, but I think that's the case. And yeah, I think it will be amazing to have like this Henkidama building towards, regeneration, so we can. Um, we have a term in Costa Rica called Minga, where we go to one farm. So the neighbor farms, they gather in one farm at a time every week or month, and how to compensate that, how to through community validation to have USDC, USD Glow, whatever it might be, growing there and growing in general, the whole entire coordination, because that's the goal, right? That's the goal of the refi coordination, to catalyze in there and see how we can like get into that spectrum to be able to produce impact reports and produce the data container, so that we can use the maps, that we can leverage the mapping also on the social side as in the ecological side. And yeah, kind of, well, that's what I see. And then the accessibility is something that I really want to point out.
Yeah, brilliant. I I want to highlight on top of or within what you said, like the need to like drive action in territory, right? It's about like gathering our changing patterns, understanding how we gather around water. Like it's all very biophysical organization. Um, we got to return to that, and like ultimately, I want to just point out that this is like the big. That's like the bigger tapestry. I sense, you know, and the tech. And like the activities that will be funded to use the to onboard onto the tech are also like about concretizing this like new way of operating and seeing where like other resources are actually. uh so like shout out to like the Gitcoin creators for like creating such a cool, like I think it's amazing that this technology exists. I just want to celebrate that as well. I think that's awesome. um and like, yeah, like drive these like mingas, work parties, uh in your own local environments, and like, like catalyze also that process of becoming more familiar with your local environment, right? Because like in some way there's you can earn, you know um yeah, we we had an event. We got presented the nouns community, or I met them for the first time. So I think that's amazing. Like all the documentation, all like the showing how like we're living differently, and how that can be like rewarded. It's very interesting territory. Um, yeah, I don't know. Arturo, you got anything to add? I mean, like, yeah, we'll be hosting. I suppose we can share some links, so you can follow how we're pulling this off in the coming weeks. I think the last day is on the 14th, so we'll try to organize some activities and yeah, open some new wallets here, basically. Check.
Yeah, well, what's going on? Where are you in the world?
Me, let's see. Sorry, I just got back to my car. I'm on my way to work and I need to get me some supplies for a 12-hour shift. I am in Have you heard? Are you familiar?
I couldn't hear the name, kind of cut.
Oh, okay. Now you can hear me good, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. I am in Denver, Colorado.
Oh, cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
and we have also DFD. I don't know, guys. If you have any questions, you want to comment something, you want to come say hello.
Or change the topic.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll be right there in a second. I'm just grabbing a couple of things real quick, and then I
No,
will
you do
help
your
lead the
thing, Tricky.
conversation. We can talk regen stuff and all kinds of stuff.
I got
Well,
one loaded. Can you still hear me?
yes.
Yeah, you're a
Okay.
little
Sorry.
quiet, but I hear you.
Okay. Well, maybe turn up your volume. No, I'm just joking. I'm driving, so yeah, if I'm a little ruggy, that's why. So Costa Rica's pretty expansive island, yeah?
Yeah, we're technically not an island. We are
Uh,
in between Nicaragua and Panama.
We're an isthmus, technically
Almost,
speaking.
almost. We're
you're an
like,
isthmus.
Isthmus. Yeah.
I got you. So I know in certain parts of the of Costa Rica, uh, the localized citizens are tapped into local activism, right?
Mhm.
For the isthmus. But I know that other parts aren't so much. So I guess how do we make this more expansive so that it affects the entire region?
Yeah, I think that partnerships with active communities is going to be super essential, and we have to be strategic about how we enter dialogue and a discussion of value with these communities. We have limited energy to pull this off. We're all doing other stuff and working on other jobs, so um, that's going to be definitely a key aspect of it, right? Because it's the ability to respond to real needs and demands. Um, so that's going to take time too. Time is a resource that is to be invested. Um, and by being strategic around how we engage with those communities in a very like, okay, mutual understanding, and you know c- consent, shul dialogue practices, to identify needs and offer resources, and negotiate, um, to see if there's even fit, right? So, but I think that's amongst our best bet. uh, I mean, Arturo can tell you about a lot of the communities that he's been, part of, and that are like quite active in some strand of regeneration. You can talk about the clean wave, and like, I don't know, maybe if you want to say a couple things about that, because I think that's a really great example about how we can maximize our impact, optimize, I'll
yeah,
even say.
yeah. I've been activating, or I've been actively going into communities and check out what's going on. So as you were saying, there are some places that have more crypto adoption. There are more places that are more touristy. There are other places that are more active on the defense of nature's rights. I will say the communities that like have more crypto adoption are on the coast, on the Pacific side, in the north and in the center, and those are like places where that adoption is kind of easier to onboard people there. We have also a pretty cool tool in Costa Rica. It's called Bitcoin Jungle, and with Bitcoin Jungle you can connect your payment system on your phone from your bank, and you can get Bitcoin on the other side that you can then send to your wallet. And then it's like a very easy on board because banks here are terrible. And it's also a pretty good margin if you compare with MoonPay or other payment systems on Ethereum and MetaMask and whatnot, right? So by identifying like this kind of on ramps and off ramps for organizations like the Clean Wave is a good example. The cleanwave.org, it's a community beach cleanup, it's underwater cleanup. Um, our team accelerated the project a few years ago, and we came in and basically helped them build their infrastructure, right? Because sometimes we might forget that it's like a lot of layers on this. But basically, we got in and activated enable because we gave the digital tools that the organization needed at the time, including the CRM, the website, the event calendar, the the whole payment system, to open an NGO in the United States so we can receive donations in the United States as a 501c3, and all of these strategic back pieces, right, that are how we create sustainable business model. There is a beautiful book called the A World Without Poverty. I forgot the name of the author, but it's basically how we run sustainable social business models. And I think the Clean Wave is really getting there, and it's been there for a while, but like inconsistency helping other NGOs to reach all of that level. So today, the Clean Wave has underwater expeditions. We certificate people in open waters and all the way to dive master. We have last year we had 150 events, and we also participate in several things that come out of the blue, right? Like scenarios where we have a shipwreck, so we get like the voice and we get the authority to go and deal with that and take care and get the boat out of there, like the whole situation. And on the Web3 side of the thing, we've been to, I think, a couple of Gitcoin rounds already and some Give It rounds as well. So the team is, yeah, getting there. Everybody's onboarded and everyone is participating. And, and then we also opened some doors through some connections I made in Cali, Colombia last year, with C3s and with Regen Network Foundation, and we're basically creating that structure that then helps the organizations to get funds from hopefully um, donors that wanna, or institutional donors like bigger money, so we can run cleanups and sustain the organization through community validation. So this is one project that I'm excited about, and it's an international team. We're in a very international place here, and yeah, it's been a very very nice learning process for me too, and it's cool. And I think we are moving towards more of that, and I'm excited about.
Yeah, very cool. Yeah, I'm familiar with the Clean Wave because I'm also connected to Upe Local. I'm not sure if you're familiar or what side they're on if they're on the Pacific side or not. You are okay, cool. Yeah, and so yeah, I just know that there's varying degrees of sentiment. I mean, I think you're going to find that anywhere, right? About are people looking for a replacement for their current daily monetary needs? Yes or no, right? If not, okay, cool. Um, are people in these localized areas, are they learning to learn more about, emerging technology? It's a simple yes or no, right? So qualifiers there, I think, can help us understand. Um, I'm not saying you guys aren't already doing this. I'm just saying this is from my perspective, right? So correct me if I'm wrong on this. But I I feel like what Telaruk said about identifying the needs and then addressing the needs is something that's very crucial in this process. And then being sensitive to those needs, right? If they say no, we're good, we're fine. Okay, cool. That's fine. We'll leave you guys alone and do your thing or whatever. But if you have an interest in what we're doing over here as far as like localized cleanups, because I know there's a lot of coral cleanup activity in Costa Rica, right?
Yeah, there is an organization called how's it called? Let me
Coral
remember.
Connect.
Coral Connect, exactly. Who was that?
Oh, Coral
Yeah,
Connect.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
Tricky Buddha from D5 Space Donkeys. I know
There.
everybody here. Yeah,
Yeah. So that
the
they
hill.
clean coral. These guys are in OSA, so they are on the Pacific South, and they already got like connection with sea trees. I don't know if you're familiar with sea trees, but basically they find sponsors for coral projects and sea projects. I believe also mangroves and everything that is coastal and in water. So yeah, there is like some projects in here. I will say that corals are such a difficult topic. It's like very difficult to take care of corals, and if you don't clean the river systems, it's like you're trying to plant it in a non-safe environment for corals. Quite difficult. And here we have a runoff and erosion that is astronomically high. Per hectare, we have between 50 and 100 tons of topsoil per year eroded going to the river and then into the ocean. So it's like imagine how many trucks dumping basically sediment in the ocean. So on the Pacific coast, center and north, especially north, yeah, the corals are very damaged. Some of them are already disappearing, and yeah, in Osa Peninsula, which is a little bit more protected than here in the north. Yeah, you have like maybe some more chances where they are. But yeah, Costa Rica is tiny. Everybody knows everybody, I believe, if they are in this space, and which is it's also a good thing because it's easy to coordinate. It's not like a huge country, and we don't suffer of things that bigger countries suffer from. I don't know, Brazil or Colombia, Mexico, like more heavy duty boots in the ground territories. Yeah, will be my take. Check.
All right, cool. Well, thank you for shedding some light on what's going on down in Costa Rica and what Refi Costa Rica and other communities are doing to be part of the solution. I appreciate it, Arturo, and I'm really looking forward to our meeting post GG23 because I think with what we're doing with KF Media and the program that we have that right now is specific to Latam, but it's going to become more expansive and be able to have an impact across the entire global South and developing economies. To me is my current why of what I do here in Web3, outside of everything else that I have a focus on. So, but we're going to go ahead and turn over the show to Tricky Buddha because this is his programming hour. And what you got for us, Tricky?
Well, I
Right.
am always here to share some positivity and to also talk about goals and drop any kind of alpha about Web3. But what was that, Arturo?
No, just saying, like, grateful for the space and for hosting this 24/7 for a couple of weeks without like attending basic needs. I really appreciate it, and I appreciate also the conversation here. So, big
Jimmy's a
applause for
legend,
you
and
guys for hosting
the whole
this. I
community coming
really,
together is awesome.
yeah, this is awesome.
Yeah, nice to meet you. I'm giving you a follow back right now, and follow my all my other accounts too. I will follow you back. I am Tricky's NFTs, Tricky_Buddha, Alien Overlord Broadcasting, DeFi Space Donkeys, High Intel Crew, and sometimes Zao Festivals.
I love the festivals.
Yeah. We just did that one down in Miami, which was amazing. And today we celebrated our 1 year anniversary from that NFT NYC, Zalpalooza, which was really cool. Zalcella was in Miami, Zalpalooza was in New York, and it was truly amazing. I always mention a couple of the sponsors, mainly being Meta Rides and Jazzy from Primates Board Club, who came up and approached me first, and then my homies in Dreamland, the Cheech and Chong project. Also, we had IRL goodies and homegrown creations, plus Canna Buddies. And as a result, we had over $3,000 in edibles to hand out to everybody.
So how did Zal rope you into all that extra work?
I met him a year prior at the Jaden Violet and Raver Realm event I did with them and Goonies and Ape Reunion. And we had a great time. I met him then. He joined the club, and that's pretty much it. I mean, when you join the club, I try to help you accomplish your goals, and that was one of his goals. And I liked it. I liked the idea too, so I just went all in on it.
Nice. Yeah, I'm good friends with Zal and Jaden. Actually, I went to Jaden's IRL UVR here in Denver around East Denver
Nice.
2024. Yeah, East Denver 2024.
Nice. So yeah, if you went to the rave or you heard us last year, I was adding him to my intro, Jaden. So it was it's Tricky Buddha from DeFi Space Donkeys, sponsored by Raver Realm and Jaden Violet. Join us at the rave.
Nice. No, it might have been 2023. Anyways, yeah, I met him. He's a cool cat. Yeah, I know that was 2023 because
Yeah.
Jimmy and I hung out at Edge City a lot last year in 2024. So yeah, it had to be 2023. But yeah, good people. All right.
Yeah.
Well, we look forward to the conversation, Tricky. Lead us on.
Yeah, yes, sir. So I mean, I've been doing a lot of stuff dabbling with like AI, making some art, but also making like AI agents. Has anybody else been taking advantage of this like $200,000 employee that is just can be just active all day long? I think it's definitely worth something worth looking into. There's a friend in our community, Rick Starr. He's Top Hat Cat. He's using that Top Hat Cat AI. You can see it every once in a while. It'll respond or post on my comments, and I'll have a little engagement with it. He's always talking about premium catnip and the charts and how bullish he feels. It's a pretty funny interaction, but they can bring in a little bit more more insight or have data to add. They can make memes or visuals sometimes in order to respond and get good amount of impressions. So you can actually monetize your account by using an AI to help fill in the gaps and then be here all the time. And I hooked one to my actually to this account. So if some, I mean, it's not working right this second. I need to I need to use another API key in order to have access to more data. But it was basically set up so if anybody asked any questions about DeFi or Web3 or the club, it would fill them in with the basic answers. So it's like a clone of myself that has perfect memory. It's amazing to have that, in your back pocket, and we all can do it. So if you actually check out Rick Starr's page, it was a recorded thing he did on Monday. So on Monday at like 10 a.m. is maybe a good. Maybe I should find it real quick for you guys and throw it down there in the comments in case anyone's like looking at this later and thinking, "Hey, we should check that out." What's up, Elephant? How's it going?
Hey, what's up, guys? This is it's Ben behind the Elephant account from inside the Elephant Room. How are you guys doing?
Doing good, man. Doing good. We are here helping to grow trees and talk to the community, see what everyone's up to. And I'm a
Lovely.
personal advisor, so I figure I'd come over here and answer questions for an hour, talk
Love it.
talk stuff, and if I don't know the answer, I'll send you in the right direction.
Love it. Well, I just felt like compelled to jump on in because you were talking about AI agents, and I have
Yeah.
definitely been nerding out in that space myself as well. In fact, I was just sitting here doing that as I was listening to you guys talk. And this project that you'll see, this Have I Been Wrecked toolkit, it's basically open source intelligence tools that we're building with AI agents, like basically doing investigations on chain and also online, not on chain, using kind of like a whole bunch of different API keys. I've been using for my own purposes for kind of a mixture of just like curiosity and research stuff, but also like some forms of activism and journalism. And it occurred to me as I was working on it that this might be interesting for other people. So we're building out this toolkit as like a totally open source set of tools that people can use that has the ability to write the results on chain, as well as using some ZK tech to have things that are provable but also obscured, so you can share information but redact things. So I'm having a ton of fun in this space as of late. It's an interesting sort of twist. I used to work running Gitcoin grants rounds, and was never really imagined myself right in the thick of a round, but I've joined in with an old friend of mine, who I was doing stuff off the side of my desk with, and now here we are, building some nifty tools to share with other people. So just felt compelled because of you talking about the AI agents and that like high powered friend that you got with you. When I showed this kind of tool idea to one of my buddies in the security space, they said it was kind of like having Zach XBT in your pocket all the time, which I think truth be told, like we can train stuff off of Zach's research and others, but there's still something to be said about the actual badass humans using the tools. Like it's a team member, right? Like not just a solo agent doing everything entirely itself, but it's that iterative process back and forth that I found really like generative and interesting. So, and the more we all
Someone who
contribute to building up
understands
these models, the
statistics.
better they are for everybody. Anyway, I'll stop rambling there.
Welcome, Mr. West. Good to see you in these parts.
Hey, right on,
Arturo,
Will.
are you taking off?
I would
What's
just
that?
wanted to say, like, what were your thoughts, like, Elephant? Like, what's the state of the art in this? How are we there, like, for regenerative projects to have access to this kind of AIs and the agents?
From my perspective, like it's amazing how far tools have come. They still have a long way to go. But I think, there's so much power in being able to go through just tremendous amounts of documents and drive, the analysis and input from, just like all the information on the internet that's been fed into these models. From specifically talking about OSINT, like open source intelligence, there's all these tools with APIs, right? And there's some really interesting, like, off the shelf open source stuff like Olama that gives you the ability to like run these models locally on your own machines, plug in through APIs to, all these various different tools, use Python scripts to interact with them, pull data, analyze it, organize it. So really we're just like trying to train out like a series of things to help if your wallet's been compromised, or if if you have been the victim of a scam, doing like on-chain analysis, but also doing deeper dives into like who's buying projects, or who a grantee applying for a grant round is, and whether they're legit or not. Just having been in the space for a while doing grant stuff, like there's tons of scams, and it's kind of this arms race between the people using AI and these other tools to do scams and the people trying to defend against them. So My thinking was basically just democratize these tools, try to make them as privacy preserving as possible proactively, and try to bring the community together in an open source space to like iteratively build on these things together. So I always get stoked listening to people talking about all the nifty stuff that they're doing and building in the space, and just wanted to jump into the conversation.
So you have an active participation in GG23, yeah?
Yes, that's correct. If you go check out the account that I'm inside of right now, you'll see this Have I Been Wrecked project, which is, I also call it a Pretty Good OSINT protocol, which is like a callback to, pretty good privacy, the PGP key principle that a lot of what we're doing in crypto land is kind of based around public-private key pairs and all that good stuff. So yeah, check out that protocol and this kind of user interface, Have I Been Wrecked, which is intended to just be like, for somebody who just wants to show up and have a conversation with an AI that's been trained to help with investigations, it's a tool to do that. And then for those who want to go deeper, we're making like command line, Dockerized containers that people can like run their own VM with all this stuff preloaded and plug into things, and eventually be able to like pay with crypto for the use of the VM space and the app player.
All right, I'm going to ask you one more question, then I got to make a quick phone call. What round are you guys in?
Oh yeah, we're in the dApps and Apps round. I'll post the link to our application, but yeah, thanks for letting me ramble on and chill. I wasn't planning on jumping on. I was just listening, but you got me all fired up talking about what you can do with these agents. So I just wanted to share what we were up to.
I can hear the passion. I love it. I mean, it gets me hyped too. There's so much potential in this tool to just, why would you hire a personal assistant or give some stranger all your account codes to log into all your socials when you could just give it to a clone of yourself with better memory, right? So
yeah, totally.
I'm for it.
The trick, I think, just going back and forth is the trick. That's really the thing I've leaned into. It's like it was something you said like about how you can talk to them all day. Like it's that back and forth and iteration, and sort of like, hey, can you find this file for me? Can you make it like this? How about a little bit more like that? Like that's the thing.
You can be like, for all intents and purposes, it's the master and you are the apprentice, and you can learn whatever you want. It'll break it down into steps. And if you really need help, it can do a lot of things for you. Once it's an actual robot that's free from the computer, an Optimus, then now we're talking, it's definitely better at us than working. Like we're not going to be able to work as hard or as efficiently as these things.
Totally.
Like manual labor jobs are going to be like pretty much over.
I mean, the thing I find really interesting that I've been doing recently is just copying and pasting error codes back into I'm like trying to do stuff in the command line that I don't fully grok because I'm just a script kiddie, and I'm
try to break it.
Yeah, like, hey, what did I do wrong here? What's this? What do I do next? Like you can get a lot done just by opening up the developer tools and then just copying every error message you see into the AI and saying, why isn't this working? What do I do?
Yeah. Exactly. There's so much to learn now, and there's so many ways to get at like good information.
Totally.
So yeah, very cool. Well, I tag my other friends that are into AI, so you guys can always have a good conversation together. He just did this like multi-hour course on like at 10 o'clock at last was it last Sunday? And I was like, well, or Monday maybe. I couldn't make it. I was on the racetrack. I was busy going fast. I got invited out to the Daytona Speedway, so I had to take advantage of that.
Super cool.
Shout out to Carter from Be Nice Racing. That was great.
Well, thanks for having me on, guys. I'm gonna get back to the work that I was doing while I was just kind of hanging out, but I'll keep listening and hanging out. Thanks for letting me ramble on, and nice to see all these familiar faces. Best of luck to everybody in the round.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you coming up and chatting. It's good. I definitely want to talk more about AI. If you want to drop any alpha about like frameworks or how people could get started. I think we talked about it briefly before. Like I need API keys to be able to actually make the content.
Yeah,
that's where I'm having trouble.
Yeah, well, I mean, I honestly, I'm doing it through a conversation with the AI. I'm just like, hey, okay, now I need to accomplish, like, it's a lot of just like explaining intent and asking it to play a role. It's like, okay, you're top the line infosec investigator, and you're trying to accomplish this goal, and what are the, like, just, and then just asking more and more questions. Like, I think it's just that curiosity and just going deeper and deeper and doing your own research, but doing it at like light speed, I think is really the thing.
Right. And that's why we all have Grok right now, because
Yeah.
XAI is training it with, we are training the AI for it.
True.
Like, yeah, we should be getting paid a lot more to be here.
Well, I mean, that is one of the things, right? Like, it's like, the
Mhm.
data and who you're giving it to. Like, that's why I think running stuff locally is interesting. Like, you can,
Yeah.
pull stuff into a virtual machine that you control, or like write on your own, hard metal, like, run a server, or even just littler computers for littler tasks. But like,
Mhm.
there, you can do a lot of this stuff just like remotely using open source tech. If you just like follow along. I just fed a whole bunch of YouTube explainers into how to build stuff into
Oh,
Notebook
nice.
LM, and just asked it to like summarize and give simple instructions.
Yeah. Yeah. Smart. I love its ability to just break down a problem into simpler steps, right? Because a lot of times people feel overwhelmed, and if AI can just give you simple, baby steps, then it makes anything just way more, manageable.
100%, totally.
I'm definitely having fun with it. And I love that I can like put in a poem and a story, like because I think I'm a decent writer when it comes down to like being descriptive and painting an image.
Mhm.
So that those stories in a visual AI generator, image generator, they do great. And then I just switch
Totally.
out like 4 different key points with like a question that question and answer section I give to like my club members, and then now I got to have a custom, AI image for them
That's awesome.
based off their answers.
Love that. Yeah. Yeah. The thing I see people do wrong the most is just like stopping after that first iteration, just assuming that the AI is going to
Right.
totally get their intention off of whatever prompt they give.
Yeah.
Uh, if,
Astronaut jumping over moon looks good to me.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, totally.
But
But the more
yeah,
you train it, the more amazing things it can do. And like feeding a whole
yeah,
bunch of copy from like a bunch of people in a group like that, that's super cool. Like, interesting stuff can come
y-
out of that.
yeah. We could even do one right now. It's almost like a Mad Libs, right? So
Yeah.
if depending on how many people we got here paying attention, we could break down a couple. Like I could take a prompt of mine, give feed you guys the questions for the 5 different things, and then we'll make a new V2 DeFi space donkey right here, which
Hmm.
would be these are the ones that survived the supernova, so they are all basically got some kind of powers, magical abilities, because if they didn't, they wouldn't have survived, you know.
Love it.
So maybe I'll pull up that questionnaire, and if we can get like 4 or 5 people active, we could do stuff like that. That'd be fun.
That's a
Well,
pretty
actually,
brilliant idea, man. I love doing like just iterative generation like that in real time with a group. That's pretty neat. It opens up
yeah.
all kinds of ideas of things you could do for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I could even send you the entire prompt to just cut and paste into your AI and see what image we get too, because different image generators are going to get different things.
Totally. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, especially if you've been training something up on a bunch of your interests and personality and whatever else,
Right? Or we could do this also like a competition too. Like I could like I'll put up like a raffle ticket for grabs,
Uh-huh.
uh, or like it's a magic mushroom patch NFT, or and it's
Uh-huh.
tradable for a raffle ticket. So you could get that NFT or the raffle ticket to the person who makes like the coolest AI image, based off of like a story that we all kind of put together. So we're all using the same inputs, but then we have our own nuances in the prompt that's gonna change what it actually kind of looks like. What are you thinking, Arturo?
I was thinking, I wanted to ask something. Have you ever tried Manu, this Chinese AI agent? You have to apply for, I don't know, but I've seen like crazy videos of this guy doing like 80 tasks at the same time. I don't know. I want to know if you have ever tried.
I have not. I don't think I've done that one. I've played with Eliza, me.fun, and another one as far as like framework goes for AI agents. Elephant, what you said, you're using basically an open source and you're running it on your platform, right? So you kind of, this
Well,
is
like
like your
on a
own.
virtual machine. I'm not running it on
Yeah,
like
yeah.
right on my. I mean, I
Just
do
on
have
your.
like some local stuff that I'm running on a little computer just to experiment with, but
Mhm.
yeah, using Olama, which is like just kind of a protocol for running through APIs, a whole bunch of other stuff, or just running stuff locally, like through your virtual machine, and then you're just basically paying for as much as you use. But
Right.
for me, the thing that's been super fascinating is like plugging these agents into software platforms that do other things. So it's like then you get the layer upon layer. I have I've played around with DeepSeek a little bit and like some of the nifty models coming out of China. I do think it's fascinating how there's like some way more energy efficient models that like basically they built better code just because they didn't have access to the chips and did some amazing things. I
Right.
think that's super fascinating. But
Yeah.
like I'm not sure, Arturo, if I've used the specific tools you're talking about.
Sorry, I couldn't pay attention to the last thing you said. What was that?
Oh, I just said I wasn't sure if I've actually used the tools you're talking about, though.
Oh yeah, I put them in the comments. Maybe somebody
Oh,
that,
cool.
yeah, can also look at and see what they say. It looks, I mean, very impressive. I applied for it, but I haven't had a response on that. Yeah,
Cool.
hopefully we can get some accounts or something.
Cool. Yeah, thanks for sharing. Interesting.
Yeah, it'd be super cool to have like a tool library with all of these different kinds of, yeah,
Right.
options that we have.
Yeah. As you learn like new tools and skills too, like make yourself like a skill like logbook. You know what I mean? Like
Mm,
I know how to do this. It's with this. This is how I do it, right? And as you get it more and more refined, you will basically have written out, guidelines and protocol for solving those problems. Then you can give that to an AI bot and create an assistant to utilize those tools the way you've been doing it. It's pretty cool. Like anything you can think of, you can program into an AI bot nowadays,
totally.
and
Well,
it'll
I'm really
do
excited
it.
about what we might be able to do, putting some like real like blockchain engineer, like advanced cryptography folks like into like this is why we applied for this grant, was to like kind of take what I've been able to do just playing around with AI and then like try to see if we can take it up a notch and just like make it more widely available, make things run more efficiently, like like because like I said, I'm just a script kiddie, like I mean the thing that's pretty neat to me is like just being able to actually get stuff done, only knowing a limited amount and just using like agents to help you increase your skill set and like troubleshoot things, like it's like and they're making tons of mistakes in the process, but a lot of the times just because my prompts aren't really on point, like I'd say that's one of the smartest things, is like saying, asking the agent to write a prompt for you that's actually going to generate the results, and just like explaining what you're trying to do in plain language, and then asking it if it has any questions to like refine the answer that it's giving you, like because more often than not the problem's
Yeah.
actually what do they call it, a pebcam error. Problem is between keyboard and monitor. It's like it's actually you, the person using the computer,
Yeah,
that's the problem, not the computer.
yeah, facts. And yeah, you can use multiple AIs to write prompts for other AIs, and they know how to talk to each other better than we do. So
Totally. Yeah.
it's great.
Totally.
But it also makes you wonder. It's like, well, does it not, like, how does it, basically the one AI is like better. They're only good at the one thing that they're good at, right? Like just like
Hmm.
a lot of people, they know how to do other things, but the thing that they're like really focused on, that's what they're better at. So you need multiple AIs to work in within an agent, you know?
Totally. yeah, and that's the thing that makes those like systems like Olama or whatever else like really interesting. Is like they're really just like a place to plug a whole bunch of other stuff into, you know.
Yeah, artificial intelligence is already an like an aggregator that understands statistics, and now it's just like gotten, it's like multidimensional, you know.
Totally.
It's
Yeah.
they're they're developing a whole bunch of skills all under one roof. Um, yeah, I'm looking forward to developing more of these. I think everyone needs at least like a calendar assistant, someone who's gonna like kind of take care of like your diet based off like what groceries you have in your house and like what you need, and then like you're scheduling meetings and making sure like you get the right amount of sleep and shit you should.
I love it.
Med
Yeah, I
monitoring
need one of those
medications.
telling me to stop working sometime soon. It
Mm-hmm.
seems to have the opposite effect on me somehow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've given up on schedules. Like if I have an appointment, I'll try to make the appointment, but there's no more of this. I get up at the same time every day. No. That varies a full every time of the day, all the way around every 2 weeks, basically. Like I'm on like a lunar cycle with like a 36-hour day. It's weird.
Love
What's up,
that.
Will?
I'm waiting for an AI agent to tell me I need to retire and do human things like building relationships with other humans. And then I'll tell the AI agent, okay, monetize me to make that happen and fill up my wallet. Here's my wallet address. Let's go.
Right?
That's perfect, man. Yeah. I mean,
Go,
yeah, I
go.
just find it like it's like interesting and fun enough using these tools that even though they could save me, like they are saving me time, but at the same time they're like I find I'm on my computer even more because you just go further and further down these rabbit holes faster and faster, you know. But I love that idea of just like, hey, good idea. I should work less. Why don't you just fill up this wallet? That's great.
Yeah. Here's $100 to start with. Go find arbitrage opportunities and keep doing it until until you can't find any more opportunities left, and then give yourself a little 1 hour reset, power down, power back on, and do it all over again.
Perfect.
Take profits and transfer to my bank account.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just send me a little alert when we're on our way to Hawaii.
Yeah, or somewhere else. So Elephant Room's your main focus right now, Mr. West?
I am juggling a few different things. I'm doing a bunch of different like consulting. Elephant Room's basically a passion project. It's actually like an entity that I've used for a whole wide variety of different things for years, along with a partner and a friend who, like, while I was kind of full time in Gitcoin land, was doing more of the stuff using the Elephant Room brand, and since I have been not working at the Gitcoin or Thrive anymore, decided to take a bit of a step back and like just focus on some projects. So first I got involved in this project Seabrick, which is another old buddy, which is like turning kelp into concrete. And there's a whole sort of tokenization and real world asset component of that. And then from there, I, also working on a project that is a using holonym proof of identity protocol, which you may have heard they bought Gitcoin Passport, but they also do like kind of a KYC thing, which I thought was super positive step in the right direction. When I was at Thrive, we were switching from doing our KYC with a vendor that basically was creating a honeypot of everybody's ID, and we're able to replace that with zero knowledge proofs and like no human in the middle, like AI based identity document verification, which to me was a huge step in the right direction. So yeah, the idea is tying that into Blue Sky AT protocol decentralized identities, so that you could have basically like check marks based on like a holonym proof of identity, as opposed to having to send in your information to some data broker who's like using surveillance capitalism to monetize your personal information.
Right.
So
I
yeah,
just
those are my main things, and doing a little other consulting communication stuff on the side.
Cool.
and I was
How's
looking at
the
your profile too. That you have a missed opportunity here. How do you like the sound of this? ERC Communications,
Nice. Yeah, I think you're right.
right? Because it's in the
here's
crypto world. Like that's
he-
that might be something you might want to use.
here's
Is
another
that
here's another old Gitcoiner joining the club, Mr. John Ruth in the house.
I only got a second. So this is called the quantum weave. The quantum weave, in the shadow of snowy mountains where ancient glaciers slowly surrender their form, I've come to understand something profound. We are all entangled quantum particles in a cosmic dance. The melting ice speaks a language older than words, telling stories of cycles of death and rebirth. This is not just loss, but transformation, the way nature has always taught us to regenerate. Look closely at the frost patterns on winter glass, at the honeycomb's perfect geometry, at the spiral growth of shells and plants, nature's blueprints offering freely to those who observe. Biomimicry isn't innovation, it's remembrance, a humble returning to what has always worked. The shark skin that inspired swimsuits, the burrs that gave us Velcro, the spider silk stronger than steel. We've forgotten that we live in the solution. In my town, we've started small, micro-local economies, a community garden where the elderly teach children how to coax life from soil, how to recognize which plants heal, which nourish, rain catchers designed like desert beetles, solar panels that track the sun like flowers. We grow, we live together. Let's grow live 24/7, not separate from Earth, but of it. When you touch soil, you touch a trillion lives. When you breathe, you inhale molecules that once cycled through redwoods and dinosaurs. The boundary between you and world, a beautiful illusion. The quantum truth is this: observation changes reality. What we witness, we affect. What we love, we preserve. So stand with me beneath these snow-capped sentinels, witness the glacier's slow surrender, and feel the entanglement. Every being, every atom, every possibility woven into this moment. We are not saving the world. We are remembering how to live within it.
Dude, that's a mic drop. I got to just leave right on that. I can't say anything else. John, it's so good to
No,
hear
you
your
do.
voice.
You got to keep talking because I got to go. I love y'all.
Love you
much
too, buddy.
love, dude?
See you later.
That was great.
He's just been
On
coming in
point.
here. So to give you some context, Ben, he's been tapping into the power of Claude, and he's been coming in here random times a day and just dropping his poetry on us. So it's been very entertaining.
That's so cool. That's so cool. Well, I should actually drop too, but I love that mic drop moment. Thanks for having me, guys. I'll keep dropping by throughout the next couple of weeks for sure.
Yeah, always good to see you. Good to catch up. Good to see a friend of the ecosystem and supporter of public goods. We'll see you
Yes,
around.
indeed. All the best, everybody.
Yeah, much love. I mean, that's great. I love to play with the different AI things. It is so much fun. It's so much easier to learn, and it's so much more entertaining. It's kind of like, it just made the internet idiot proof. You know what I mean? Not idiot proof, but idiot friendly. Like it used to be, people would try to like Google something and they would just like get lost and they get the wrong information. you know and now, AI will just like tell you, well, here's the information and here's where I found it. you know it's really cool.
Yeah, exactly. I actually learned something new about Grok today. Do you want to hear?
Oh yeah, Grok is broken, but yeah, I want to hear it.
Oh, Grok is broken? Well, what I learned today on Grok is that it cannot actually access the back-end data analytics that X stores um, It can only scrape information off the front of the platform.
Yeah, it's barely observant. It's kind of sad. And so it doesn't really know anything.
Except
Because
what other people tell it based on their profiles and all that. So
yeah, so but a bunch of idiots are really loud that it'll think that that's real.
right. Like like the thing that they just pulled off in the V Friends, right? I mean, that's an amazing accomplishment. Don't get me wrong, but
Hmm.
according to Grok, it's community reported, so it's not an actual fact about the longest continuous spaces duration. But I'm not
Right. Well, you
disputing it. I was just
right.
saying what Grok had access to as far as
Yeah,
data
because it
sets.
doesn't and like we can look at the post and say, well, it says 196 hours right there on the front of the space.
Right. But it doesn't
Right.
have any access to the back end data analytics.
It doesn't. Yeah, it
Yeah.
doesn't know that and it goes by community verification. So like if we argue with a fact and go back and forth, it might figure things out. But if everyone who comments on that post is in agreement or firmly in disagreement, then that's what it'll determine is the truth, which is just not right.
Right. And I didn't have time to run it through deep search. I just did service level Grok
Right.
questions and
Yeah,
stuff
no, you're
that were
right.
queries. But on the surface, without deep search, yeah, Grok can only provide you information that's on the service level of X as far as data goes. So
Yeah, you're better off using Perplexity or there's a bunch
yeah,
of other areas.
Sean's not a big fan of Perplexity, but he's provided us with some other options and tools too. So.
Cool. Yeah, I mean,
But
I'm down.
but I know I have other people that are fans of Perplexity, right? So I guess it's just whatever your preference is.
Well, yeah, it's succinct. It's I like that Grok has like kind of like a fun mode. It can be a little feisty. That's kind of funny.
Oh yeah, have you ever had Grok roast you?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's always a good time.
it was good. We could go around the room and just make it roast every one of them. Roast me
Oh
based on
man,
my tweets.
right?
That's a good one.
I think it
All
said
right.
one time that I'm an overachieving Web3 wannabe influencer.
I think it probably said the same thing for me. I was like, yeah, I want to be a Web3 influencer. That'd be great. Well, I just want to be able to make good content and help people figure this out safely, so people
Yeah.
don't just come in here and get burned and leave. And that way we get mass adoption faster because we got more people doing it right.
Yeah. I mean, like the only influence. I mean, influence is it's a very fine line, right?
I mean,
I
everybody
learned
influences. You influence everybody. Everyone influences everybody.
right exactly to a certain degree, right?
Yeah. That
The
just it's one thing debatable is how big of a degree it is, and that's varies by
right,
person to person. Yeah.
right, and so like I learned like back in 2022 that at that time with my primary community that I had influence over them in terms of like my behaviors, what I was doing, and people were kind of like following along. It led to a not so great outcome, and then ever since then I'm just like conscious about where I participate and stuff like that, so that it's more in the positive direction that's going to lead to the positive outcomes and the positive sum game that we're playing with public goods. But yeah, like from an influencer perspective, the type of influencer I want to be, and I feel that I already am, is just not really influencing, leading people to responsible decision making, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was going to be a financial advisor actually because I have a finance degree, finance bachelor's, and a management entrepreneurship bachelor's, right? So I wanted to, and a minor in real estate. I was like, learn all about the things, the keys to like good financial planning and advising. And then it was like all those jobs were like trying to sell people annuities and insurance and like just bullshit products. And I was just like, what is going on here? But also, when I graduated, that was right when the market was like really down, and the only real jobs that were available were like Tampa, and I'm in Orlando, so it'd be like drive for like an hour each way every day, and as also an unpaid internship, and you got to do it for 2 years, and then you can be a personal advisor. I could try a certified financial advisor, right?
Yeah.
So that's why I'm a personal advisor instead of a chartered financial advisor because I didn't get that certification because I wasn't going to work for free for 2 years. That's just crazy.
Yeah, no doubt. Maciek, how's everything going over there in your neck of the woods? Are you at the market again today or no? You've been quiet.
Hello. I'm just on the way out. It took me a while to get ready, but yeah, I'm going to the market to pump my bags, to sell a lot of bright jewelry with natural stones, mostly handmade by my beautiful wife. So, a birthday of your loved ones, just let me know.
Very
That's
cool,
cool.
man. Well, have a great day and keep checking in from time to time. And yeah, extend our love and gratitude for your time that you can participate here to your family. And he's gone.
I just remembered I have to do another subscriber giveaway. It's Friday.
Oh my gosh.
Time to do it.
Is it?
Hmm.
Mm. What do? You just do that on your profile or?
Yeah, on my main profile.
Yeah.
So everyone who subscribes, I'm trying to keep it cheap, but whatever I earn, I drop back basically, sweep the
Right.
floor of a project and drop it back. So if every subscriber, holds a little bit of it, and then if it does anything, it's also paired with Solana. So if Solana goes up, it'll be worth a little bit more.
Mm. Got it. Well, Zen Degen should be in here a little bit. I talked to her earlier today, and she was going to come through. The only day I think she's not going to come through is Sundays, so, and that's understandable.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure what I have planned this weekend still, but I probably will be able to be here, and that's cool. I wish I could like I don't know participate more in like the tree planting process in gardens. When I was in like middle school and high school, there was like science clubs. My mom was a science teacher, so she would organize these like mass butterfly gardens and stuff like that. Um, that was one of the better jobs was she was down in Boca Raton, so the school district had a little bit more money, and every once in a while she'd find an opportunity to get like a grant basically to plant the butterfly garden. It was awesome, but holding the world record for the most trees planted is also hilarious and awesome. It's just an amazing amount. It's a lot of times to bend over.
Yep. Took a lot of training to get his flexibility to that level to where he could do it. And it took
Yeah,
a community and a team to help him in the process
yeah,
too.
for sure. Yeah, it was amazing. Like a lot. I mean, yeah. There's so much that went into it. And he had to do it 3 times.
Yeah, I know.
Oh shoot!
The first time he just barely broke the last record setter, right? I think that's what pushed him to go higher and higher each time he had to do it. So until it could get verified.
Right? Yeah. You're only competing with yourself. You
Mm-hmm.
know. That's how it should be, though. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Come
let's
on.
see what else. Here, all right, let's see. Let's see right now if we all go retweet the room, we can get some more people in here.
Oh, Moonbeam came by earlier. I don't know if you saw that or not.
Oh yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. She is wild sometimes.
Yeah, I know.
Well, most times. Uh, you gotta rein her in sometimes. Like.
Yeah.
But she's kind, and she's
Yeah.
very positive
Yeah. I
mostly.
mean, she's harmless, but
Yeah,
like you said, sometimes you got to rein her in.
yeah. I'll tell people what they what if they're overstepping social boundaries. Sometimes you gotta tell a friend in the back end, hey, stop it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean that's part of also being a host or co-host, right? It's like you gotta, that's your
Yep.
job to rein them in.
Yep. Rein them in if they go off the rails.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, it's so good.
yeah, it
But
is
yeah,
so
there's
good.
a lot of different personalities here. That's I think it's
Yeah.
makes it real interesting. I love it.
Yep.
As long as you're positive and you're working towards your goals and your dreams, like, hey, I'm here for it. All right. So,
Excuse me, I had some hot sauce hit the back of my throat the wrong way. Some buffalo sauce.
buffalo sauce.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Buffalo sauce with mashed potatoes and Cajun gravy. That is thebomb.com.
Mm. That does sound good. Now you're making me hungry. What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah, Moon. She does make some really funny, some cool animations. Actually, like they're awesome. The colors are like blue, purple, uh, yeah, jellyfish, and like I really like the jellyfish to be honest. But there's a lot of really talented artists that are
No doubt.
in this space right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like
True
you
that.
see the skate decks,
Who?
the skate decks that I had made
Oh, yeah.
for. Like those things are so amazing. They came out so good. But yes, I would recommend everybody to just support these artists, befriend them early on, because I can see a lot of these people getting really like notable once we have another kind of like run. I mean, I think mass adoption is going to be like we're probably like a cycle out still, depending on how the government actually treats this, and what like progression it has. I think it's going to probably get like just integrated into all the banks again, right? Like you stake your Ethereum at Bank of America for whatever APY.
Yeah, but we can sit there and speculate. all day long about what that's going to look like, what kind of activity that's going to produce, right? But the reality of it is that unless we've been in technology and looked at the cycles like from the inside for the last 3 decades, or worked with one of those closely with one of those technologies that has achieved mass adoption, we truly don't know what it's going to look like, and so we could be way off track with what we're speculating that it's going to look like. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, so I was thinking right now we're at like 6.97% adoption right now.
Right, but how is that quantified by it? Because there's various degrees to quantify and analyze participation, right? Is it everybody who has bought at least one coin in their lifetime on a sex, right? Or is it more like daily active participants? But even that gets convoluted because the best measurement we have is just through the scanners to look at how many active wallets there are, right? But then even with people having multiple wallets like you and me and other people, you can't really narrow that down to uniques, right? Unique users. So
yeah, because people could have multiple wallets for sure. I mean, they do. I have like 51 wallets, so.
Well, I know I have over 20. I don't know how many exactly I have. I know I manage 18 on a regular just on the EVM chains, but then that's not including my Phantom wallet or my my ADA wallet that I set up a long time ago, or any of the other wallets, because you know, back in 2020 to 2022, the company I was consulting, they were developing a wallet, right? So I'd be opening up wallets with different providers, just kind of see like what, you know, what were the bells and whistles and the features from a user perspective, right? So I don't know, I might have that close. And then like my own degenerate, my first NFTs were not actually Ethereum NFTs. My first NFTs that I ever got were on Wax.
Yeah,
so then I've got
so
then I've got my Wax Atomic wallet and all that, right? So not even including all of that stuff. So
What the heck is Wax?
What?
What is Wax? I never even heard of that.
Oh, Wax.io. They are the first established carbon neutral blockchain, because instead of using GPU power, they use CPU power. Yeah.
I never even heard of that. See, you are like OG, I'll say.
Oh, I've been in the space 5 years. Does that make me an OG? I don't know.
I don't know. It does. But you know things I've never even heard of. So.
Yeah, well, I did a lot. Well, I mean, but understand, you know, listen to my story. My first 7 months in this space was doing my own research, and I had to start from square one, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you guys were like pioneers. Those people in like the 2014, 2016. Geez. Like I wish
I'm not that OG though. I'm only a 2020 OG.
No, I get it, but it's still like, I mean, you know, for all the newcomers, it's a huge learning curve. So, you know, but for me, it's much easier than it was for you guys. Like when I hear about the stories of all you had to do with DeFi and, you know, all that kind of stuff. Like, you know, when I came in with the social bees, like that was all built into the NFT. So I didn't have to really learn how to do that. I mean, although I'm learning now, you know, I'm still learning about that kind of stuff now.
Yeah. Well, and it's your exact experience that inspired me to create the masterclass on DeFi Demystified, right? I don't know if you know that or not, but yeah, you're the inspiration for me creating that masterclass. So the people that don't have that perspective can gain that perspective.
Yes, yes. And I mean, I watched videos, you know, because, you know, Ray had so many videos and stuff, but I like there was so much information to take in at once. So yeah, your class helped a lot because you just like step by step explained it. So hey, I just want to say hi to the room. Sorry, I just jumped in there because I was like, "What? What's that?" But get
No,
back
you're
to the
good. No
topic
apology.
of mass adoption. I like this conversation because it's like I have so many friends and families that, okay, when I first got into it, I was like, like a crazy person just trying to tell them all. And like they just would glaze over and didn't want to have anything to do with it at all. I have a brother who's like, he's a lawyer and he's like, usually like he's a guy who likes to get a good deal. He never wants to like miss out on things, but he is absolutely like I say it and he's like, no, 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 I don't even want to hear about it. And it's like, I can't believe you would kind of miss this opportunity. Like he's just so obtuse about it that he doesn't want to know anything about it. And I'm like, this is just crazy to me. So, I've been doing this now? It's going on 3 years. It's about 3 years, right? And what I'm finding now though is that because of like the president and being crypto friendly and stuff, and people are hearing more about it, like now people are coming back and they're asking me, which is a good thing, right? Go ahead, Will.
No, I was going to say, I shared this recently with one of my other community members in another community that I'm involved in because they're like, hey, and they're currently living in South America, but they're from the European, they're from a European country and a developed economy, right? But now they're living in South America in more of a developing economy lifestyle. And they're like, hey, why don't you tap into your local community here? I said, because, and that's where this comes from, in this country, specifically the United States of America, we have been bombarded with so many direct sales, network marketing, MLM opportunities over the last 3 to 4 decades that anything that remotely sounds like that, or even if you're like, hey, do you have an open mind? Because those are the tactics they've used, right? So even if you approach it in that degree, it's going to immediately be a turnoff to other people. So now the challenge becomes how do we get around that hurdle to have the quality conversations we need to have with them to get them into Web3. And I think truly I'm kind of in agreement with Angela Steffens on this Wonder Woman code, that first we need to obfuscate. So basically, something we've been talking about for a couple of years now is that people are going to be engaging with the ecosystem without even realizing they're engaging with the ecosystem, right? So when we get the tooling and the solutions to that level to where they don't even know they're participating in blockchain, but they really are, right? I think that's when, especially for the United States, that's, that's when it's going to become a reality for them. And then they can learn about, oh, I'm doing this in a way that I wasn't doing it before, and now these are the new opportunities that are available to me. Hopefully that makes some sense. I've got to go
Yeah.
set this game real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay. Go ahead. Yeah, that makes perfect sense though, because like now I'm not actively trying to per se recruit people into it because like you said, people are so leery now about any like too good to be true opportunity kind of thing. When you use the word opportunity, they just like are like, what? No way. But what's happening is that like I guess when people just ask me what I'm up to, like that's where I'll just say, you know, what I'm doing. And then if they bite and they're interested in asking more about it, then I, explain it to them or whatever. But mostly I just tell them, look, if I keep working my 9 to 5, I'm never going to retire. So what I'm doing is trying to make my own retirement by being involved in this. And that seems to spark people's interest because a lot of the people that I know are working 9 to 5s and they kind of feel the same way. So it's like, well, what do you mean? What are you doing? And then that's like an opening to have a conversation with them, which seems to be an easier pathway to a conversation about it because it's like a common ground. You know what I mean? It's like, here I am working this 9 to 5 and there's no there's no real end in sight. So it's like that's why that's part of why I'm doing this. You know it's it's probably. I mean, I'm not going to say that. I think that most people that are doing this for their betterment and their financial betterment. But in the same aspect, you can also what this is like. Let's go live. Like there's other things behind it, and then that's where the conversation can just keep growing and growing, and it just becomes a more easy conversation, I think. But yeah, so that's how I'm doing it. Because at first I was like a crazy zealot, like going out and like just you better get in on this, blah blah blah. You better get involved, and it's like people are like, whoa, whoa, take it back a step. Don't be so crazy. But I am very excited, like being in the communities that I'm in. It's brought a lot of joy into my life. I always wanted to do something better and bigger for the world. So it was like, like I said last night, I think there's a lot of people that are sitting at home and they're thinking, I would like to make some change in this world. I'd like to be a force for good in it, but they don't know how to do it. And I think once, I've encouraged people to come into X spaces and listen to some, spaces and see if there's people they vibe with. And then once you get in a good community and you know, and you're all like, that's the thing I love about it here is that I feel like we have a common goal, and it's exponential, like what we can accomplish when you're with like-minded people and everybody's trying to make a difference in the world. I think ultimately a lot of people would like to do good, but they just don't know how to do it, and they don't know how to go about doing it, in a bigger way other than their immediate circle. So yeah, that's what I love about this.
1,000%. 1,000%.
So how you
Chicky
doing,
Boo,
Richard?
I'm doing all right. Chicky Boo is working on a giveaway for his subscribers on X. So
Nice.
yeah, no, I'm doing good. You know, sleep sleep was a little challenging today. I missed a meeting I was supposed to take a couple hours after getting home, but my body said no, no, no.
Said nope.
And so I put out the apology of like, sorry for missing the meeting. Here's the circumstances surrounding it. But as a way to make up for it, because we were going to talk about Superfluid, and it's this new community that I'm getting involved with that has they're kind of like a media slash animation studio slash film DAO, but a lot of their focus is in Latam about empowering creatives down in that region that have kind of like an interest in that type of industry, right? So I've been partnering with them a little bit, and yeah, so they wanted to understand this new or newish on-chain capital allocation mechanism called Superfluid that you hear Jimmy talk about a lot, right? And I'll talk about it too in our circles also. But what Superfluid does is it gives you the ability that you can directly stream to any wallet's funding or funds, right, in a peer-to-peer way. But it does it based on every microsecond. So that's the speed that blockchain processes information and transactions, right? So it's doing it at like the base level clock speed layer, but incrementally through time, it will get to the eventual, like whatever the funding goal is, right? And the cool thing is it's time bound, so you can set it up for whatever the time parameters are. From an accountability perspective, say like if you're in the capacity to be like a impact funder, right, or an angel funder, and you just want to completely 100% altruistically be a pure philanthropist and just support people in the space, it gives you the ability to do that. But from an accountability perspective, if they're not doing what they say that they're doing with the funding or achieving their milestones, you can kind of either pause it or you can completely cut off their funding or whatever, and then they're not going to get any more funding, right? So yeah, and then it's got a cliff built into it as well. But yeah, that's pretty much like the vesting schedule, right? Is you set up the time parameters on it, and then through the course of it, they get vested with the funding, but they have access to the funds at any time. So if they get to like a certain level and they need to take those funds out and use it for a specific purpose in their project or whatever they're building, they have the ability to do that. So it's a really cool mechanism. I first got turned on to it when we participated in the Fractal Visions round of GG20, because that's how they provided us with our matched funds that they ran in that round. So
That sounds neat. I like that this group is, looking toward the entertainment, business and content, because right now, with all the streaming services and stuff right now, there's a need. There's a need for quality content. Like, it's like sometimes I watch these shows on some of these platforms, or even, the TV channels and stuff, and I'm like, how did this get made? If this could get made, then, there's an opportunity for people. There's a great opportunity right now because there's so many platforms that are streaming and they need content. So, for the first time, I think in a very long time, when only major studios and stuff were able to get these deals, now smaller studios, and you'll see like, a lot of these shows that you watch or movies that you watch, there's so many different companies behind it, an association with. So they're getting a lot of groups of people together to do that kind of funding, which is really great. I think it's great for creators and people in that, especially the movie industry and TV and that kind of stuff. It's a great time for people to be able to break into it. Where before it was kind of like, there was a barrier for people to get involved and to get their stuff out there.
right now, when you're talking about streaming platforms that need content, are you talking about like Web3 oriented streaming platforms, or are you
I
talking
mean,
about more traditional ones?
I'm talking traditional and and Web3. I mean, it's like there's so many places for people to go now. Even Web 2, Web 3, whatever it is, that content is like so needed. And I just think that it's a great time and opportunity for people. You know,
Yeah, I think over the next 5 years, we're going to see a shift. Well, not think, I believe, and I know this is going to happen. We're going to see a shift in the media industry away from traditional streaming platforms, or if people are still tapped into traditional streaming platforms, we're going to see those platforms become more creator friendly than they already are. Because I think they're slowly starting to recognize that they're not being friendly to creators, and creators themselves are moving away from those types of platforms, generally speaking, right?
yeah.
The
Well,
ones that aren't friendly to
yeah,
creators.
it's kind of going to force them to become more creator friendly because they're not going to have anybody. They're not going to have people going there to even pitch their stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I get what you're saying. It's either those traditional, streaming platforms, Web 2, whatever you want to call them, like, they're going to have to get better at being creator friendly because they're going to have no content because people are going to start seeking out, like you said, like creator friendly platforms, which Web 3 obviously is going to be better for that, because they can continue, they can find a different way to find the revenue streams and stuff for it, where, yeah, it's going to force them to be better, I think, the traditional. I mean, I don't think
Yeah,
that's going away. You know what I mean?
yeah,
So
because
it's,
right, because I mean, just an example. I think Spotify, on their monetization of their platform, they're now at the level where they're only paying like 1 point, or no, not yeah, I'm not even gonna qualify it like that. Like 1/16 of a penny per listen, right? For the musician, artist, or any other content that's on there, right? So it's a 16th of a penny. So that means you got to get 16 times more viewership to even make it worth its while. And like last year, it was like a third of a penny, and now it's down to like a 16th of a penny because they just made a recent change in the last 6 to 8 months. And so when you have people like Violetta and Emily Lazar and the whole entire Web3 music community that have been on those platforms for a long time, and now they're like, this is garbage. We're fed up with it. Yeah, there's going to be more of a shift over the next 5 years of that being more prevalent within that industry and creators moving away from those types of platforms.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And then, well, like we said, what's going to happen is when that shift happens, and all these artists and stuff are saying, "Hell no, we're not going to do that anymore." Eventually, those platforms are going to, if they want to stay alive, they're going to have to get competitive with their compensation for creatives. So it'll be a win-win in the long run, I think. Um, because it's just going to help creators. It's just they're going to have to be compensated properly. Or those platforms are going to die because they're not going to have anybody on them.
Yeah, it's going to be the Kodak story, and it's going to be replicated over and over and over and over and again. And I know the Kodak story because I know who you're connected to, who basically brought you into Web3, right, in your local community. And you know that one of those people was an executive at Kodak. But yeah, we're going to see that story start replicating itself. And for those that aren't aware, a long, long time ago, not in a galaxy so far away, um, but Kodak, and I think Kodak now is primarily in the medical imaging field, and not like mainstream photography like they were, right? But when they were, they had all the patents and all the intellectual property for monetizing digital imagery. And they made a business decision not to activate that, right? And then shortly after that, we saw the mobile phone technology and cameras start to develop at such an exponential rate that it basically made Kodak in their current state obsolete. And now, like I said, they're more in the digital imaging. Oh, hold on, I gotta let somebody in. I'll be right back.
No problem. Yeah, it's funny how one business decision can, they just get so complacent, and they get so, like, I guess the word is haughty, that they think, well, we can never be taken down. And then they make these decisions, and all of a sudden some new technology or something comes along, or different people just do it better, or they have different different ideas and things, and then all of a sudden this giant is like, oops, we kind of miscalculated what was going to happen, and then they do have to pivot to stay alive. So yeah, that's a good example for sure. Yeah, there was just a whole I think it was on Netflix. There was a whole we watched a whole video about Kodak, and like how things were made and how everything's changed, and it was kind of interesting. But yeah, so I think there's going to be, with all this technology change, I think that there's going to be a lot of pivoting. like
Yeah,
you know,
and the Kodak example. So the first time I learned about it was actually before I learned about it from the people that you're connected to, that I'm also connected to as well, because we're connected to them through community. But I learned about it in the book Bold, that was co-authored by Stephen Kotler and Peter Diamandis. So, but then it was just validated by somebody who had firsthand knowledge of what happened in that boardroom meeting. So,
How many times do we get that, right? Where you get a complete validation from somebody on the inside. That's kind of cool. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So yeah. So let's grow. What's all happening today? I wasn't as uh, tuned in today as I was yesterday. I just kind of had a lot of stuff going on and running around and didn't get a chance to be on my phone as much. But I know there were some good speakers when I came in earlier.
Oh
I
yeah.
was
Oh
I
yeah.
was vibing on your music too, though. Well, earlier
The
I was.
music.
I was like, ooh.
Oh yeah. The music that I played before I played the. Or no, who showed up? Who showed up after that?
That the guy who did the rapping. I don't know his name.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and then you did the documentary.
Mm-hmm.
Did you video stream that too?
Hold on. Um, as far as I know, the video stream is always running in the background through Jimmy's device.
No, I meant, was that a visual documentary that you streamed too, or something, or was it just audio?
Oh no, it was just audio. I was just playing it from my
Okay.
device. But I did put the link in the chat bubble,
Okay.
so you can go in there
Okay.
and find it. You're talking about the one on the Mesoamerican Reef.
The treasure, yeah, the something treasure that you streamed. I was listening to it, but I was like, this must be a visual.
Um, so the documentary on oh, let's get this up in the garden. The documentary. Let's get this up in the garden. Um,
I've been bookmarking a lot of stuff you're putting up there because,
yeah.
like, I got to go back and find them.
Oh yeah. Um, so next meta is one I haven't streamed yet. Uh, the Treasure of the Caribbean. Yep,
Yeah.
that was
So
one. Yeah, I wasn't streaming that. I was just playing that on my computer, but I did put the link down in
cool.
the chat bubble so people could kind of follow along if they wanted to, or they could go back and listen to it over again if they wanted to. So
Nice. Nice.
yeah, that was sent to us by Rodrigo, and Rodrigo is the founder of Meso Reef DAO, which specifically does coral restoration in that area. It's called the Mesoamerican region. So it's
Okay.
basically reefs that are offshore of Mexico that are bordered on the Caribbean.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems to be a much needed thing. You
Yeah,
know,
and
it's
then we've
important.
got like Hill, right, with Coral Connect, who is doing coral restoration in Australia and along the Great Barrier Reef, but now in Palau as well. But yeah, we need to regenerate those ecosystems for sure.
Yeah, they play a big part in our oceans, and it's like it's
Hmm.
a shame that they're being eroded the way they are, and you know.
Well, I mean, the majority of this planet is water based, right? So
Yeah. Yeah, people don't realize, like it's a huge part of our environment that is, it's so cool the stuff that they're doing though, where they're going down deep and, with the new technology and cameras and stuff that they have that they can, like, I love watching those documentaries, like, because it's like, wow, there's a
oh
whole
yeah,
world. There's like a whole world under there. Like,
yeah. I watched. So I cut the cord last year. No, yeah, last year. No, I think it's been 2 years now that I cut the cord, and just have gone straight to streaming. But recently, I don't know if you heard this or not. Back in December, my TV of 15 plus years crapped out on me, so I had to go get a new TV. Oh yeah, I shared this on the geezers. So I had to go get a new TV, and so one I could find that would fit within my budget was a Roku TV, and I've already been on Roku for 5 years, but primarily for 2 years. And so I was like, oh yeah, this is gonna be a perfect fit for me. But they have with their live TV now, there's like at least 6 or 7 different channels that are dedicated to nature programming, right? And so yeah, I like the variety they have on there. But yeah, I've been there's one of them. I think it's called Magellan TV, and they have a really good series on there about the oceans at night. I think is the title of it. And so yeah, they're just filming things that are coming to life at night. And actually, so they say the largest land migration is in the Serengeti in Africa, right? And that's like the wildebeest. I think someone was talking yesterday. They actually get the safari experience and on the planet actually happens in the ocean, and it happens at night under the cover of darkness.
Yeah, it's really cool. And like, interestingly, you're talking about cutting the cord. So we've been having that conversation in our household, and we just got a Roku, so we're ready to cut the cord and just go streaming because it's just ridiculous how much they're charging. In my area, it's like for Xfinity, which is our our Comcast, and it's like $300 a month. I'm like, I could be doing so much more with that money. So yeah, and we wind up
Yeah, like
streaming.
and you could be opening up some liquidity pool positions.
I'm telling you. So we're like, yeah, we're doing it. We're finally going to do it. you know, so I'm
Very cool.
excited about it. Yeah,
Yeah, so
it's
if
like,
you like nature programming, I mean BBC, they have programming on there too. But the ones that I've been enjoying a lot are a channel called So on the Roku, they have the live TV. So under the live TV categories, there's Love Nature,
hmm
which is a really good one. I think they have 2 different channels now. And then there's the Magellan TV. They have really good programming as well. And then they do have a newer channel that's called Earth Day 365, and it's pretty cool. But they also have another one that's I don't remember the name of the channel, but the name of the program is called Live at the Waterhole. So it's pretty
okay,
cool because what they do is they have these cameras set up at these wildlife preserves in Africa, and so they have like fixed cameras on the watering hole, so you can actually see the you can actually see the animal interactions with that type of environment in their natural habitat, and then they'll do a live narration from like the game wardens or whatever. So it's pretty
oh,
cool.
that's kind of neat. Yeah, just to like kind of be there for when stuff happens. You
Hmm.
know, yeah, that's kind of neat. Cool. Thanks for the recommendations.
Yeah, no
Nice.
problem.
Yeah, I'm over regular the regular thing. I'm like anymore we go to YouTube and stream stuff all the time that we want to watch anyway. So I'm like, why are we even paying for this? And then you can always subscribe here and there if you want, for different channels and things or apps, whatever they're called. I don't know. I guess they're apps,
Yep.
right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So we're ready to cut the cord finally. We've been talking about it for years. And it's like, we do all the math and it's like, well, for this much more money. And it's like, no, we're ready now. It's a statement. Yeah.
Yep.
Great.
Yep. 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 No doubt.
So that's
So are
going
you are
on.
you are you also behind the LGD account?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yep.
Trinity saved the day during my 911 CTA. So
I know. I came in right after, and I
yeah.
checked and I saw that you got back. So that was good.
Yeah, so I got in my car getting ready to leave for work, and then I saw it flash up host is having connection issues. So I went back in my house to double check my computer to make sure like the page wasn't timing out or it was given like an unresponsive page error or whatever, and I wasn't, and so I kind of did a little mini refresh. But then when I got out to my car, I didn't realize that my mobile device where I'm a co-host on was 1% battery, and I was trying to get it charged in my car charger, and I didn't get it charged quick enough. So then my phone died. So then when I did get it charged, and I'm already on the road, so I'm not late for my shift, I had to put out that call to action because we had no co-host right in the
Oh
space,
no.
and I didn't have a way to make myself a co-host while I'm driving. So yeah, the Trinity came in, saved the day, and we're all good. I think we only had maybe 40 minutes of dead air programming because I left it with an active conversation going, and I didn't realize that they had wrapped up the conversation so fast, and I'd kind of taken a little power nap for full transparency. So I think by my estimations, we probably had 40 minutes of dead air between
We don't
20.
call it dead air, Will. We call it meditation time.
Oh, okay, meditation time. We had 40 minutes of meditation time
Yeah.
in between about 5:20 to 6 p.m. your time. So
Yes, we call it meditation time.
I
This
like
is
that
from
better.
doing 20, this is from doing 24/7 spaces before. It's like, oh, we had meditation time during that time.
We had 40 minutes of silent, self-reflective meditation.
See, it's so much better, isn't it?
Hell yeah!
Oh,
But
this is so
it's
fun.
not like I don't know anybody that's going to go back and listen to like hours upon hours of
Yeah,
recorded content anyway. So it's all good.
yeah, yep. Everybody knows how it is though when you're running these spaces. Things happen,
Yeah.
It's
We need to
crazy.
find a quality video editor and video producer, or at least audio on the audio side to go back through all of our archives and do like a highlight reel, best of the best of Let's Grow Live.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, highlights. You know.
hmm
Mhm.
And then we could put that like in a. Should we? I mean, we could chop it up into half-hour segments, or we could, put it in like a 2-hour stream, right? And then when we get in those situations, we can just turn that on and just, stream that through here.
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. To
But yeah, it's
have
just
that
finding the
in the
resources.
can.
I mean, I would do it if I had the capacity and bandwidth to do it, right?
Yeah. Well, maybe we'll find somebody that can do that. I'll have to like ask around close by.
Yeah.
Say.
I mean,
Yeah.
well, and that's why I'm excited about this new community bounty program that we're going to launch. I can't say how soon after GG23 we're going to launch it, but I'll say it will be in effect before GG24, or at least I'm pushing for that, right, within the DAO. But basically, it'll give an opportunity for anybody in the community to come into the Charmverse garden environment, see what tasks are available, pick it up, complete it, do the work, and then apply for the rewards based on that work, right? Um, so yeah, I'm very excited about that because there's other communities that I participate in where they already have those mechanisms built in place. And even though the Grow token is only a reputation token right now, there's other use cases that are being defined for it. And who's to say that somebody in our community doesn't come and pick it up, like probably James McGee could pick it up and put it in a liquidity pool that has permanently locked liquidity in it, and then it becomes a liquid token. But yeah,
Yeah, that's
that's
cool.
not our focus, but it is within the realm of possibilities. But at some point in time, that token will be liquid.
Nice. Nice. And plus, sometimes people are looking for an opportunity just to kind of show what they can do. So,
Exactly.
you know,
Exactly.
and then that turns into almost like their resume for opportunities. So that's good.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm all about the reputation layer. So I don't know if you heard me talking about that earlier, but or was
Not
it this
really.
morning I was talking, or this maybe it was this morning I was talking about it. I think. Oh no, it was this morning I was talking about with Valentine when he was here talking about East Mobile. Yeah, that was way into the evening for you, but usually it's for me. But of course, I'm working these 12-hour overnights, so I'm here more during that time than I would normally be. So yeah, he comes on at 6 a.m. your time.
Yeah, I am in REM
Yeah,
at that.
as well you should be. So yeah, what are you getting up to this weekend?
This weekend, well, my weekends are usually slated for mom stuff. So I have to take her
Okay.
for some blood work tomorrow. I have to take her for some blood work, and then I figure, as her little reward for going and doing, going and getting her blood work. I told her whatever you want to do, we'll go do. If you want to go have some lunch, or if you want to do something like that, and then I usually do like, her chores, like all the stuff I have to do for her over the weekend. So usually it's my weekends are mom oriented, and that's good because I work the 9 to 5, and I really don't get to see her that much during the week. So yeah, that's why I
Yeah.
said Sunday I won't be able to do it
No, no,
because I
no,
can't.
and that no, I mean that's completely understandable.
Yeah.
Um, so does Comfy participate in that too, or is that just like a mother-daughter thing?
Sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't. It depends on what we're doing. But tomorrow will probably be mother daughter thing, and then on Sunday he'll probably jump in. Like I call him my Sherpa.
Yeah,
So when I have to do like all the shop, I do her food shopping still, now, and all that kind of stuff. So he's the muscle, you know.
got it.
Yeah, he's muscle.
Yeah.
And then he's
Nice.
he's our he's our technical advisor. So if she ever needs anything going on in our house that has any technical, or if anything needs to be fixed, those kind of things, like he's usually the guy that does that stuff. So
Yeah,
yeah, he's
yeah, very cool.
yeah, he's awesome that way. So
Yeah, he's a pretty awesome dude.
yeah, I like him. Yeah,
You gonna keep him around for a while?
he's a keeper. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, good, cool.
Yeah. So yeah, he's been doing some work with some devs in the Philippines right now. So he's been on the other, they're like 12-hour difference. So it's been a little wonky for him because he's a night person too, you
Right.
know. And then if they're, it depends. He's got to work around the corners, just different things that he's doing. So
So
yeah,
so is it blockchain dev work or is it a different dev work?
I don't really know too much about it. I just know he's doing people in the Philippines, so it's like
Got it.
different time zones. So we're on different schedules right now doing different things, but yeah.
Yeah, because they're a 12-hour difference from you guys.
Right, right.
Yeah,
So,
because I used to when I worked for Teletech, um, when Teletech had bought my business vertical from United Health Group and Optum, right?
mhm.
We were working on assimilating the Philippine teams because they had never worked on a healthcare account before, right? And we were transitioning software. So we were transitioning from the software we were used to learning the software they were used to, but they were also learning like our more formal, refined practices and policies within the company, especially how it related to healthcare, right?
Hmm.
In the resource planning and scheduling department. So um, yeah, I mean it was good, but I had that perspective, and I always ask them, I'm like, how, what's the time difference? And they're like, oh, it's perfect because, with New York and the East Coast, it's exactly 12 hours different. So when it's your daytime, it's our nighttime. When it's our daytime, it's your nighttime, and things like that. So I was like, oh, that's
Yeah.
pretty cool.
Yeah, it's an easy one for sure. Like it's an easy
Yeah,
one to figure
yeah,
out.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
This
That's
one
how
was
it goes.
like I got to do math. I had to do a lot of math with this one, but now I realize it's just 4 hours ahead. Like it
Well,
took me a minute.
I have on my iPhone. I've got a widget where you can set it to 4 different time zones within your world clock, right?
That's cool.
So I've got Sydney. I've got, which is where Jimmy's at right now. I've got Palau, which is where Hill is at. I've got Mumbai, which is where Guru Ukars are at. I mean, the closest time zone to them. And then I've got Munich, where Jerry's at. It's pretty easy because I have.
Thing about this whole Web3 thing, how the GM kind of was adopted to just the greeting for any time, any place, anywhere. You know what I mean?
Oh
Like,
yeah, like it's always GM in Web3, right?
yeah, because you never know. Like, you don't know who you're talking to and where they're at. It was interesting. I wanted to just, this is so non sequitur, but everybody's talking AI right now and everything. And it's, it was evident to me this week that it's definitely becoming a mainstream thing because I'm not going to name the company that I work for, but we have our annual like CEO talk and everything like that. And it was a huge part of the conversation was, how our company is incorporating AI in everything that they're doing and how now we have access to this AI agent to help us with our workflow and everything. And I was like, so it was kind of cool to have like an in like, my in real life for me, um, indication that this is definitely where things are going, and that like, that's what they were saying, that they want to be the number one AI, real estate company, you know. So it was kind of cool, like just to have that in the whole what's up for 2025. So almost, it's here, and that they've been, that just shows that they've been working on this for so long, that they're implementing it in all aspects of our company. So I thought that was kind of cool.
Yeah, I see a few other friends of the space coming into the space, so I'm throwing out some microphones if you guys want to tap into the conversation or start a new conversation. Don't be bashful. We don't bite. Just tap that microphone in the lower left, and we'll get you up on stage and have a conversation. So good to see you, Nitty and Dharma. Code Film. I have a lot of contacts in the Film 3 industry, as they like to refer to it. So, yeah, blockchain powered film project revolutionizing storytelling through decentralized funding, NFTs, and AI in Bhutan's emerging creative industry. That piqued my interest. All right, well, looks like the last vehicle that came into my lot is staying for the night, so I got to go shut the gates again. Zen DJ, and hold it down for me, will you?
Certainly. Yeah, that's an interesting profile there. We were just talking about the entertainment business. Kind of neat. Want to come up and let us know who you are, what you're doing, what you're building, what's happening? Hit that mic. Come on, join the conversation. We're just like chilling, relaxing, having a little conversation. So everyone is welcome. Everyone is welcome. It's time to grow. Yep, I see a request. Give me 1 second and I will bring you up. I am trying to approve you. There we go. Hey, how you doing tonight? What's growing? Oh, I see connection issues.
Oh no.
I know. Well, we could try again. There we go. Let's try this again.
Hello, it's a very good morning in Taipei here today. And I just want to give a huge shout out to the whole Let's Grow team, Will, Zen, DJ, and Jimmy. All of you guys are always here and, like keeping the ship afloat. It's amazing to see that persistence, and it's also very encouraging. It's the first QF round I'm participating in, and I was thinking about how much it reminds me of the street markets in Mumbai. People selling all their wares, each one out shouting the other. I mean, it's in good spirit. It's like a nice vibe, but it's also my first time, so it's very encouraging to see all of you just holding fort and being there for everyone. So much patience and determination. So huge shout out to you guys. And
Well, thank
what's
you.
the formula for your persistence? Please do share with us.
It's a community effort, right? We have community members that are helping drive the ship. A lot of the community members do, some form of live broadcasting or space hosting themselves, and so they're very passionate about not only honing and crafting their skills, but getting more experience and learning about this social audio programming from maybe an alternate perspective than what they're used to. But yeah, it's 100% community effort. I mean, from the optics, it may look like Jimmy and I are the main instigators, and that may be true to a certain extent. But we have community participants who will come alongside of us and say, "Hey, I want to participate. I want to learn. I want to help keep the show alive," because this emphasis is so important, especially to highlight all the public greats in this space and the ones that are looking to get funding, and primarily like seed funding for what they're working on, because a lot of us here have projects or companies or organizations that are about shifting the paradigm, from what the traditional world is used to, tapping into the power of blockchain technology, and then creating these new age models. I'll categorize them like that. These new age models that will, at some point in time, once they gain enough traction, get the traditional business models and systems kind of pay attention to what we're doing over here, and then they can either come alongside of us and we can help them in refining and maturing their models to kind of fit the mold of what we're doing over here, or they can decide not to and just become obsolete. So at least that's the way I like to look at it.
Yeah, I mean, that's awesome. We do need such kind of formats in the traditional fundraising space. I worked in NGOs and with the UNICEF before beginning with Voice Tech. And it was just like so difficult there because traditional fundraising relies a lot on you knowing English for starters, like, you need to have a sexy looking report that shows what all you have done. You need to have like contacts with people in bigger philanthropies, and that usually happens to the disadvantage of smaller organizations, the non-profit outlets such as we work with at Voice Deck. They may not know English, they may not have great marketing skills, but they are doing really like impactful work. And I think QF just gives you a non-zero amount of money. So like I was, whereas if you go approach any philanthropist or anything, you may or may not get anything. But here with the matching funds, it's usually okay, better than the traditional funding rounds. So and it's also good to see that in this round we also have a round with EcoCerts that Maath is doing, which is completely outcome based funding. So let your impact speak for itself, and let that drive funding. So really happy to see all of these experiments and all of your whole team actually keeping this thing afloat. Really appreciate the work you all of all of you do here at Let's Grow, really.
Nice, nice. So tell us about voice deck a little bit more, Nidhi.
Yeah, I mean, my favorite way of explaining it is like it's just add to cart donations. That is, on our platform we have reports that are impact reports that clearly have a tangible impact that's been created by a citizen reporting an issue on ground. So, for example, one of my favorite reports is there was this woman in central India, in one of the villages in central India, who started investigating a case where women in her village were not being allowed to enter a temple because, you know, menstruation is considered impure in these villages in India, and women are not supposed to enter temples and all of that, which is strange because we have gods and goddesses. So she also felt that it was strange, and she started, you know, investigating it and holding protests and everything. And it actually caught the attention of the local district government there, and a lot of other media people and these NGOs, the bigger NGOs. And because of which the pressure was so much that the temple had to open doors to women. And to me, that's like a really, really impactful, that is really impactful work coming out of on-ground investigation. And today in that village, women are allowed to enter that temple. So those are the kind of stories that we publish on our platform, and we want to see more funding going to such journalism, because there's enough of eyeball raising journalism right now in our world. And this kind of citizen journalism, where these organizations we work with are really training citizens to on like how to use the video camera, how to use a microphone, how to go out there on the field and report. And it's just very, very encouraging to see that, especially in India, and the state of democracy in not just in India but across the world that we have there. So yeah, voice tech is really trying to amplify those voices in journalism for sure.
Nice. I love it. I love it. Yeah. I'm less tuned into mainstream media, especially living here in the U.S., because it can be so toxic, slanted, and biased towards a certain agenda, depending on who's providing the funding sources. And I'm more inclined to tap into like more independent international news services if I want to get some perspective about what's going on in the world, because I feel that it's a more accurate representation of that. And you work closely with Devant, right? Correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Yeah, he's my partner in business and in life. So yes.
Nice. I believe he came to East Denver this year, right? And spoke at Showing Point.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
We both were there. We both were there.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I caught
Were
the
you
tail
there
end of
as
it.
well?
Yeah, well, I live here in Denver, so this is my
Oh, nice.
hometown. Yeah, so East Denver is like my backyard blockchain experience, and I was trying to catch up with him after he was coming off stage at Showing Point, but I just got engaged in so many other conversations. But it was a great experience. Showing Point this year was absolutely amazing and incredible, and I loved every minute of it. So.
Yeah, it was really well organized, and there was the side events are usually, you know, really, really good. Even the Allo Capital had their opening day, and that also attracted a lot of good regen energy. So it was really nice being there in Denver this time.
Yeah, I didn't make it to that day because I was just involved in other side events, um, especially with the Unlock Protocol DAO. We had some sponsorships that we did, so we had to make some sponsorship or sponsor appearances, right? Just to make sure we were getting, you know, the value that we had provided through the sponsorship of certain side events. So there was that aspect of it, and so the time I was at Shine Point, I got a lot of value out of it. I had to cut out. I had to cut out early after it only been open like maybe an hour or so come back over to the core so that we could do our Unlock Protocol DAO podcast of time that I had arranged in the podcast arena. But then I was able to come back over after that, and I pretty much stayed there, and I hung out a lot with my green pill friends. So yeah, it was a vibe for sure. And then I was able to make it over to the Owl House for the Gitcoin grants after party, and yeah, that was really good. That was really good. Benjamin Life, I'm sure you're familiar. He and I got in a conversation around the campfire about like the vision of Tim Berners-Lee and the semantic web, and like how now we're at the space of like AI connectivity to the internet, but also connectivity to the blockchain, and like, is this the manifestation of his vision, right? And a lot of us do agree with that. So.
Yeah, true. I mean, a lot of potential with AI and blockchain as well. Even with voice check, we were trying to use like AI to. We have an impact score for each report, so we that's how we started exploring using different LLMs to help us get that impact score. And you know, deep funding and all of those ideas started like as because we made a tweet about it, and then Vitalik reached out. So I think deep funding is also a cool way of like funding driven by credit assigned to projects. And I think that's a good future. It's not like artificial intelligence, but it's distilled human intelligence. So it's a different spin on this whole take on AI being evil, which it can be with as it is with every tech. But seeing AI as distilled human intelligence that feeds off human intelligence, that requires human intelligence, is I think a good direction to think of AI of. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just checking in the back channels to see if the next host was going to come in or not, or if they had put a call out that they weren't going to rhyme or not. But yeah, it's all good stuff. And you know, I dabble a little bit with ChatGPT here and there with KF Media, just like if I need to produce a document for somebody that I've never done before to get the proper form and the structure and the outline and things like that. I've been hearing things, and of course, you know, Guru has been working with some developers on creating an AI agent so that, you know, maybe the next go round of GG24, Let's Go Live, we can maybe have an AI agent take a lot of the workload off of us humans on keeping this broadcast alive. So more to come on that, for definitely sure. But I haven't dabbled too much in it, just to be perfectly honest. You know, running a for-profit company that is playing in the public goods ecosystem takes up a lot of my time. Additionally, with the other communities that I'm involved with on a weekly basis, and finding great value in my participation with them. Yeah, and then of course taking care of my own mental and physical health and wellness. It just doesn't leave much time for too much other experimentation right now. But yeah, I'm sure that'll free up here soon. We've got a lot of great things brewing at KF Media, especially with the impact that we're going to be making in the global south. And I'm very excited about the opportunities that are ahead of us in that arena. So our pilot program, which we launched in October, yep, I see you, Koi. I'm bringing you to the stage. But our pilot program that we launched in October, as you know, tapping into localized community leaders that are already making an impact in the community, but giving them a new opportunity for their local communities to get involved with Web3 without it being a financial conversation, right? We're finding is really innovative and revolutionary, and it's going to at some time produce a great impact across that region, but other areas of the global south. So now we are 6 months into it, and we're already starting to get other global south leaders on other continents kind of wanting to understand this program, what it's all about, and how their community members can participate too. So, yeah, and we just got verified and GiveBack's eligible with it on Give Us. So I've been trying to crack that code of like how do you get verified and qualified for GiveBack's eligibility, which is basically consideration that and an acknowledgement that you are a public good, and we finally cracked that code. So yeah, excited for it. Excited for the future too.
Hey, Will, I'm gonna step down as co-host. Okay.
Yeah. No, you're good. I got it. Koi should be coming to the stage.
Yep.
I sent out a speaker request, so it's all good.
Do you want me to sign out of stewarding or keep it going for a while? What do you
No,
want me to do?
please keep that going until Jimmy
Okay.
shows up.
Okay, you got it.
He should probably be here in another hour or so.
Cool. That was a great conversation. I'm glad that I got to meet you, Needy. Is it Needy or Niddy?
Yeah, Nidhi, yes, nice to meet you too. Yeah.
Nice to meet you. I gave you a follow. I like what you're doing. I think that's awesome.
Yeah, you're doing a great job as well. Really inspiring.
I'm just a little cog in this giant machine that's happening.
You can't use my line. No, I'm just joking. No, but if you don't know about Zen Degen, so she's been connected to me for a time through our first community of Web3, but she's been in her own right a tremendous spaces host. And outside of Let's Grow Live, she does have a weekly Wellness Wednesday space that she hosts at noon Eastern. So yeah, this is her first experience with this 24/7 broadcast, but hopefully it will translate well into what she's doing outside of Let's Grow Live. So
Yeah, I'm happy to be part of it because I think it's really truly amazing what all these projects are doing to help our world, and to help people. And it's just I'm just happy to support. So, all right, you guys, I'm going to step down. I'll be listening. Have a great night.
cool. Thanks, Zen Degen, for your support and being my ride or die for a little bit, along with Tricky Buddha and other people too. But we have that special relationship. So yeah. While we're waiting for Koi to get up here on stage, I don't know what the problem is, if you're having connection issues or not. I sent you a microphone, Koi, so you can talk about Green Pill Brazil. But Dharma Code Film, what's going on tonight?
Hi, nice to meet you all. My name is Christina. I'm one of the team members of the Dharma Code. We're a fundraising platform for Bhutanese filmmakers. And so it's so interesting that you guys were just talking about how we can train AI, because our film is actually about how we can create a benevolent AI or help support creation of a benevolent AI using Buddhist texts. Like there's millions and thousands of books that kind of go unread and that aren't part of the training of the models. And I think that that's one of the things that we can talk about. And I think that it's really important to have like non-Western perspective on how we can train our AI. And this is what our film is supporting. So yeah, it's so exciting to be here. This is actually my first time in Gitcoin. I only heard about this sort of public goods from like reading Eleanor Ostrom, and it's so great to see it happening in action. And yeah, I'm super excited. Yeah, nice to meet everybody.
Yeah, no doubt. So you have a grant in the round. Do you want to talk a little bit more about that and where we can find you? And if you have a link, you can plant it in our garden up above.
Absolutely. I'll put that in the link as well. But yes, so we're part of the DApps and Apps round for this for GG23. And to support the building out of the platform, but also the script writers and the filmmaking team in Bhutan. So it's all going to support this project of making sure that there are like Bhutanese voices being heard about AI. And also, it excitingly, if I can just brag about our team member, it's one of our co-founders is Tandon Sonam, who is the highest grossing actor in Bhutan and also appointed by the King of Bhutan to represent Bhutanese arts and culture. And so we're really excited to have him on board. And also, I think that it's a really great way to onboard people in Bhutan as well. And Bhutan has such a great track record in sustainability. So I myself come from working at a carbon offset market platform that uses blockchain. And so it was such a good dovetail into this project of like helping sustainability, because the project will go towards tree planting as well. And that's sort of our ultimate goal, to have like a film fundraising platform that also does sustainability. So yeah, that's our long-term plan.
I love it. I love it. Now, for the kids in the back of the class that are geographically challenged, where is Bhutan located and what is the culture like?
Okay, so I completely understand if you haven't heard of Bhutan, because it is quite a small country. So it's like north of India, and so there's around 700,000 people. It has maybe it's like a low income country, so there isn't a lot of funding for arts and culture in general in comparison to, I don't know, LA, I guess. And so it's really difficult right now, especially because the government had been spending all of its money during COVID to support its citizens. And I think there's just a general lack of public funding for arts. So I think that this project will help kind of cover those losses as well. So that's sort of where we think that we will have the most impact on this. Yeah, so also, if you guys want to come to Bhutan, like it's a beautiful, beautiful country, and we're hoping to promote its tourism as well.
Christina, have you like, I think there is a pop-up city going to happen in Bhutan around the time that the Bhutan Innovation Convention or something is going to take place in September. Have you heard of that? That's one lead. And like second, have you spoken to Amber from the Zuzadu committee? Because she was also interested in, how do we create a more Eastern values driven AI, and like she was very passionate about that.
That's so funny you mentioned her. She's actually the fiance of our co-founder, Max Song. So we are, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I know them. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, actually, we're very excited about what's happening with the Jelafu Mindfulness City. So that's the new city that they're building right now at the government, and it's going to like really support sustainable tourism in the country. And we want to be part of that project. We just want to support them in that, because I think it's like a really beautiful vision, especially now when everybody wants to jet to like a beautiful place, but then you feel guilty about all the carbon emissions and the lack of sustainability that's available out there. So we totally support the Jelafu Mindfulness City, and I think it's a wonderful thing that they're doing.
Well, I've got a couple of friends, actually a couple of so in these neck of the woods, since you're new, I will explain it to you real quick before we flip it over to Coy and see what he's got on his mind for the night. But so we have a very specific vocabulary that we use here at Let's Grow Live. We call it the growcabulary. But two of our Grow founders, replacement for co-founders, actually live in India. So that's Guru and Utkarsh. And they've been trying to get me, because I just recently met Urthu from Atlanta Stow at East Denver. And so between the three of them being instigators, they're trying to get me to travel to Bangalore at some point, either later on this year or early 2026. So I think that Bhutan could definitely be on the agenda.
Yeah, I mean, you should. I'm also based in Bangalore. So, in fact, I live only 20 minutes away from Irtu's office. So, we should definitely all meet up and then maybe fly to Bhutan together for the pop up city.
Sounds
That'd
like
be
a plan.
incredible. All right. Well, nice to meet you, Dharma. Keep coming back because, part of the public goods service that we offer here at Let's Grow Live is to highlight and spotlight all of the public greats who are in the GG20 rounds or the GG rounds and beyond. It's not just about, necessarily GG23, but there is a strong emphasis on that. And I feel the more you keep coming around here and talking about what you're doing, you're going to get a lot of resonance and a lot of support in the form of not only contributors, but people who are going to become fans and admirers of the work that you're doing. I do want to flip it to our host for this hour, Coy, one of the main principals at Green Pill Brazil. Coy, what's on your mind and your agenda for the night?
Hey, what's up, everyone? Nice to be here again. Yeah, I came to chill. To be honest, I couldn't prepare any topic that I would like to talk, but I love to connect and meet new people. So yeah, I think I came more about for that. And how are you doing, Will?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Yeah, today I did get some good sleep, some deep sleep, and some rest from last night. So that was good. Jimmy covered for me. And then, when he wanted to go to bed, I covered for him, and we've just been trading shifts on that realm. But then we've had a lot of other people in the community kind of step up. Like there was an incident today where, well, let's just say I had some confidence challenges about keeping the show alive, and Trinity kind of came to the rescue in the back end. So, yeah, it's all good. I'm doing good. I'm feeling good. Loving the conversations that we've been having tonight. Love learning more about what people are doing in the space, and especially the people this is their first time in Gitcoin grant season, and trying to make it as positive as an experience for them as possible. So
Yeah, I'm sure you're making happen, man. Like I love this space. Was a school for me since from when I got here, and even earlier, like on the Telegram groups and all the talks. So yeah, thanks for handling that, you and Jimmy. And for me today, we got the Gardens workshop for Gitcoin Grants Garden. That one I mentioned that we are doing the grant round using Gardens and conviction voting. So all the rounds will happen inside Gardens this time. We will not have traditional Kiev, using Gitcoin platform. So we did a workshop today to show people how to engage, join the pools, make proposals, and also to register for the matching funds.
So all went well, and that it's it's really cool to see the innovation around these efforts, right? So kind of going outside of the scope of the Gitcoin grants platform, right? And kind of doing these experimentations in other environments, I think to me is very revolutionary and heartwarming. And this is how we get other people involved in what we're doing, right? This is how we become expansive in the arena of funding public goods. So I love it. I'm down for it.
Yeah, I'm loving too. Like we took this as a signal that we could do not the same, but also explore other options of how to implement a good program. This is why we divided in three. The region Rio de Janeiro that I'm running to, we decided to divide in 3 steps exactly because of that. Like, oh, maybe there is momentum here for us to experiment besides the platform. Yeah, I'm excited to go in full multi-mechanism. Let's go.
Yeah, let's grow. I'm a big fan of Paul's work over at Gardens and what he's built there, and I got to first experience it during GG22 because he gave me kind of a hands-on approach to the Gardens, and at that time we had just launched the Latam effort that we're doing, and so I felt it was a way to kind of engage that community and get that portion of our community more influenced in the decision making around what we're doing and what we're building and our trajectory and the way that we're building it, and to give them more influence in that as well. The only constraint at that time is he was a little hesitant to set up Gardens on Cello because Cello was kind of like in that weird kind of time frame of like they're trying to operate an L1, right? But they're kind of seeing that it's not going to be sustainable. So then how do we transition into an L2 and become part of the super chain ecosystem? So it's just kind of an odd timing thing for us there. But now that they've officially become part of the super chain eco and transition fully into an L2, I feel that over the next month or two, there's going to be space for us to set up a garden as well and participate in future funding opportunities for that.
I have a good news for you then. The Gardens just deployed on Cello mainnet, so it's running, and Cello matched our matching. So we have matching on matching on matching on matching. So communities that create that are created on Cello during April 2 and May 7, they will receive 3K from Cello PG. So this could be an opportunity. You have like you have a good period to do that. Like I said, the round will happen inside Garden, so we will extend the period of the fundraising, because it is a different contest. So basically communities that.
Yeah, and I'm sorry that I missed that workshop today. But since I'm connected to you and other people in the Regen Coordination Network, maybe it's something I take a look at over the weekend on Sunday to see how we can get that set up right away so we can take advantage of that funding opportunity. Because the one thing I want people to understand about Pathways for Latam, which is now transitioning into Pathways for Global Adoption to impact other regions in the global south, right, as an entry point into Web3 without the consideration of having to use their personal finances for it, which I think is we're at this very critical stage where that is a very important piece of the equation that maybe a lot of communities are not focused on, right? But through that effort, what I want people to understand is that this is a 100% closed funding mechanism for the participants in that program, right? Meaning anything that comes into it, the output will go directly out to the participants in this program. And we as a company, we don't take anything off the top of that, right? So.
Yeah, and are you planning to? I know we talked before about Brazil, but yeah, I would love to join this conversation.
Yeah, so we've got a whole leadership team. I don't think we have anybody right now from Brazil, so we can definitely get you into this program and kind of show you like behind the hood scenes, and then you can kind of try it out for yourself and see like how you can implement it in your local community too, right? We have leaders from Refi Bolivia, Refi Tulum, Crypto Conexion, Nacion Black Flag, right? UPE in Costa Rica. We're going to be having some other conversations post GG23 about some other LATAM leaders like Arturo wants to learn more about this program as well from Refi Costa Rica. So yeah, we're getting a lot of traction on it. I'm excited about it. It's going to probably mean that I'm going to be transitioning more into a digital nomad lifestyle, which is fine by me because I love to travel and I love to immerse myself in cultures when I travel. So yeah, I'll send you a Calendly link. You can book some time on my calendar and we can discuss it more after GG23.
Cool, cool. Would love that. But yeah, and I can also help you to set your garden, definitely. I started to play with gardens last year. We created our community using our own token, and without knowing, this was the best setup because having our own token in a way that people cannot buy, they can just earn. It's a good way to already filter people who join the community. So you can select to do with GTC token or OP or ETH, but in this way we would need to use the amount to filter, you know. So if you have like your own token or something like that, that's something that we could do. It's easier to make it happen and bring the governance bottom up, you know.
Yeah, I think when I looked at it with Paul, I was leaning towards using Glow Dollar for that. Now, I don't know if that's an option or not. We've never really had an interest in developing our own community token because we are US based, and until we get regulatory clarity, we don't want there to be any scrutiny about whether or not it's a security or not, right? And that was the advice that we got from qualified legal counsel before we even launched the company. So everything that we've done in our ecosystem so far has either been on an NFT standard as far as like rewards for participation, right, in the community. But I think if we develop it kind of like the same way the Grow token has been developed as a reputational token, I think that would probably work. Yeah. So I mean, we could probably explore that conversation and see what can be done. So.
Yeah, you could even use Grow token if he's a ERC20 token.
Yeah, we have a healthy balance of Grow token in our Learn for Impact program, which is our version of Learn to Earn, where people are actually earning impact tokens. So like what James is doing with Carbon Counting Club, or what Ukarsh is doing with Earth, or what Unchained Elephants is doing with the Elise token, or Good Dollar, or Glow Dollar. I mean, we have a lot of opportunities in there that they can earn these various forms of it. And I was talking to one of my community leaders in Ecuador about 10 days ago or so, and letting her know that, you know, her specific community has been on this journey where it's like they don't really, or they really haven't found a qualified opportunity in Web3 yet, right? But I was explaining to her that if they get into our learning center, they start learning on the content that we're offering right now and any future content that we have, that they could really get a better understanding of it, and they can start earning things like Glow Dollar, which is going to help them, you know, even if it's a small amount, to produce some form of income based on their Web3 experience. So.
And I love that. It's like, it's really the best. I would say it's not onboarding. It's like one boarding is like a different way to approach, because yeah, we are providing them the opportunity to experience the technology instead of taking the risk on them, and also presenting possibilities, right? Opening the scope. So very, very powerful, man. Yeah, let's keep moving, right? We are doing a similar work, but I don't think we have a structure. Like it's way more organic. It's like people peer-to-peer interactions. So we have a crew in Green Pro Brazil, and we do onboarding sessions, and we basically send tokens to each other to help. Oh, you need to pay fees. Oh, I can send you 1 CO. Oh, I can send you some ETH. And people do this by like by themselves. But I'm want to use I'm using Impact Miner to be honest. In fact, um, I create some bounties on Impact Miner, the Atlantis app, and Irto, it's such a good friend. We met in Denver too, and yeah, it was very awesome. Like I think they made great updates on the app. Now you can create bounties and approve them in your own backend, like on their platform. So it's very cool. And you can also see the bounty on the app. Like Impact Miner is an app that works on mobile only. So when you're creating the bounty, you have the mobile, like to look how it's becoming. So yeah, pretty good work they are doing. I'm a big fan. So we are doing like some structure on there where we do like a registration and we ask people to present them in Telegram group and send a photograph. And yeah, we started yesterday, I guess, and we already have five registration. We are using the Region Hill momentum to yeah also create some kind of structure, you know.
Yeah, that was actually very much the vibe of the event that we partnered with Sandra and Steph and Chucho on Refi Tulum with that wallet activation event we did down there when I traveled to Tulum last year. It was, she promoted it as an event of it's raining tokens, right? And so the vibe was we get them to register using a Web3 event platform, namely Unlock, right? So we've got that capture. So we can use that data in our impact reporting collectively, right? And then we had already accumulated in a multi-sig a balance of tokens that we're going to distribute because we had this printout card with QR codes that had that basically had like a brief description of like what each token's utility was, right? Even Tulum coin, which is local to that area, right? So we had that, and then so the process was when they attended the event, they would register for the unlock event and get that claim, which is all on chain, right? That would get them access to the pizza that was sponsored by the Pizza DAO. But then we were gradually taking them through the list of all these other opportunities for them of how they could earn other tokens. And it was just basically get the wallet set up, QR code scan. Okay, boom, you got that set up. Cool. QR code scan for the next one. And it was just a very streamlined process that Sandra and her team had developed. So it was very good. And yeah, it was very much along those vibes. Learn for impact is a little bit different mechanism than that because it goes deeper and it goes more towards the educational content value and them digesting it and being able to have some comprehension of it to how they can apply it to their to their daily life and their daily journey inside of Web3. But yeah, I mean I think the more that those of us that are on that bridge of adoption between Web 2 and Web 3, the more that we kind of learn what each other's doing, each other's nuanced approaches in different regions and different areas, we're going to be able to magnify that impact a little bit more effectively.
Man, wow, I totally agree. I was about to say that, like, I feel that I'm going and you are already returning. Like, I'm learning a lot, like, with your examples and stories. Like I'm thinking about some things I could already do differently, like while you were talking. I think we can have. I like what you said about the onboarding flow with Unlock. Make a lot of sense. What I was thinking is to send people who register on the and accomplish basically. Uh, the idea would send our Unlock token, like to serve as a passport. But maybe the Unlock onboarding is even better because there is no app to install, and this is a friction point. But yeah, I think the first onboarding for us could be Unlock. We already have yeah. We are using some tokens to yeah to recognize people who are since from the beginning, basically.
Yeah. Um, yeah. The deeper I dive into Unlock and the more I peel back the various layers of the onion, the more I'm liking, because one of probably the most underemphasized applications of the Unlock protocol, even though it's all open source, right? So anybody can fork it, anybody can integrate it on their platforms, what have you. But one of the most underemphasized utilities is their certification, right? Because the way I look at it is that certification can be used to complement an EAS certificate, right? So, like on an EAS Ethereum attestation, it may or may not be clearly visible in your wallet. And so then to take people graduating in their knowledge base to the next level of how to go look things up for, on an Explorer, on a blockchain Explorer, that may be a friction point, right? But if you give them a visual representation of what that attestation looks like where they can see it in their wallet, that's where the unlock certification element comes in. So what we're doing, because we'd always had the mindset that we were going to provide that type of certification. We actually partnered with a company that was in the Metis ecosystem early on, but we no longer have a relationship with them. But the point being is that they provided that to us as a service, right? That so that where our users could see that visual representation. The main challenge with that platform and that protocol that we were working with is that they were a closed environment, so it wasn't necessarily publicly available. So they wouldn't necessarily see those same tokens in their native DeFi wallet, but they would see that representation on the platform, right? So now you've got people looking in various places trying to figure out, what does this mean? Does this mean that, I passed this course or whatever? But now that we're able to do it more effectively in this fashion, with this new dual certification process, whenever they pass a course, they're going to get the Ethereum attestation on the back end, which does have a visual representation to it. But then they also get the unlock certification on the front end, which is a more accurate representation of that particular course itself, because each course has its own little logo is probably the best way to describe it, right? But they have their own little badge for each course, right? And it's emblematic of that specific course curriculum. So now they get both, which is really cool. Plus, they get a balance of the impact token, whatever impact token is assigned to that course. And now they're not only learning something new, but they're also willingly participating in, altruistic efforts through being a part of the public goods ecosystem.
Man, I need to keep following Unlock because since when I started with Unlock. I think 1 year when I started with Greenfield. Basically, I think Unlock was one of the first tools we experimented, and yeah, I remember that we were like amazed about the possibilities. And what you said maybe would even like give us some time on the development side in apps like Green Goods, for example, where we are working with attestations. We were thinking about how okay we are doing what Unlock is doing, right? We could just have an integration, for example, and we already distributed Unlock tokens to on the pilot event we did. We invited some people to like validate the work that we were thinking for the app, and we distributed Unlock tokens to all of them, and where they could claim a basket of food later. And yeah, was like just symbolic in a way, you know. It didn't happen like in an app or something like that. But yeah, this is the kind of granularity we could have with this token. For example, we could have already a representation of each one participation and role on that day, and this could be in our app like very very smoothly. You know, we don't need to build from scratch how to show that.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the tooling is already out there, right? And it's just how do we stitch this tooling together to form the solution that we're looking for that's going to benefit our community. So the Unlock team actually is going to be back on Monday at 6 p.m. Eastern on Let's Grow Live. So that would be an entry point to kind of get all your questions answered. But then another way, if you want to be more cord, learn about how you can, how you can contributor. And what's really cool and what I found a lot of value in is they do already have a retro community contributor rewards mechanism set up. And it's all based on community acknowledgement and community members of the community like nominating people, right, for this monthly rewards program. And then it comes down to a community vote and your up token. So one thing that people may not know is they just recently migrated the entire DAO from ETH mainnet onto Base, right? So that reduces a lot of friction in the transactions produced. But using those up tokens, when you earn those, now you've got voting and governance privileges that you may not have had before, right? And then it goes beyond that because they have the Prime membership. So now your up tokens that you earn as a community contributor are going to continually, make sure that your Prime membership is taken care of for some time. So, yeah, it's a really awesome and amazing community. I would encourage anybody looking for a community that operates in that fashion, to get involved. And, it's taken me a few months to kind of get my legs underneath me, but I've got a good handle on the community and where I fit in as a community contributor. And, I'm being rewarded every single month as a result of it, and it's really a beautiful experience.
That's cool. And yeah, I'm already on there on Discord. I just need to really set me up, find my place. I didn't have the time yet to really, to weave, to connect, to create roots there. But yeah, at some point, I think this will happen. I'm like, since I'm using since a while, I already asked for help sometimes, but it's not the same relation, right? When you extract and don't give back. I think I need to know how to give back.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of channels set up with some working groups in the Discord as well. And so, if you feel that you're a good fit for one of those working groups, I would say just jump in the conversation and see how you can be of help and assistance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I need to give more attention. Yeah, so much times sometimes it's so hard.
So many opportunities and so little time, right?
Sorry, what?
I said so many opportunities and so little time to participate. Sometimes it seems like.
Yeah, so much amazing things happening at the same time, and it's hard to not decide, but it's hard to deal with the attention management.
No doubt, no doubt.
But yeah, what I was thinking for our passport, we want to have some roles in the community. So we will have a role guardian, basically, which is people who are like very, very interested. They show up every time, and they are like guiding others, like without even like noticing sometimes, and also without anyone. Yeah, and nobody said to them to help, and they take the initiative to help. So I'm seeing a lot of people in our community doing that. So I want to create this role, which will be like a community steward, like a moderator. And after the registration that I mentioned, we would have like a quiz, and they receive this NFT, and they will be like uh, our guardians, so to take care of the community. But we have also other roles we are thinking, like more in a gamified way. We have people who explore, like they are kind of scoutings. So they go after, they connect, they bring opportunities, they bring proposals, they bring tools, resources, like knowledge. So we are calling explorers, so cybernetic explorers. And yeah, this would be another role. And we have the alchemist, who is someone who uh, review this data, aggregates, like refine into a business plan or a project or a full proposal, really, for a grant or something. So there is the alchemist part, and also the catalyzer, which is someone who basically activates and also make it happen. It's more like execution part. So we want to use we want to represent that in some way. I already have the images and like the scope of every each one, you know. So this would be a good thing to talk with Unlock.
Yeah. Have you guys also, for your role definition, I know you're kind of working on your own passport, but have you looked at other enhancements for that, like Guild XYZ or maybe HATS protocol?
Yeah, we are thinking about hats, and guild makes sense too. But I think for now, we don't need guild yet.
Yeah, you don't need to complicate it. Keep it simple is my experience. The best way.
I think there is another part, like there is the interactivity. You know, I think we need to have some kind of interactivity. Otherwise, um, uh, it it captures too much attention. Like it don't require different efforts. So it's good that it is something that people will not uh, expend too much time. They will use with a specific purpose. You know, we are also thinking about that.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. I actually had a call last week with Nick from Hats after meeting him at East Denver at the Hats and Friends event with Decent Dow that Unlock sponsored. And no, we had a really good conversation, and from everything that I want to accomplish for the KS Media community in the HATS protocol. It's perfectly capable of. Now, I may need to, I'm not a developer, but he said it is a little bit more dev centric, but it is pretty straightforward. So I may need to lean into some of my developer friends within the Regen Coordination Network to, if I need help, to help me and help guide me. But they're working towards it being like more of a plug and play, no code, which is a lot of the tooling that I tap into, right?
Are you talking about hats, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about hats. Yep.
Oh, okay. Just to be sure. No, man, Afu is the guy. Afu, today I think Afu is, man, he knows a lot about hats. I think he can help with that.
Yeah, and Wasabi too, because Wasabi helped us set up our hats tree for Let's Grow DAO. And for those that don't know, Let's Grow DAO was one of the co-hackathon winners. So it was like a hackathon using HATS protocol last year. But what was really interesting to me is like both communities that were the co-winners of that. So Let's Grow DAO and Optimism Fractal. I was already a member of both communities. So yeah, I've got multiple hats across multiple communities now, which is really cool.
Yeah, we learned with Wasabi too. Like we schedule a meeting with him to learn how he use. But Afo is doing all the hats part for the dev guild. This is why I mentioned, because he could, he could also help on that. I will ask him to help me with Green for Brazil. I think this is something that I want to learn too. I'm not a dev too, so
but
it's
now
good
that
to
we've got,
explore, right?
yeah, but now that we've got admitted alignment, even though we didn't make it into the round for regen coordination, but I understand why, because there was just a lot of interest and very few entries that they could bring in that were aligned communities with the Regen Coordination Network. But we do have the admittance that we are aligned with the Regen Coordination Network. So I'm excited to see through that network what kind of resources are available to me to where, we don't necessarily have to come out of pocket to make some things happen that are going to be a benefit to our community. So.
Yeah, this is making me thinking already in a HATS workshop. This is something we definitely could do. I will bring this up. And in these workshops, we do like hands-on work. So we use ourselves as examples. We go to a Miro board where we can put ideas there and receive direct support, and we select some examples to go further.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, I think I've attended one or two of the Green Pill hosted workshops recently over the last couple weeks leading into GG23, and I really like it as well. So yeah, there's going to be more of that in my future for sure. And it's just going to benefit our community members no matter where they're located, right? No matter what program they're tapped into, or no matter what level of our community that they resonate with.
Yeah, we did one with Charmverse, which is a tool that we use a lot. So, and since a lot of chapters were using too and new communities, we decided to, oh man, let's make an overview on that. But yeah, this is a way we can return back, and I'm pretty sure like the next. I'm also excited to see more alignment with the region coordination. I think this is happening in different levels, also on the council. This time, it's been way more collaborative than the last time, and the first time I think was also less collaborative. And now it's good to see like this the collaboration increasing, and the number of voices being heard also increasing. So this is also something. And we want to, this is some alpha already, but another way we want to give back is to have a space to chat ideas. Like I know we have the region commons, but we are thinking about the region coordination hub space. So would be a forum where you can create your account and also, yeah, we can coordinate. Well, so basically we are thinking about turning the Green Pew Hub forum into the region coordination forum the next weeks.
I love it. I love it. A lot of resources in there, a lot of experienced people, and yeah, I'm excited. I'm very excited about it. What else was I going to say? You inspired another thought in my brain, and now it's kind of sifted towards the back of my brain and not in the forefront. But oh, I was going to say about Charmverse. Yeah, we've been using Charmverse for about a year. Actually, our entire learning center is built on Charmverse, and it really gives us the single view of the course selection that we were looking for up front when we weren't using Charmverse or like a Charmverse adjacent platform. So yeah, it's been a big benefit there. Plus, with all the nice Web3 integrations, with the EAS certificates, and then our whole Learn for Impact is automated through Charmverse. So the only part of the process of the review that's manual is when the learners apply for a reward. We just have to review it to make sure that they registered with the assessment against that course, in a fashion that would earn them the reward. But then once we approve that reward, it's all automated through Charmverse. So the process is that it automatically deploys the Ethereum attestation at the same time that it distributes the token balance to their wallet. So yeah, I really like Charmverse. I'm actually a Charmverse ambassador. And I did work closely with Zandra, who's the Charmverse Grants Program Manager for Charmverse as her assistant on the Refi and Arbitrum grant last year that they ran.
Oh, we won this grant, like with DevGud.
So you were one of
This
the
is where
shortlisters. You were one of the 15. That's cool.
We got this with the Green Goods project, which is still yeah, we are improving.
Nice. Yeah, that was the grant that really set Coral Connect off into another trajectory to where they kind of graduated from the Gitcoin grants ecosystem. So
yeah, this was the grant I met him too, and a great project and great person, right? Amazing individual.
Oh, Hill? Oh yeah.
Yeah, Hill. Definitely, man. So much experience.
Yeah, he's working with the
and
plow and
knowledge.
government. Yeah, he's working with the plow and government now.
This is cool.
Yep.
This is why he's not showing up too much.
Oh yeah. Yeah. They've got him so busy. Yeah. I talk to him probably 2-3 times a week, and he kind of lets me know what's going on in his world over there, and gives me updates on Coral Connect and stuff. So yeah, it's all good stuff, and it's all taking their emphasis on coral restoration to another level. So, and I do see Mr. Bonstetter in the audience. Maciek, hopefully you're having a good time at market today. I do see our next host has already made their way in the space, and I've already sent out a microphone to them. Green Planet Conservation Initiative. So yeah, man, Coy, I see a lot of synergistic synthesis within our futures together as we start to collab more and tapping into what each other is doing.
Yeah, I feel the same, man. It was a great to meet you in Denver, and I hope to see you again next year and tomorrow because I will be here again.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, for IRL, right? It's probably going to happen before. It's probably going to happen before East Denver next year because I don't know if you tapped into the conversation that I was having with the previous two speakers. So Devansh's partner, Nidhi, and then the other one out of Bhutan. But based on the traction we're getting right now on the regional emphasis that we're putting, on a couple of these programs that we have inside of KS Media, it's probably going to lead me at some point this year to be a full-time digital nomad. And because once I get to Latin America, it'll be fairly cost effective for me to travel from city to city to city across the Latin American region. It's going to give me a lot of flexibility in that. And yeah, there may be a day where I say, "Hey, Koi, I'm coming to Brazil. You better get ready."
Oh man, I would love that. Can you hear me? Are you hear me?
Oh yeah, I got you.
Okay. It's because my Twitter it's showing me that I'm not a speaker. But I never think never anything changed. Like I didn't do anything. But man, this is exciting. Like I want to go to Argentina, and I also want to go to São Paulo because Ethereum Latam will happen there. I don't know if you saw that in November.
What is that one again? Is that COP?
Yeah, we will have COP, and we will also have Ethereum Latam just before, and we also have Dev Connect just after. Like everything will happen. Yeah.
So Latam.
This end of the year.
So you're saying Ethereum Latam is going to be in Brazil?
Yeah, in São Paulo, in my state.
Okay, cool. Because I know Maria spent some time in São Paulo as well, and she's part of our leadership team as well. You know Maria?
Yeah, I know her. We never met before, but we have a friend in common.
Oh yeah, well she was
a
at
lot
Showing
of friends
Point.
in common.
She was at Showing Point. Her and I actually met in person at Showing Point.
Oh, I don't met her. I didn't met her.
Yeah, well, we'll have an opportunity. So that's exciting. So later in the year, it's a very realistic possibility. I will be in Sao Paulo.
Cool. Excited for that. And I'm already planning myself.
Nice.
So yeah, let's gather together.
Yeah, that'd be really exciting. I know DJ's not going to be coming, but there is a very distinct possibility that Jimmy will be coming for those events as well. So.
Yeah, this is awesome. When you say DJ, you're saying about Diogo?
Agroforest, Diogo, yeah.
I think he can show up. For a situation like that, I think he will do away. Like he's right now he's organizing a region track in a pop-up city event that will happen in Florianopolis.
Yeah.
Called IP City.
But he also said earlier today, my time, that in the fall he's going to be very focused on the harvest.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, it's another season.
It's another season, and he gives an update too on Restoration Hill, and it sounds like everything is going as planned. And he said if you just you give nature a little guidance and let nature take care of itself, it's amazing what it can do.
Yeah, especially like when you're creating diversity and you are like renewing the soil, like I think this is happen itself already happens in nature, but when you accelerate this process, there is a period where you don't need to do too much, right?
100%. So, Green Planet, you're being called to the stage. This is your hosting hour. Coy, it's always a pleasure visiting with you, man. And
Same,
yeah, I'm
man.
excited. I'm excited for the future of what we're going to be able to accomplish together.
Yeah, see you tomorrow. I will be here listening, but we talk more tomorrow. See you guys. See you everyone. Bye bye.
100%, my friend. All right. Come on up, Green Planet. It's your hour. And Matthew or Al or Machik, if any of you want to jump up on stage as well, don't be bashful. You know I don't bite. Refi Bay Area, I'm talking to you, my friend. There's Green Planet.
Yeah, GM, everyone. I will GM.
GM and re-GM. Regenerate your GM.
Yeah. How you doing? So
What do you have?
this is
Yeah, what do you have on tap for us tonight?
yeah. A whole lot. Well, first of all, I would want to announce that finally we got accepted in one of the rounds, and actually it's a great news for us. We got the a mail to direct experts yesterday. I think while still on the hosting slots, that mail came in. So got accepted in the Hypersat for Nature Stewards. So though we are still trying to formalize the processes so that we can get onboarded fully. And I hope by the end of today we should complete that aspect of getting onboarded. So there are some things, one or two things we needed to do just to get onboarded fully. So for us here, we actually excited, and the last time we participated in the round was in GG21, and it was in the climate solution round. So it's actually a good thing for us. So that's one of the, yeah, I just want to start on that note. So, and I also want to spread the love. The round is actually going on, so let's show some love to everyone. And I think one thing I like about the Gitcoin and other public good platform is that it has a way of bringing people together, you know, from different parts of the world, different ideas, different innovations. So it's actually a good thing for me, because we're actually learning as we come. You get to see different people with different innovation, with different things they are doing, they are building just to better the planet. So it's actually a thing of a joy for me. So, and I also want to say that we'll ensure that Koi was talking about synergy, and one of the things that we're actually doing at the moment is that we're actually trying to do some collaborations within the system, within the ecosystem, just to ensure that we function effectively. Our project is actually more of on the ground impact. So, and we are trying to see how we can incorporate Web3 in whatever we are doing at the moment. So we actually, at the moment, we are collaborating with Silver Protocol. And we also recently entered into collaboration with Atlantis. So these are major for us. These are major breakthroughs for us. So that will help us to showcase our work and also to to have a good track of what we are doing at the moment. So I think I want to continue. I want to start by I want to continue by introducing myself for those that don't really uh, know me very well. So I'm Edward, so one of the co-founders of Green Planet, and I also double as the project coordinator for Green Planet. So the other partners are actually females, not always on ground for the job because of some other engagements. But I'm the one that is always available. So and we actually located we actually based in Jos, Nigeria. So and that is northern Nigeria. So Green Planet actually is actually a non-governmental, a registered non-governmental organization that is dedicated to promoting environmental conservation, sustainable practices, and education. So we are actually doing that through our green projects that is focused on reforestation, that is focused on climate education and environmental education and regenerative agriculture. Then we also we also into biodiversity conservation because during our planting our tree planting exercise and one of the partnerships we entered with the College of Forestry here, we actually identified a tree species that is actually indigenous to, is actually native to Nigeria and the Sahel region. So, but it's at the edge of going into extinct, which we're actually partnering with the College of Forestry, Jos, to see how we can reintroduce that species of tree. And the species is actually of great importance to the community because a little research that we did, we discovered that some people are actually using it for hair, for herb, as in they take it as it serves as a medicinal tree uh, for the indigens there. So and we are actually trying to reintroduce that tree.